Chapter 451 3 Methods to Start at the Same Time. Under the leadership of Sozia, Dark came to the underground of Pokemon family. This is the so-called Holy Land. A vast but pitch-black rectangular space. In this space, there are countless stone men standing densely. Dark roughly estimates that there are 7 or 8,000. Thinking of this, he shook his head again. If the Pope wants to break through here with human power alone, it is almost impossible. There are tens of thousands of Pokemon magicians above the line level and countless familiars. After defeating them, there are still 7 or 8,000 hard stone men below. Ordinary people are too powerless to face these stone men. Dake estimated that there must be dozens of diamond men among them. He really didn't know how those weak civilian soldiers with crude weapons could break through the defenses of these stone men. Look, that's the World Gate. How are you going to destroy it? Soxia led Dake to the deepest part and then used an illumination spell. The dark space suddenly lit up. Where's the door? Dake raised his head and looked at the sky in front of him. There was only a huge black wall. Isn't it in front? Soxia raised his chin. It's so big. Dake took a look at the whole wall. He estimated that the size of this door must be several times larger than the Navy gate in the sailing world. This gate looked unusual, and even the door frame was invisible. He began to worry whether Ho-Oh had the strength to burn this gate. No, look down, this is it. Soxia motioned Doc to lower his head. Doc looked down as Socha instructed, and then saw a door. The length was 1.8 meters and the width was half a meter. This door was not as tall as him. Doc. My toilet door is bigger than yours. I have to squeeze in to get in. Doc gestured at the door, and 3 black lines appeared on his brows. He put his hands on his waist and looked at Socha. With this broken door, people from the other world have a hard time just coming over by themselves. What are you afraid of? He thought this world gate was so awesome. It could make a scheming guy like the Pope plan for so long, and let the Pokemon family and the Earth Element family guard it for thousands of years. The result is such a thing. It's just so small now. If you inject magical energy into it, it will grow bigger and can touch the clouds in the sky. Soxia shook her head and explained, while stretching out her arms and waving them in the air. You didn't notice, did you notice? There is no magic energy in this holy land, only natural energy. Hey? It's true. Doc was reminded by Sozia and found that it was true. It turned out that this was the special feature of the Holy Land, a special area full of natural energy but without magic energy. This door will not absorb magic energy actively, it can only be forced to be infused, and it will gradually minimize if no magic energy is input for a period of time. Since it cannot actively absorb magic energy, then it doesn't matter whether there is magic energy in this place or not, right? It's a big difference. Sozia shook her head decisively, and then pointed to the sleeping earth elements around. There is no magic energy here, which means that the magician will lose his combat effectiveness after releasing a few spells here at most. And the civilian army of humans cannot compete with these earth elements, so this is the last line of defense. Oh, yes, that's the case, no wonder this place has not been breached for thousands of years. Dark nodded, and then opened the Pokemon ball in his hand containing Ho-Oh. Bayou. When Ho-Oh appeared in the Holy Land, the entire originally dim space immediately became bright. The true appearance of the entire underground Holy Land was revealed under the illumination of Hoa's Celadon/rainbow light. A large number of magic spells were engraved on the surrounding walls and even on the ground and ceiling. These spells were originally lightless gaps, but after absorbing Hoa's rainbow light, they began to emit colorful glimmers, as if they were alive. Wow! When Ho-Oh appeared, the first person to exclaim was Iras. As the king of the wind element, she could sense that Ho-Oh the vigorous flying energy in her body. However, she was not sure of the upper limit of this power, because it was beyond her ability. There was no doubt that this newly appeared familiar must be above the 4 elemental kings. Is this your familiar? Sozia blinked at Ho-Oh and glanced at Dark in surprise. And Yashin stared at Ho-Oh in a daze, as if she was also shocked by his existence. They are called Pokemon. You will live in that world in the future, so you have to change the name. Dark stretched out a finger and shook it. After correcting the other party's words, he said to Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh, use the holy fire on that door. Swish! Ho-Oh casually spit out a ball of saffron-colored flame from his mouth and sprayed it towards the small door in front. Swish! The small door was immediately ignited when it was touched by the flame. This kind of flame that can ignite the target regardless of the material is really terrifying, like a maggot on the tarsal bone. As long as Ho-Oh is not dead, this ball of sacred fire will continue to burn this door. Until one day, this door is burned down, or Ho-Oh takes the flame back on his own initiative. The sacred fire made little noise, but everyone present could see the exaggeration of this ball of flame. After waiting quietly for 3 minutes, it seems that it is not very good. This door is really unusual. Looking at the motionless door in front of him, Dark shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, it is a key object of a large-scale world. Even if the overall strength of this world is not strong, it does not affect the special features of these objects. Ho-Oh is not the kind of stubborn young man. Seeing that his sacred fire did not work, Dark turned his head and retreated into the luxury ball to sleep. If Septal, Pocky, and Tar were replaced, they might continue to launch more fierce attacks to try. What are your other 3 methods? Imprison space, control key, and replace guardian. These 3 methods can be carried out at the same time. Dark crossed his arms in front of his chest, stretched out a hand and waved it casually at Sozia. Don't worry, no one method can be broken by others, not to mention that we are working on the 3 methods at the same time, so you can go back with me in peace. Speaking of which, the elves are really persistent. Why, do you want us to mate with you and give birth to offspring for you? Soxia frowned suspiciously and glanced at Doc. Based on the attitude and strength that Doc had shown before, he didn't seem to have any necessity or rigid need to take the Pokemon away, but he was so persistent. If you ask what else the Pokemons have to covet besides their overall strength, then it is undoubtedly beauty. Unlike the little Pokemon who have never seen the world, Sozia understands the aesthetic standards of humans very well. When she appeared in the eyes of humans, those men moved their eyes to her chest and thighs as if they had turned on automatic aiming. And she was not bragging. The offspring born from mating with their Pokemons will have excellent talents in controlling spiritual energy and magic energy, and may even awaken some spiritual abilities that belong to their family. Therefore, Sozia could only suspect that Dark is greedy for their bodies and bloodlines. Hey? You think too much. I just want to improve the species diversity of my world and create a peaceful world with thousands of races. Dark didn't know Sozia's confidence and pride in the bloodline of the Pokemon clan. If he knew, he would just smile and say nothing. Let's not talk about the various races in the sailing world. How many bloodlines in the ninja world are worse than the Pokemon clan, and there are also many beauties among them. Really? Then when will the 3 methods you mentioned start? Let me think. The imprison space and replacement of the guardian can be completed at any time, and the control key. I'm already doing it. Dark pinched his chin and began to think. There are 2 ways to imprison space. One is to let Pocky realize space cutting and make the Holy Land independent of this world. The other is that Darkrai uses Dark Void to swallow this space into it, so that all creatures entering it fall asleep at the first time. It is even possible to use both methods at the same time. However, Darkrai is currently absorbing the power of the Dread Plate and has not yet awakened, so the second method cannot be implemented. It is also very simple to implement the first method. Dark only needs to go back to the Pokemon Island and bring Pocky to him. Replacing the Guardian is not difficult either. In the Pokemon world, there are legendary Pokemon that exist to guard such immovable relics. Not to mention the Holy Pillar King Regigigas, who dragged the continent and created the washing jade. It is just the three sons created by Regigigas, the rock pillar Regirock, the ice pillar Regis, and the steel pillar Regis Zilu. Any one of these three holy pillars is fully capable of doing this job. Each of them has the strength of a second-level god, and can sleep for a long time, so they will not feel the boredom of guarding. It is also easy to complete this task. Just replace any one of the four of them. As for the final control key, the so-called key refers to the four powers of nothingness. The identities of the four void magicians are Louise, Tiffany, Joseph, and the Pope. The first two are peace-loving and principled people, and do not need to be controlled deliberately. As long as the interests are told to the other party, even if someone holds a knife to their neck, they will not give in and open the door. As for the last two, originally, he and Long discussed killing them directly. But now it seems that they have to change their approach. Chapter 452 Holy Pillar King and Three Holy Pillars. After finding a way to deal with the door, Dark returned to the Pokemon Island first. Where do I live? IRAs jumped out immediately after following Dark to the Pokemon Island. Looking at the gorgeous world in front of her, full of natural energy, her heart was itching, and she wished she could run around everywhere now. You can go anywhere you want, you can't stay idle anyway. Doc glanced at IRAs, shook his head, and didn't arrange a place for her to stay. But I have to remind you in advance that there are many creatures stronger than you in this world, and some of them have bad tempers. Don't trespass into their territory without permission. If you mistakenly enter, you must say hello. Everyone is still easy to talk to. Yet. I know. IRAs nodded obediently like a child. Also, you'd better change your image. It's too exposed. Doc pointed to IRA's naked female appearance. This Blimier's face is considered to be a disgrace to you. I don't know how many people have seen her naked body over the years. Okay, we cannot set a shape for ourselves, just to make it easier to fight with the girls. IRAs explained, and then turned into a ball of irregular blue gas. Well, then you go and play. I'm going to take Sarasa to another place first. Remember what I said. Dark waved his hand, indicating that IRAs could leave on his own. He had not yet planned to bring all the four elemental races here, so IRAs did not need to follow him back to the magic world for the time being, so that he could get familiar with the new environment. Dark was thinking that after persuading the kings of the four elements, he would bring the Pokemon back with him. This would save some effort. Afterwards, Dark came to the inland sea again and put Sarasa into the sea water. Sarasa appeared on the sea and looked around, as if observing the environment. How is it? Are you satisfied? Very satisfied, the water is clear and rich in natural energy. There are not many such places in Halkakanaya. Sarasa nodded, and her body changed from light blue to sea blue. For her, who has a gentle and cold personality, being able to say so many words at once is enough to prove the other party's satisfaction. That's good. This is an ocean surrounded by the continent. It's not that there is no other sea, but the situation there is not very good now, so you stay here. Dark explained, but there was one more reason he didn't mention. That is, the ocean is Kyugra's territory. Many legendary Pokemon have a strong sense of territory, and Kyugra is one of the representative Pokemon. K would not want a creature like Shalasa, who also has a high status, to live in K's territory. And the inland sea is a no-man's land. Although Lapras and her tribe have always lived here, the Lapras family has no sense of territory. They wander around and have no fixed place to live. If every place must have a patron saint, then Shalasa, the king of water elements, is very suitable to be the patron saint of the inland sea. Well, I understand. Shalasa didn't think so much. The four elemental kings didn't pursue much territory, they were satisfied as long as their race survived. After settling IRAs and Shalasa, Dark released Lapras, Tyranitar, and Ho-Oh. He might not return to the Touristan School of Magic to teach normally. The experiments he wanted to conduct had already produced results, so there was no need to stay there and waste time. So naturally, there was no need to bring all 3 Pokémon with him to assist in teaching. Before sending the 3 Pokémon away, Dark asked Ho-Oh to help him bring Pocky back. It was difficult for him to find these legendary Pokémon running around, but it was easy for other legendary Pokémon to find them, and it didn't take much time at all. Perhaps the authority held by these legendary Pokémon could help them sense each other's breath. Ho-Oh Dark didn't have to wait for long. In less than 10 minutes, he brought Palyaki, who had fled to some unknown world. He brought Palyaki's stun gun and Pokémon ball. Palyaki's ability to move through space can be said to be the ceiling among all Pokémon. He can hide in the cracks of space so that others can't see him. Magic Mall. Dark has another big thing to do when he returns to Pokémon Island this time. That is to exchange those pillars. Even if you exchange it, you will basically just sleep all day, but maybe you can use it in the future. 4 pillars, exchange them all. Holy Pillar King Regigigas, exchange. This legendary Pokémon nicknamed Toilet King doesn't look very impressive. But it's really not an ordinary character. Regigigas' status is very unique, and it must be singled out among all Pokémon. Although its strength is awkward. It is a first-level god of the same level as Giratina, the twin dragons of time and space, and the 3 gods of sea, land, and air, but its setting is more special. Because the gods mentioned above are more or less related to Arceus, it can be regarded as a Pokémon of Arceus. But Regigigas is different. Arceus comes from Zeus in Greek mythology, and Regigigas is the leader of the giants in Greek mythology. In order to end Zeus's rule, the leader of the giants led the giants to wage war against the gods of Zeus's series. It's just that the gods are immortal, and the gods of the giants are destined to lose. According to this, Regigigas and Arceus are equal and opposite existences, but Regigigas is not as powerful as Arceus. When talking to Regigigas in the game, there will be a dialogue. Inject the power of the slate and defeat the power of the giants. The slab represents the power of Arceus, and the giant represents the power of Regigigas. From this point of view, this view does have some reason. Of course, there is another saying on the forum: Regigigas is transformed from the eggshell of Arceus, so Regigigas is considered to be Arceus's brother and the uncle of the 3 gods of Sinnoh. This statement, it can only be said to be more interesting, but not very convincing. Regigigas is described in the Pokémon illustrations as follows: there is a legend that it is said to drag the continent tied with ropes. It also uses special icebergs, rocks, and lava to create Pokémon that look like itself. It was made the 3 Pokémon that came are the 3 holy pillars. You can say that having one Regigigas is equivalent to having many 3 holy pillars. Like the 3 holy birds and 3 holy beasts, the 3 holy pillars are not Pokémon that can only have one, but there can be many in the same world. However, the only 3 that are as strong as the second-level gods and have authority are the 3 that were first created by Regigigas. Moreover, creating such a Pokémon undoubtedly requires a lot of resources, time, and a huge move. In the Pokémon world, in the later era, the number of humans gradually increased, and many resources on various islands were also collected and used by humans, so Regigigas naturally stopped the action of continuing to create holy pillars. The main point is that there is no need to create holy pillars. At first, Regigigas was just too lonely in the ancient chaotic era, so he created a fellow tribe that looked like himself. Later, his mission became to protect the Temple of Washing Jade, and he stayed in the temple and slept, forgetting time. And on the Pokémon Island, although there are enough resources, even if there are no resources, you can buy them in the Magic Mall or collect them in other worlds. But Dark didn't intend to let Regigigas make such a big fuss, and it's not known how long it will take to make a holy pillar, so there is no need. It's just 100W magic coins, which is nothing for Dark now. He is no longer the poor little Garamai. 3 holy pillars, Exchange. After Dark exchanged 4 Pokemon, he didn't summon them immediately. Because he is still in the Alliance City, he is not sure how big the 4 pillars will be when they appear. If they hurt innocent people, it will be a big deal. Especially the Holy Pillar King Regigigas. This is a tough guy who can drag an entire continent with his body in ancient times. The continental plates in the Pokemon world are in that state, which is inseparable from this old pillar. Just this legend is enough to prove how big Regigigas is. Although dragging a continent is not just about size, what is more important is the power. For example, in the pirate world, there is also a national transport giant Ounce, which is the red zombie that incorporates Luffy's shadow in the original Horror 3-Mast battle. If we only look at the size, this giant will have a hard time moving a Sea King in the paradise, let alone transporting the country. The other party must have a strong power to support such a title and achieve such an achievement. However, it can be seen from this example that no matter what, size still has some relationship. Besides, Regigigas is not transporting a country or an island like Ounce, but a piece of continent. The upper limit of this physique is definitely not just a few hundred meters or a few thousand meters. As for the 3 holy pillars, their physique is very mysterious. Anyway, they have never grown. When they are the smallest, they are even about the same size as ordinary adult humans. Therefore, Dark directly used the Dor berry to come to the edge of the continent, where the 3 gods of sea, land, and air and the 3 gods of the ecosystem were summoned. Come out, pillars! 4 rays of light passed by. 3 huge Pokemon suddenly formed a triangle, surrounding Dark in the middle. And in the distant sea, there stood a towering pillar that covered the sky. Chapter 453 The Prince of the Kanghai. The scale of the 3 holy pillars is about 40 to 50 meters. This physique is much higher than that in the animation, and it is not considered to bury the demeanor of the second-level god. The size of these 3 pillars is already the largest among all the second-level gods, and it may be able to grow even larger. As for Regigigas in the distance, it is even more exaggerated. From Dak's perspective, the part below Regigigas' knees is all below the sea level, and the part above the waist and abdomen is all above the clouds. Doc can only see the huge shadow hidden above the clouds, but can't see the specific appearance of Regigigas. This height is already beyond Dak's estimation. Even the elephant ancestor Zo in the sailing world is just a toy in Regigigas' hand. It can only be said that this Regigigas is indeed the largest of all the legendary Pokemon he has seen, without a doubt. Regigigas seems to have noticed that his height is a little too big, so he can't see anything, so he began to shrink his body and walk towards the shore at the same time. Although the 3 pillars don't look smart, they also know to follow the boss's behavior and start to shrink. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the 3 holy pillars around Dark have been reduced to a height of only 1.8 m, which is the minimum height that the Pokemon can reach. The minimum height of Regigigas is 3.7 m, with a huge span. Welcome to this world! Dark waved and smiled at the 4 Pokemon, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not summoned directly in the Alliance City just now, avoiding a huge disaster. At this time, a round fat head suddenly popped out of the sea next to it. Kyogre. It's okay, Kyogre, just 4 new partners. Dark moved his eyes to the fathead fish and guessed what was going on. The noise made by Regigigas when moving in the sea just now was not small. Every step would make the sea churn. Such a huge noise would inevitably disturb Kyogre, the overlord of the ocean. Especially the powerful aura of Regigigas. This aura suddenly appeared in Kyogre's territory and made such a big noise. In the Pokemon world, it is already a taunt behavior, and it will inevitably suffer that Kyogre's attack. But this Kyogre in Pokemon Island is still a newborn, with a simple mind and good temper. In addition, the many legendary Pokemon in Pokemon Island are basically friends and have good relationships. It is normal for good relationships to visit each other occasionally. So they don't just come up and do it, but come to observe the situation first. Diladolu. The 4 pillars also raised their arms and waved, making some strange electronic sounds to greet Kyugra. Kyugra also clapped his 2 big hands in response. After that, Dark took the 4 pillars to different places. First, we must consider the reason why Dark exchanged these 4 guardian pillars World Gate in the magic world. After some consideration and ability comparison, Dark decided to leave Regis in that holy land to guard the World Gate. To be honest, even letting Regis guard the World Gate was a bit redundant for Dark. That holy land was about to be cut into independent spaces by Palkik, and no one could enter or leave. Even if someone used some means to enter, the door could not be opened without the power of the 4 great void magicians. Besides, even if the door was opened, the people from the other world could not leave this space. With so many guards, putting a second-level god in was simply too conservative. But after all, it was promised to the Pokemon clan, and Dark himself did not want the door to be opened and let the people of Blue Star know that there were other worlds. So putting Regis in would indeed make him feel more at ease. As for why Regis was chosen instead of the other 3 pillars, there were 2 reasons: overqualified and suitable characteristics. The first reason was to compare with Regigigas. Regigigas, a first-level god, was completely overqualified to guard that space. It was a waste of talent to kill a chicken with a butcher knife. The magic world itself is not very powerful. A second-level god is enough to be a god in this world, so there is no need to waste resources. Besides, Regigigas cannot exert all his strength and advantages in the small place of the Holy Land. Compared with Regirock and Registeel, Regis's combat power in the magic world will be the strongest among the 3. Here we have to mention Regis's 2 major advantages. On the one hand, it targets warriors. K's body is wrapped in cold air of -200 degrees. It cannot melt even in lava, and will be frozen even if it is close. This is a complete melee nemesis. Especially in the magic world, most melee warriors are not strong, and there is no chance to get close to Regis. Don't even mention using weapons to attack Regis. They have been frozen into ice before they enter the attack range. On the other hand, it targets magicians. Among the 3 holy pillars, Regis has the strongest special defense, and its special defense racial value is as high as 200. This means that K is extremely resistant to those special attacks. In addition, the magicians in the magic world are generally only at the triangle level. Even if a dozen or dozens of rectangular magicians join forces to release the strongest forbidden magic, it may not cause much damage to K. And the rock pillar god Regirock is good at physical defense, and the steel pillar god Registeel is good at physical defense and special defense, but not as good as the other 2. Considering these 2 aspects, the one who is best at guarding the world gate in the magic world is the ice pillar god Regis. Of course, the other 3 pillars will not be idle, and there are many places that need them to guard. I won't talk about the many, and I won't talk about the few. Celebi and Mew are stationed in Yggdrasil. But the important cities of Alliance City, Angel City, Murloc City, and the battle floating city in Krad, which is about to be completed. These places do not have a single legendary Pokémon stationed there. Especially since Angel City and Inkrad are in the sky, and Fishman City is in the sea. If any natural or man-made disasters happen in the future, it will be difficult for the people in these 3 cities to escape, and they may even be trapped and killed in the city. For this reason, it is not wrong to send legendary Pokémon to guard and prevent accidents. At least, it is necessary to support until the support of Giratina, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Lapras, and Sarasa, the homeless free gods, arrives. Under Dark's plan, the rock pillar god Regirock went to the 10th floor of Inkrad, which is the top floor. Regirock would sleep there on weekdays. If any unexpected situation occurs, Kayaba Akiyako, the lord of the city, will wake him up immediately. Of course, Regirock will wake up consciously when he senses a violent vibration or feels a crisis. The steel pillar god Regishislu went to the central temple of Angel Island, and the situation was the same as that of Readaloud. The situation in Fishman City was a little special. Because Fishman City is located under the sea, and most of the places in Fishman City are filled with sea water. The legendary Pokemon guarding here must be a water-type god. There are not many such gods, and Dark chose the mythical Pokemon Prince of the Sea Manaphy. After Dark exchanged Manaphy, he summoned it directly. Manaphy is a Pokemon of the same size as Mew and Celebic, very small and cute. Mana. When Manaphy was summoned, his face showed obvious confusion. Dark understood it as soon as he saw this expression. This Manaphy is not a newborn Pokemon fabricated by the system, but a Manaphy in the countless parallel time and space of the Pokemon world. This is funny. Most of the mythical Pokemon are Pokemon that only exist once in the world. This Manaphy came to Pokemon Island, so there is no Manaphy in the ocean of that world. Hello, little cutie. Dark took a deep breath and decided to selectively forget this. He held Manaphy in his arms and rubbed it. The little guy was soft and cold, like a balloon filled with ice water. It felt very good to hold him in his arms. Especially now that Pokemon Island has just entered autumn, the weather is still relatively hot. As for that world, even if there is no Manaphy in the ocean, it should not matter, right? The existence of Manaphy has basically no effect on the ocean. Or, these second-level god-level Pokemon are basically like this, and their existence is not as necessary as the first-level gods. Mana. Manaphy looked up and saw Dark and felt a sense of closeness. He stretched out his two little hands and waved. The little guy is very adaptable to changes in the situation and immediately accepted the setting that he came to another world. Next, Dark told the other party that he would help him find a home, and Manaphy also made a pleasant sound. Dark personally carried Manaphy to the Dragon Palace in Fishman City, and introduced him to Mayor Neptune, who was frightened by Dark's sudden appearance. Neptune was very welcoming to Manaphy's arrival. Neptune didn't believe that anything would happen to Pokemon Island. He believed that in such a peaceful world full of gods, no one would want to do anything. At least, during the days when Dark was still the leader of the Alliance, such a person would not appear. Natural disasters made no sense. After all, this is an inland sea, not a real ocean. To put it bluntly, it is a huge mega lake. There are basically no whirlpools, tsunamis, typhoons, etc. here. He welcomed Manaphy just because he was too lonely. Otohim lives in Yggdrasil to fulfill her responsibilities as the guardian of the world tree. The eldest son, Shark Star, works as a water-type gym leader in the sailing world. The second and third sons are studying in the Pokemon Academy. The youngest daughter is running around the world to participate in the coordination competition. Neptune has become an empty-nest old man, guarding the huge Dragon Palace alone, and managing many matters in Fishman City every day, which is quite tiring. Now that he has such a cute little guy to accompany him, the old man is rolling on the ground with joy. Chapter 454 Solving the Problem of the Holy Land. The last Holy Pillar King Regigigas was placed underground in the Alliance base. Dark specially exchanged a dark space from the sea water under the Alliance base in the system to let Regigigas sleep. In theory, with the combat power of the Alliance city, there is no need for legendary Pokemon to protect it. The current Alliance trainers are limited in strength, but in less than 10 years, there will definitely be many quasi-elite or even elite-level trainers stationed in the Alliance city. It is even possible that a champion or even master-level trainer who can compete with the gods will be born. Besides, in the Safari Zone not far north of the urban area of Alliance City, there is the sandstorm god Tyranitar. In the suburban forest not far south of the urban area of Alliance City, there is the Konoha god Septal. With these two Pokemon comparable to level 2 gods here, basically nothing can go wrong. But without a level 1 god permanently stationed in Alliance City, people just feel uncomfortable. After all, Alliance City is the headquarters of the Pokemon Alliance and the capital of the Pokemon Island world. It must have a level 1 god to protect it to match the status of this city. Therefore, Regigigas, who has a special status among the level 1 gods, became the guardian god here. It didn't take Tobias a lot of time to assign these gods to their locations. After a day of rest in Alliance City, Dark returned to the magic world again. The moment he saw Dark again, Sosia's face was a curious expression appeared on her face. After all, it was the first time for her to see such an exaggerated thing as traveling through the world, and Dark seemed to be very relaxed. This made her look forward to the solution Dark proposed before. Sorry for the wait. It will only take a day. So fast. Well, I'll go to the Holy Land first. You can just go there to check the results. Dark shook his head. A teleport brought him to the Holy Land in the underground world. The Holy Land was not dark at this time, at most it was a little dim. Because the magic spells in this space absorbed a lot of Hua's rainbow light yesterday, and now the spells on the walls are still emitting colorful light. Although there is no way to use magic energy in this Holy Land, there is no restriction on other abilities. Whether it is Dak's physical skills, ninjutsu or special abilities, there are no restrictions here. However, there are not many people in the worlds who are as versatile as him, and only his 3 disciples are required to develop in all aspects. As for those who are at his level, there is no one. It took him a long time and a lot of effort to have the strength he has now. Looking back on the past, it was all sweat. Dark sighed and summoned the system to do a 10-shot combo. There was nothing useful, so he closed the system again. Come out, Regis, Pocky. Dark summoned the 2 legendary Pokémon. After Regis appeared, the Holy Land, which had a poor view, suddenly became bright. It was as if a huge shiny light was turned on in the center of the Holy Land, and the whole Holy Land was illuminated. Dark had never discovered before in Pokémon Island that the ice that made up Regis could actually glow. Regis, do you see that door? I'll ask you to protect it in the future. Freeze it with your ice first. Jilly-giloo. The yellow dots on Regis's face emitted a burst of light, and then Kay walked over quietly. Every time Regis took a step, the ground under K's feet would be frozen into ice. Until he approached the World Gate, the gate was also frozen into an ice gate in an instant. This is the characteristic of Regis, and it is also this characteristic that makes K basically lonely all his life. At most, only a few ice Pokémon are immune to this characteristic. K didn't even dare to touch the flowers and grass, for fear of freezing them to death. In the 3 holy pillars, our Regis is the worst one. Because the other 2 pillars don't have such troublesome characteristics. But correspondingly, Regis also makes up for some of its own lack of physical resistance because of this characteristic, making many Pokémon dare not approach K, and most physical attacks have to be close to the opponent. This makes many physical skills automatically scrapped when facing Regis. Therefore, Regis has become the strongest pillar in reality among the 3 holy pillars. Also, I will let Giratina open a portal here, leading to an uninhabited plain on Pokémon Island. Dark stretched out his hand and gestured at a certain place in the Holy Land. If you feel bored and lonely, then go to Pokémon Island through the portal. Many of the other legendary Pokémon will not be frostbitten by you. You don't have to worry about hurting them, you can play with them. Jilly-giloo. Regis waved her hand happily after hearing what Dark said. Then Dark squatted beside the World Gate and turned into a huge ice-blue crystal. From the outside, no one could tell that this crystal-clear and magnificent gem was a powerful creature. If an intruder came over curiously, he would be frozen into an ice cube in an instant. Palyaki, use Spatial Ren to cut this space apart. Roar! Palyaki said, crossing his hands and waving quickly. 12 pink flying slashes of varying lengths were thrown out, and the Holy Land was immediately cut into an independent rectangular space. Although from a visual point of view, the Holy Land and the magic world are still a whole. But only when you reach out and touch it will you find that there is already an impenetrable transparent barrier between the 2 spaces. Well, it's done. Doc nodded. Then, he stretched out his right hand, and instantly it was covered with dark red lightning, blue fluorescence, and the surface of the skin also turned black and yellow. Tangled, aura, armed and earth. Swish! The next moment, Dak's fist hit the invisible barrier in front of him like a cannonball. Crack! It seemed that there was an air wall in the air that was hit by Dak's punch, and a little grey-white crack appeared. But only a little bit, and it was restored to its original state in an instant. Doc didn't eat any shock berry, it was just that his power was close to the critical point that this world could bear, so it caused a little damage to this space. Change to another place, such as Albion. His punch just now could make the floating kingdom of Albion explode into pieces and fall to the ground. There are only 2 scenes in the entire sailing world that can be slightly close to this kind of expression. One is the war on the top, Newgate cut Marineford in half. The other is the martial dispute between Curzon and Sakaski. The 2 people permanently changed the climate of Punk Hazard, making it an ice and fire island with half ice and snow and half burning in flames. Afterwards, Doc tested it with Menmenberry and Psychic's teleport respectively. Both succeeded. This made Doc realize a problem. Although the magic world and the Holy Land have become 2 independent spaces, they are ultimately in the same set. The 3 places of Sailing World, Ninja World, and Pokemon Island belong to the other 3 sets outside this set. Pokemon Island is a little special. Because its nature is reverse world, it is the back of all linked worlds. Only Giratina, the owner of Pokemon Island, can create a portal to the front and make Pokemon Island the center where multiple worlds are linked. The upper limit of Doorberry and Psychic is very high. But it is limited to teleporting in a set, but it cannot teleport across sets. Dark can use Doorberry to return to the breeding house instantly, which is the power of the magic token. And the breeding house is located in the space gap between several worlds. To be precise, it has a small intersection with each world and does not constitute a separate set. Dark has all the guesses about the reason why he cannot cross the world. That is time. Different worlds are not only different in space, but also have their own time systems. Otherwise, the linked world would not need the twin gods of time and space, only one Pocky, the god of time and space, would be enough. Berry and Psychic can only achieve spatial leaps, but not temporal leaps. Even a full-level Psychic can only see the past and the future, but it cannot affect other things in time. If Dark wants to cross the world by himself, he still needs an ability to travel through time. No need to control time like Dialga, just borrow time like Celebi, then he should be able to cross the world with the linked channel. At present, all he can think of is Berry of Kojaki. When Dark lowered his head to meditate, footsteps came from behind him. He did not look back, but just heard the noise and knew that the people coming were Sozia and Yazan. Especially Yazan, when she moves, she will make the sound of stones colliding and rubbing, and it is hard for people not to know that it is her. It doesn't look like anything has changed. After Sozia approached, she raised her eyebrows and glanced at Doc. You'll know if you try. Doc turned his head to look at Sozia, then looked down. Originally Sozia was about the same height as him, but now she was half a head taller than him. Looking down, he saw that Sozia was wearing a pair of long boots and high heels. Before Doc finished speaking, Yashin next to him had already hit the barrier. Doc and Sozia both looked at Yashin with some doubts. They found that Yashin was a little bit wrong at this time. It looked like he was crazy about flowers. Chapter 455 Crazy Yashin. Doc followed the other person's gaze and his face became weird. Sister, Regis has no gender, and shouldn't Regirock be the one who should attract you? Wait, I almost forgot that the stone woman next to me has no gender either. Doc suddenly remembered this question. Although Yazan looks like a woman, the 4 kings of the elements are actually genderless. They became like this because they were influenced by the ancestor of magic, Blimir. However, it was completely unexpected that Yazan would fall in love with Regis. Regis should be closer to Shalasa. Yazan. Sozia was also somewhat shocked. According to her observations over the past 1,000 years, Yazan should be the most stable one among the 4 elements. She never thought that Yazan would have the kind of emotions that humans have. Although the 4 kings of the elements have their own consciousness and wisdom, they are not humans after all. They do not have most of the emotions that humans have, only emotions that are specifically related to their own attributes. For example, the irritability of fire, the freedom of wind, the calmness of water, and the stability of earth. Other emotions are basically not expressed in them. Or they are passively learning and comprehending. People like IRAs who like to run around have learned more emotions and show richer emotions. But the other 3 have not moved for hundreds or even thousands of years. Only a few humans are seen throughout the year, so naturally there is no way learn about emotions. Especially Ishan. Don't think she's active now, that's because Dark's arrival woke her up. She had been sleeping for 238 years before, and the last time she woke up was because the Pokemon tribe changed queens, and she opened her eyes and took a look. Under this situation, Ishan naturally couldn't be emotional. Even when Saris's ring was stolen, she didn't show rage or anxiety, just intending to get it back in her own way. Everything was very plain. So, when Ishan showed obvious admiration emotions, it was very shocking. Kay is really beautiful, the most beautiful creature I have ever seen. Dark tilted his head, a little confused, but soon his expression gradually became calm. Ice is not a rock in the geological layer, but it is a mineral, and glaciers are indeed a kind of earth. So, Regis's attraction to Ishan, the king of the earth element, seems acceptable. The highest level of persuasion is to persuade yourself, and Dark has successfully done this. Speaking of which, when Tyranitar appeared, the king of earth element also showed great interest, but not as exaggerated as when facing Regis. So the king of earth element has the attribute of being a fangirl. Dark pinched his chin and rolled his eyes. According to the standard that Ishan can have love for elements related to the earth. Then ice, rock, ground, and steel seem to be all right. In the legendary and fantasy Pokemon, the proportion of Pokemon with these attributes is quite large. In addition to Regis and Regirock, there are Groudon, Dialga, Heatran, Terrakion, Landorus, Zygarde, Diancie. There are too many to count, and the purest one may be Groudon. If it were Groudon, Ishan would have to bow down to him. Creature. Sasha was stunned and looked at the ice crystal in the Holy Land that was emitting dazzling brilliance. She didn't realize that it was a living creature. If Yashin hadn't spoken, she would still have a misunderstanding. It was the ice crystal that maintained the invisible barrier. That is the legendary Pokemon in our world, Regis, known as the Ice Pillar God. Its status is comparable to that of the 4 Elements King in your world. Dark opened his mouth and said, "It is Regis who will replace your Pokemon and Earth Elemental family to protect the Holy Land." Anyway, the legends of the various first gods in Pokemon Island are basically modified according to the outline he gave. Since he said so, the rumors about Regis in Pokemon Island will basically be like this in the future. In Dark's eyes, the 4 Elements King has the status of a second-level god at most when he comes to Pokemon Island, and there is nothing wrong with having the same status as Regis. God. Sasha glanced at the huge crystal. If it was according to Dark, then this creature named Regis must be very powerful. However, she could not imagine how powerful Regis was, so she could only guess based on this name. Regis. Ishan murmured the name, and the stones on his body rolled, and it was obvious that his heart was in great turmoil. Yes, Tyranitar and Ho-Oh, whom you have seen before, both have their own god names, namely Sandstorm God and Celadon/Rainbow God. Dark nodded, and at the same time pulled out the 2 Pokemon that had appeared in front of Susia before. This was to give Susia a vague idea of Regis' strength. As for the first-level god and the second-level god, he would never promote this kind of level recognition. In Pokemon Island, every first god has a large number of fans, and there is even a tendency to form religious sects. This kind of hierarchy theory is a blow to the fans of those low-level gods. I see, if it's that kind of strength, then I don't have to worry about anything. Soxia breathed a sigh of relief. Having seen the terrifying dust when Tyranitar appeared and the continuously burning flames of Ho-Oh, she knew very well that creature was a true god. It was an existence that the entire Pokemon clan could not contend with. With such a creature guarding them, they would never have to worry about anything. If even such a powerful god is defeated one day, then their Pokemon clan would just be a mess here. The huge stone that had been weighing on Socha and the entire Pokemon clan for a long time was finally removed, and she felt a sense of relief. Are the Pokemon clan finally free? No, the key point now is for you to check the imprisoned strength of this barrier. Dak's mind turned, and he suddenly remembered here comes the point, and then reminds Sozia next to him. No need to check, I already know the situation of Yashin. If even the King of Earth Element cannot enter the Holy Land, then no one in this world can enter it. Sozia pointed to Yashin next to him. At this time, Yashin seemed to have gradually lost his mind, and his body was being taken over by instinct, constantly using the stones on his body to squeeze the tackle barrier. Well, there is a third precaution, I will tell you in advance. Among the 4 great void magicians, 2 are not good stuff. One wants to rule this world, and the other wants to rule the world behind the world gate. I plan to put them under house arrest in our world and ensure that they are always alive to prevent the transfer of the void power. And the other 2, one of them is my student. I will tell her the seriousness of the matter. With the character of that child, she will not let this power be used by others even if she dies. And the other one? When he said this, Doc moved his eyes to Sozia. What's wrong? Sasha was listening excitedly, but who knew that Dark suddenly stopped talking, which made her feel uncomfortable. You should have a sister or niece, right? Dark thought about Tiffany's life experience. Tiffany Westwood, this is her full name. The biggest feature of this Hey Pokemon girl is that she is big. It's really hard to find a passable picture. Her father is the previous prince of the kingdom of Tristan, Boob Monty. This man is the current Grand Duke of Tristan and the uncle of Princess Henrietta. Not only that, he is also the descendant of a princess of the kingdom of Albion who married Tristan, and is also a distant cousin of Prince Wales of Albion. But now he is dead. According to this identity, Tiffany is also the cousin of Henrietta and the cousin of Wales. At the same time, it is precisely because of this identity that Tiffany will become a void user who should have appeared in the royal family of Albion. His mother is Charluer, which means pearl in Pokemon. She is a royal family in the Pokemon tribe, but it is unknown what her relationship with Sozia is. I have many sisters and nieces. Those who have royal blood are my descendants, even if it is only a little bit. What about Charluer? Charluer? I don't remember much. I remember that my great-granddaughter seemed to have mentioned it. She had a great-grandniece named this. Okay. Dak's mind was in a mess, and he suddenly remembered something. Although the woman in front of him looked only in her 20s, she was actually an old witch who had lived for more than 1,000 years. However, aren't all your Pokemon tribe women? How do you give birth to children? Doc. Doc was shocked. He originally thought that the Pokemon tribe reproduced by drinking a kind of water that can make female Pokemon pregnant. Who would have thought that the facts were more exaggerated than he imagined? Sozia said nonchalantly, while reaching out a hand to hook Dark's chin. Of course, normal male-female mating can also allow us to breed offspring. Although we don't like to give birth to Hey Pokemon, it's okay to give some special treatment to strong men. Do you want to try it with me? I'm very interested, but let's talk about it in a few years. With my identity, it will be very troublesome to breed offspring now. Dark pushed Sozia's hand away. What he said was indeed not bragging, with his status as the leader of the alliance and the degree of admiration of this generation of alliance members for him. The child he gave birth to will be immediately elected by everyone as the next leader of the alliance, and Luffy, Naruto, and his death will be immediately forgotten by everyone. Dark does not want his child to become the leader by relying on his shadow, but to win everyone's recognition through his own efforts. It's like that sentence. It's not that you can get everyone's recognition by becoming a Hokage, but you have to get everyone's recognition to become a Hokage. If his child becomes the leader of the Pokemon League and turns out to be an incompetent and foolish waste, leading the league and even the world to destruction, then he will clean up the mess himself without anyone else's help. His greatest acceptance of the leader of the league is, you can have no great achievements, but at least you have to maintain the status quo. If you can't maintain it, then get off the stage immediately. Duck even suspected that the two second and third generation leaders who had only been in office for a few years as mentioned by Charlotte were kicked off by him because they couldn't do this. Chapter 456 The Pokemon Queen Who Wants to Leave Offspring. How long do you have to wait? There's no need to worry about your identity. Sozia asked. The child will definitely be a girl when she is born. I will let her grow up in the Pokemon tribe and it won't affect you. So it doesn't matter even if they mate now. I won't let anyone know whose child she is. Ah. Duck turned his head and looked at Sozia's serious face before he realized that the queen was serious. He originally thought that Sozia was just joking. It turned out that she really wanted him to leave a seed. Yes, leave a seed. Doc did not hear Sozia's words. Any admiration in her eyes was at most due to her appreciation for the excellent and her worship for the strong. Soxia didn't want Doc to marry her and be his man, she just wanted to keep Doc's excellent bloodline. This relieved Doc of any psychological pressure and burden. If the other party really wanted to start a family, then Doc really had to think about it carefully. Forget it, I don't want to live a life of sneaking around to see my daughter. I want her to enjoy the doting of her uncles and aunts. Doc thought about it and waved his hand. He didn't have any concerns about doing exercise with Sozia. If it was just pure exercise, he wouldn't refuse. After all, Sozia's charm as a woman is unquestionable, and her body is very clean. But Sozia is not interested in the pleasure of mating. She just wants to have children. If she doesn't conceive, she doesn't plan to do mating exercises. It's just that Doc is not suitable for having children now. Okay, how long do you have to wait? Give me some time. It will take at least 20 to 30 years. Dark estimated his retirement time and the current development of Pokemon Island, and wiped his forehead helplessly. You are in your 20s now, right? According to your human age, you will be in your 40s or 50s by then. Are you still okay? Of course I am okay. I am not an ordinary person. I am also called a god in that world. It's only whether I want to die or not whether I will die. Of course, Dark will not admit that he can't do it. And what he said is indeed the truth. As a trainer of a bunch of mythical beasts, death is no longer his own business. If a few of these first gods can't see through Dark's life, aging, illness and death, then they may really not let Dark die and forcibly extend his life. Of course, even if all Pokemon can see through it, he will have to live for more than 10,000 years. His physical fitness is absolutely strong enough, at the ceiling level of the sailing world, and his body is not easy to age and get sick. Psychics and aura warriors have longer natural lifespans than ordinary people, not to mention that there are even more terrifying Viridian power and Earth power in terms of life extension. There will be more worlds connected in the future, and I wonder if there will be more new abilities. Really? What kind of god are you? Sochil looked at Dark suspiciously. She admitted that the psychic that Dark showed before was terrifying. But she felt that if she wanted to become a god, it was not enough to be powerful, and she must have privileges in a world. They call me the god of creation. Dark raised his head proudly, put his hands on his waist, and was so proud. Hey? You created the Pokemon Island. No, it was the Karen god Giratina who created the Pokemon Island, but I created Giratina with my own efforts. Yes, that's it. Dark nodded with a clear conscience. You created those other Pokemon gods. Soxia's eyes widened, and she swallowed as she looked at Dark. No, only some of them. Some of them have lived in other worlds for a long time, but I just pulled them here, just like you Pokemon tribe. Dark pointed at Soxia, letting him know what Dark meant. As for creating Pokemon, Arceus and humans can do it. Even humans used Mew's genes to create Mewtwo, a first-level combat god. Regarding the research on Pokemon, the Pokemon world is indeed ahead of Pokemon Island by at least hundreds of years. But it shouldn't take too long for Pokemon Island to catch up. In front is Monet, who is often assisted by Dark in research. Behind are Kayaba Akiyako and Brandon Rinko, masters of virtual worlds and data. In the middle is Vegapunk, a scientific research professor who is also 500 years ahead of the pirate world. These people are making progress in the field of Pokemon research at a terrifying speed. Why don't we start now? Soxia stretched out a hand and placed it on Dark's chest. The Pokemon of the spirit of nature tend to be more animal-oriented than humans, such as the obvious point of admiration for strength. No. Well, 20 or 30 years is not a long time, I can wait. Soxia withdrew her hand with some disappointment, and then pointed at Yashin who was constantly squirming against the barrier next to her. Why don't you go in? I think she is in pain. Well, okay, I'll take you to see Regis up close. These gods are usually hard to see. After Doc finished speaking, he grabbed Soxia and Yashin and used teleport to enter the Holy Land. It's so cold. It's really cold in here. As soon as he entered, Soxia shuddered. The Pokemon are quite resistant to heat and cold, at least 100 degrees to 100 degrees is within the acceptable range. But the temperature in the Holy Land is at least 150 degrees. Just now, Regis was holding back her ability. Now that she has released it, her body will subconsciously affect the surroundings and continue to emit cold air. The most obvious thing is that after a while, the ground around Regis's feet has frozen. However, the temperature here has no effect on Yashin. She is slowly approaching Regis. And Dark is shivering with cold. He is really convinced. This is also an obvious weakness of his. Although the cold and heat can't cause any harm to him, they can affect his feelings and mood. To put it bluntly, this is Oda's fault. The power of aura does not strengthen his physique too obviously. It can only be said that he has reached the level of a real mega rookie. The most important thing is to let Dark use his physical energy like an arm. The stronger his physical quality is, the stronger the effect of the power of aura can be. Dark's physical fitness is still mainly the way of the sailing world. But in Oda's setting, those with super strong physiques will face the same senses as ordinary people when facing cold and heat. For example, after the Straw Hat Pirates arrived in Punk Hazard, they were almost frozen to death on the ice and almost died of heat on the fire. Only natural ability users can be unaffected by the environment related to their abilities. Why are you freezing like me? Aren't you a god? It's true that I can't freeze to death, but I can feel cold. I understand. Soxia didn't know there was a word called blood lock, but she understood what Dark was like now. Let's go out first. Okay, I originally wanted to touch that god, but now forget it. Soxia looked at Regis with some regret. It should be said that even from the perspective of the Pokemon clan, the dazzling, crystal clear ice below crystal is extremely beautiful, which makes her a little fascinated by it. Fortunately you didn't do that. Doc pulled Soxia back outside using teleport, and soon his body gradually warmed up. This time he discovered another great advantage of Regis in guarding the Holy Land. In the not-so-large enclosed space of the Holy Land, the cold air released by Regis will continue to accumulate and affect the environment, and may eventually turn the Holy Land into a cold place. People who enter it will be awesome if they can live a few more hours, let alone fight. Is there an explanation? Regis's body structure is quite special, and everything that comes close to it will be frozen into ice. Just look at the world gate and the ground under Regis's feet. Doc pointed to the big ice pillar in the Holy Land. Really? Sasha stared and nodded, but she also saw Yashin gradually freezing under her feet. Wait, what about Yashin? She is the king of Earth element, immortal, what are you afraid of, and she is so close to Regis, so she must have instinctively realized that Regis will not harm her. Dake shook his head, feeling that Sozia knew less about these gods than he did. Although Doc seemed to have no ability when he did not use earth power on a daily basis, he knew very well how powerful the effect of this ability was. As long as he stood on the ground, Doc would not fall down, and the damage he suffered could be replenished and recovered instantly. Then the situation of Yashin, the king of earth element, should be similar. Besides, the element itself can hardly be considered a living thing, just like the tailed beasts in the ninja world are actually just chakra with consciousness. With such a nature, how can there be death? Sasha was convinced by Doc, and just watched the scene in the Holy Land quietly. Ashin's whole body had turned into ice, as if she had become an ice element king. But her movements were not hindered at all. After a few seconds, Ashin had already stuck to Regis and stretched out her arms to hug Regis. Regis was not asleep yet, and she didn't move just because she didn't want to scare Ashin. No, she's like this, is she not going to leave with me? Right, Ashin doesn't like to run around, and she won't go to other places if she can stay in one place. She's not from our Pokemon clan and I can't order her around. Now that Regis is here, I think she will definitely not leave. Forget it, let her stay. Before leaving, Doc used Psychic to send a message to Regis. Regis, the one next to you is Ashin, you will guard the world gate with her in the future, and you can also go to Pokemon Island together. She likes you very much, you should become good friends. Chapter 457 New Residents of Yggdrasil. After finishing the business with the Pokemon tribe, Dark continued to move towards the area south of Germania. The next target is the King of Fire Element Pinocchio. It is said that she is a fierce woman and needs to be conquered with strength. As for the Pokemon tribe and the Earth Element family, they follow the most as planned, stay here and prepare to leave. After 2 or 3 days, Dark can convince Pinocchio and lead the 4 elemental races and Pokemon to Pokemon Island. At that time, we need to find a suitable habitat for the 5 races. And Dark spent 5 days to solve the problem of the Fire Element family. 3 days were spent on finding this race. Dark never thought that this group of fire elements would not stay in the volcanic lava, but ran to a mountain top to get some fresh air. He ran almost all the places in the southwest of the country where fire magic energy was full, but he didn't find any trace of this family. Just when he thought that this family had moved, he saw a lone fire element when he passed by somewhere. After some friendly inquiries, he found the habitat of this family. And the subsequent handling process was also very straightforward. Pinocchio first mocked Dark, and then said that if Dark defeated her, she would leave with him and become Dark's familiar. This traditional way of catching Pokemon made Dark interested. But the process was not so passionate. Perhaps because of the influence of the environment, Pinocchio's strength was only at the quasi-elite level at most. It was almost equivalent to the Shishibukai of Doflamingo's level, or the bottom-ranked Super Shadows in Naruto. This level of combat power was naturally no match for Dark. He used confusion to forcibly restrict Pinocchio to the spot and then continuously attacked him with Sice Hawk. The bodies of the 4 elemental kings are immortal, but their consciousness is not invincible, and they will appear very powerless in the face of such mental attacks. Finally, Pinocchio surrendered very simply and directly summoned all the fire elements to leave with Dark immediately. This Fire King is really direct and irritable, and he keeps his word. This time Dark didn't wait any longer. He first used the power of Berry to send all three groups of water elements, fire elements, and wind elements to the Pokemon tribe. Then he took the Pokemon and the Earth Elemental family back to Pokemon. As for the habitats for the 5 major races, he had already thought about it before. The Pokemon family was arranged in Yggdrasil. He suddenly discovered a problem before. There were Sky Icelanders in Angel City, Fishmen and Mermaids in Fishman City, and 10,000 races in Alliance City, but there were no special races in Yggdrasil. The Pokemon family, who love nature, is simply the best fit for this natural city. And the Tontata family mentioned earlier is now hiding in this city and is a part of this city. The Tontata family is born with many warriors. Although they are small, they are fast and strong. Under such circumstances, many Tontata warriors joined Alliance City and became part of the inspection team or the guard team. Originally, their families were to be arranged in Alliance City, so that they would not break up the family and could protect their families. However, the relatives of the Tontata family chose the city of Yggdrasil, and they liked this city under the World Tree more. The innocent and kind-hearted Tontata family would be the best partners of the equally innocent and friendly Pokemon, and Dark also intended to let them communicate with each other. The Tontata family would help the Pokemon understand the world. He put the 4 element families aside first and brought the Pokemon to Yggdrasil. There has never been a mayor in Yggdrasil, mainly because the population here is small under normal circumstances and there is no need for a mayor. You can take the position. Me? I don't know anything yet. Just learn it slowly. You still have about 20 days to learn it all. Dark waved his hand and led the Pokemon into the city. Tens of thousands of plump, revealingly dressed, lively and cute long-eared sisters entered the city. This will naturally cause a sensation, and many people will run out of their homes or stop on the street to watch. Why 20 days? Although Sozia is very curious and fond of this quiet and natural city. But she has seen many human cities in the magic world, so she can still stay calm and shift her attention to the key things. From October 1st to October 7th, this week is a legal holiday for the entire Pokemon Island. At that time, people from the entire Pokemon Island and even several other worlds may run to this natural city. You will be very busy then. How many people will come? At least hundreds of thousands. Doc conservatively estimated a number. This number is definitely not a lot, but it is still a bit important. After all, this is a week-long holiday instead of a 1 or 2 days. If it was only 1 or 2 days, then people would not come here at all, because it would take 5 or 6 days to take the train back and forth. But since there is only 1 day to play here, it is not fun at all, so most people will not come here. Most people would choose to go to the nearby Angel City and Fishman City. Hundreds of thousands. Socha murmured. This number is still within her acceptable range. About 800 years ago in the magic world, the Pokemon tribe suffered a large-scale attack from Romania, and Romania sent 1.8 million people in that battle. At that time, Sozia, who was only a triangle-level Pokemon tribe saint, personally participated in that battle. Even if the Pokemon tribe was full of middle and high-level mages, they could not withstand this number, and the population dropped sharply from 110,000 to 70,000. Later, after several wars of varying sizes, the number of Pokemon tribes has become less and less to more than 10,000 now. But Romania is not doing well either. After that battle more than 800 years ago, the Kingdom of Romania had little combat power left and could only defend itself. The Pope at the time was worried about being destroyed by the other 5 major powers, so he quickly announced that Romania would always remain neutral and would not initiate war against any country. Don't worry, I'll find someone to help you understand how to manage this city. Dake patted Sozia on the shoulder, signaling that the other party should not be too nervous. In his opinion, Sozia, as the leader of the Pokemon tribe, has managed the Pokemon City for hundreds of years, and this experience is fully capable of taking on this position. Roar, I think you are treating me as your mistress, using your authority to open a back door for me." Sozia's eyes became a little charming, and she pursed her lips and leaned towards Dark. "Go away, I'm asking you and the Pokemon tribe to work for me. In the Yggdrasil, the Pokemon tribe also has to help me and other races and Pokemon protect the World Tree." "Guard again? How can this be the same? I won't restrict your freedom, and your Pokemon tribe will not be excluded by other races here. Besides, the environment of this city is so good, are you still not satisfied?" Dark motioned Sozia to look around. Many residents in Yggdrasil were greeting the Pokemons enthusiastically, and their friendly and kind attitude really made Sozia feel warm in her heart. Especially, there were many alien races that looked different from normal humans. Compared with those races, their ears were just a little bit pointed, which was not surprising. The members of the Pokemon tribe also smiled and waved to those people in response. Many Pokemon tribes also looked at the Pokemons jumping up and down in the city. As a race close to nature, the Pokemon tribe naturally has a high liking for various animals and plants. It can be said that every Pokemon is a natural Pokemon lover. And the gentle, kind, and natural aura on them is particularly easy to make the emotionally sensitive Pokemon feel friendly, just like the Pokemon tribe has the racial talent of Pokemon affinity. "It's really good here, thank you, Dark." Sozia looked at the happy expressions on the faces of her family members, smiled, and sincerely thanked Dark. "Speak of the devil will appear." "What?" Sozia didn't understand Dark's proverb at all. "Didn't you say before that someone would teach you about this world? That person is here." Dark stretched out his finger and pointed to a group of people walking towards this side in the distance. "The Madara family. It's actually just Madara, Izuna, Kaiwu, and a few Pokemon. Those apprentices have gone their separate ways to pursue their dreams and careers." "That's yours too." Soxia immediately noticed the dance that was very similar to her style. "That's my niece, don't talk nonsense to me, I'm a partner with her father." Dake quickly stopped Socha's outrageous speech. "Are these brought from the New World?" After approaching, Izuna asked first, looking at the Pokemon tribe with curiosity and then showing a strange look, "Are they all female?" "This is the Pokemon tribe. There are only females in the tribe. They can reproduce offspring through female-female methods to ensure the purity of their bloodline. The world is so big, there are all kinds of things." Even the calm Madara couldn't help but sigh. Even someone as powerful as him has to rely on normal male-female mating to reproduce offspring. "Uncle Dake, are these little cuties going to live here in the future?" "Well, Pokemon love nature, and Yggdrasil is very suitable for them." Dake did not tell Kaiwu that the little cuties she mentioned were old babies who had lived for decades or even hundreds of years. "Kaiwu, I plan to let the Pokemon leader Sozia be the mayor of Yggdrasil. I'll ask you to help her understand this world and this city in the next few days." "Oh, leave it to me, this sister looks really beautiful." Kaiwu is very she gladly accepted the job, as she had helped Dark manage the city before. Now she can finally put these things aside and practice with peace of mind. Chapter 458 The Habitat of the Four Elements. Morgans made headlines about the Pokemon tribe moving into Yggdrasil. Now many people know that there is a new race in the world, and they have guessed that a new world will join this big circle. Many people have boarded the train to Yggdrasil with curiosity. There must be many problems for the Pokemon tribe to enter Yggdrasil, and Dark arranged to teach them dancing and Tanta family, but they were exhausted. For example, the long-standing dressing habits of the Pokemon family are a big problem. Although it is okay to wear revealing clothes, you can't just go out in a bikini. In addition, the girls of Pokemon family are too innocent, and they will be easily taken advantage of by those perverts in the future. At times like this, Dark would rather have more perverts like Sanji. Although he is perverted, he is at least a gentleman and will not really touch and deceive girls. In solving this problem, Kaiwa has taken a different approach. When the Pokemon girls first put on those clothes, they felt very uncomfortable and expressed a strong desire to take off their clothes. Everyone can understand this. Just like many people like to wear only underwear or even nothing at home, because they feel comfortable when they wear less clothes. However, when Kaiwa brought them many beautiful and cute clothes such as short skirts and shirts, they no longer expressed such ideas and were keen to dress themselves and other sisters with these clothes. Sure enough, girls like to dress up beautifully, even the Pokemon tribe in the deserted desert. The problem of clothing has been solved, and there are other problems. One of the biggest problems is the perception of being different from others. There is a tradition in the Pokemon tribe that when they want to establish a friendly relationship with each other, they often invite each other to take a bath together. When Kaiwa went out one day, he was stunned when he saw a Pokemon sister inviting a Guedud to take a bath. Guedud was also stunned. If the child had not been harmless, Guedud would have thought that the other party was taunting him. Who is a good person who invites a rock Pokemon to take a bath to enhance the relationship? There is no problem in making such an invitation in the original Pokemon City, after all, everyone is a girl. But it is definitely not the case now. Izuna had previously reported to Kaiwa that there was a Pokemon in the city inviting him to take a bath. This kind of invitation to take a bath regardless of species or gender is really too exaggerated. It needs to be corrected. Kaiwa was worried about handing over this important task of teaching daily cognition to the Tontata family, whose cognition was also a bit weird, so she specially found Otohim. Otohim is a big celebrity in Yggdrasil. It was the same as her reputation in Fishman Island during the sailing world. Because Otohim had nothing to do all day long, but she was kind-hearted and willing to help others, so she asked everywhere if anyone needed help. When Kaiwa gave this job to Otohim, Otohim was quite happy to take it. Looking at the innocent and cute Pokemon girls in front of her, Otohim felt like she was teaching more than 10,000 white stars, and the maternal love in her heart was overflowing. Later, after the Pokemon tribe became familiar with Otohim, these Pokemon girls who were much older than Otohim would call Otohim Mom. This made Kaiwa and the Tontata family feel relieved. Because they are very worried about whether these little Pokemon sisters will be deceived by those bad guys. If there is Otohim, then these worries are unnecessary. Otohim is the owner of Viridian power, and she can communicate with the flowers and plants of the entire Yggdrasil. She will ask the flowers and plants in the city to help her keep an eye on the movements of her daughters and prevent them from being abducted by bad guys. Moreover, the people of Yggdrasil are simple and honest, and the people living here will not sit idly by and watch the little Pokemon being bullied. The guards and supervisors stationed in Yggdrasil are not just there to eat. After finding the habitat of the Pokemon tribe, the next thing is the 4 elemental families. Doc found the simplest habitat of the fire elemental family at the beginning. He led the fire elemental family to open a huge grey door. After crossing the threshold, they came to an isolated island. This island looks very strange. The whole land was charred black. Not only was the temperature extremely high, but there was no green vegetation at all. The main colors of the island were black and red. In the center of the island was a huge volcano. There seemed to be lava slowly flowing down the mountain pass. There was also a strong burning sensation and hot breath coming from the direction of the volcano. Doc originally thought that the fire elements would be very excited after coming here, after all, the environment here was too comfortable for them. But he was unexpectedly wrong. The flames burning on the fire elements became more and more intense, but they were all trembling. Even the king of fire elements, Pinocchio, looked as if he was facing a great enemy, staring at the volcano in the middle. Have you sensed Groudon's breath? Doc glanced at the central volcano on the island, and he could sense that Groudon was sleeping there. This island was a small island created by Groudon himself. It was not large in area, and for Groudon it was a bed where he could sleep comfortably. Bang! Suddenly, the central volcano erupted a little magma, and then Groudon popped his head out of the crater. He sensed Doc's breath, so he came out to welcome him. However, Groudon had no intention of leaving the volcano at all, and just stood far away and looked. This lazy guy. Doc could probably guess what Groudon was thinking now. It was nothing more than that he had already said hello, so it was time for Doc to leave. He hadn't slept enough. Groudon, these fire elements will live on this island in the future, is that okay? Doc spoke to Groudon from a distance. But in fact, he was speaking to the fire elements around him. He and Groudon's conversation at such a long distance was completed through psychic. Groudon didn't respond after listening, but nodded at Doc's reminder. Then, he retracted his head and continued to sleep. Just stay here. Groudon sleeps very soundly, and generally sleeps for decades or hundreds of years. Doc comforted the trembling fire elements around him and explained to Pinocchio. After hearing Doc's words, they were relieved and began to enjoy the environment on this island with their hearts. Pinocchio was a little moved. Just like Yashin would feel close to creatures related to the earth, so was she, the king of fire elements. She really wanted to communicate with Groudon and become friends. Although Groudon only had a ground attribute in his normal form. But he is now in his original form, the true god of earth and lava. A Pokémon with both ground and fire attributes would naturally attract Pinocchio. However, Dark was not very optimistic about this. Groudon was a lazy man. Maybe he would just dislike Pinocchio for being too noisy and affecting his sleep. In the future, this isolated island may be named Fire Island. On this island, you can meet rare Pokémon, fire elements, which can only be met here. Dark did not disturb the fire element's exploration of the island, but directly used the ability of Berry to leave. The habitat of the water elements is also easy to solve. They were directly placed in the inland sea by Dark and returned to Sarasa. There are still earth and wind elements to consider. Earth elements don't have many requirements for habitats, as long as they are on the ground. They love to rest like Yashin, and don't like to move. There are so many places like this on Pokémon Island, but Dark chose to arrange the Earth Element family to sleep with Regirock on the 10th floor of the floating castle where Akihiko Kayaba fights. Regirock, as the rock pillar god, is in line with his identity with such a group of stone brothers around him. Yashin lost his brothers and got Regis. Regirock didn't lose anything, but got a bunch of brothers. Isn't this a kind of NTR? The wind element is not easy to deal with. To be precise, this group of erratic winds have no habitat. They like to run around the world and fly freely in the sky. But if you want to fly in the sky of Pokémon Island, you have to ask the opinion of the Sky God. Afterwards, Dark asked Palki, who was still beside him, to bring him over and told Rayquaza about this matter. Rayquaza looked down at the wind elements and didn't express any opinions, obviously not very happy. At first, Dark was a little distressed. Until Iras, who was wandering around the Pokémon Island, came over and got close to Rayquaza, and the matter was resolved. It turned out that he had become friends with Rayquaza during the days when Iras was wandering around. Tisk. Rayquaza glanced at Iras and seemed to be a little disdainful. However, Dark could feel that Rayquaza's heart still had a good impression of Iras, but he was just being arrogant. After Rayquaza learned that these wind elements were all Iras's people, he reluctantly accepted it and allowed these wind elements to run around in his territory, but they could not fly too high. The habitats of the four elements were thus resolved. For now, according to the difficulty of capture. The water element living in the inland sea is undoubtedly the most accessible Pokémon. The second is the isolated island located overseas. Once it is discovered one day, the fire element there will be easy to contact. The third is the top floor of the battle-hanging city. Only those with strength can go to the 10th floor to see the earth element. As for the wind element, it depends on luck. They have no fixed place to live and run around the world. If you are unlucky, you will never see one in your life. If you are lucky, you may appear in front of you in the next second. Chapter 459 Two New Kings. September 28, 6783, Brimir. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 20 days, a lot of things happened in the whole of Halkakania. It seems that the quiet time has passed, and the storm is coming. First, it was the 2 days when Dark went to the Pokemon tribe to solve the Holy Land. The civil war in Albion suddenly broke out. But the fuse came from Tristan. Just as Dark and his party left the Tristan Magic Academy, the old king of Tristan suddenly fell unconscious. The doctor said that this time the situation was very bad and that they had to start preparing for the succession ceremony immediately. In fact, this was equivalent to saying, the old king is hopeless and the new king should ascend the throne. However, doctors cannot directly make conclusions before the operation in front of the patient's family, as that may cause a series of troubles. They can only use "we will do our best, but please be mentally prepared" to give a shot of prevention. The ambitious royal family of Albion got the news from someone unknown, and they became a little anxious for a while. Even if some of the small nobles were panicking, there was nothing they could do. They had already done this, and there was no other way left for them. Henrietta, the heir to Tristan, was the fiancée of Prince Wales, and all the nobles of the two countries knew this very well. Once Henrietta ascended the throne, the first thing she would do was undoubtedly to send troops to help the Prince of Albion. By then, they would not have much time. However, when they got the news, they could at least keep calm and steady, and gradually gathered their strength to prepare for the final general offensive. Until the other two things happened one after another, the ambitious faction was furious and could not sit still. One thing. The mysterious organization that had been secretly helping them plan the entire civil strife and collect intelligence suddenly disappeared. It was very sudden. Almost overnight, all the members of the mysterious organization disappeared. They didn't know whether they ran away or were assassinated by someone. But in the capital of Albion, who could kill so many powerful people overnight without making any noise? So they were more inclined to believe that these people had run away and abandoned them. Another thing. That is, Germania, who was originally putting pressure on Tristan at the forefront, suddenly wanted to cease fire with Tristan. It seemed that some deal was reached with others in secret. The old king of Tristan was seriously ill and the new king had not yet ascended the throne, which was naturally what he wanted. The truce between the two countries means that Tristan has a free hand. Perhaps there is no need to wait until Henrietta ascends the throne, as the reinforcements of the prince's faction are already on the way to Albion. The wild new faction was in a state of confusion as they thought about all kinds of possibilities. Some of the nobles lost their patience and asked their subordinates to take action, which gave the prince's faction a reasonable reason to eliminate the rebels. After all, among the civilians, because they are too far away, they are not aware of the current confrontation between the Albion royal family and the nobles, and they are still in their daily lives. Once Wales has no reason to eliminate these nobles, it will cause panic among the people, and he will not have a good reputation among the people after he takes office. Now that there is a reason, he will naturally not hesitate. Under the helping hand of the Grey Army, the Welsh faction has already accumulated enough strength to fight against the wild new faction. The war is about to break out. Originally, it should have been a trend of almost evenly matched battles, but when it really started, it was almost one-sided. The Prince faction was full of vigor and morale, while the wild new faction was panic-stricken and could not exert its full strength, so the elite faction was defeated by the wild new faction before the battle began. 10 days ago, the ascension of Queen Henrietta of Triestine became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The originally neutral nobles directly joined the Prince faction, and the wild new faction completely lost its resistance and was chased everywhere. Those who escaped from the battlefield by chance and thought they could survive would meet a group of mysterious people wearing dark green cloaks at the edge of Albion's border. Until today, the ambitious faction was completely eliminated, and Albion came out of the civil war. Prince Wales Tudor successfully restored the rule of the Tudor dynasty and became the new king of Albion with the support of countless remaining nobles. This civil war not only helped Helping Hand Wales eliminate many nobles with guilty consciences, but also recovered a large number of fiefs and properties that had been distributed in the past. Of course, some of these things should be used to reward the nobles who first supported him. When he rose up, he had nothing on the surface and planned to restore the royal family. Some dukes and marquises who had a good relationship with the Tudor royal family for thousands of years left the wild new faction at the first time, returned to the prince faction to support him, and were willing to give him a chance to prove himself. They didn't want to oppose the Tudor royal family at first. If the king was a human being, they would not say anything, but Albion could not be completely abolished because of Tudor. Once it was abolished, they might be attacked by other countries. These nobles really wanted to keep Albion alive. Wales naturally wanted to reward these people for choosing him. As for those nobles who later joined the prince faction, Wales was really naive and wanted to give them some rewards. After all, they also contributed in the end. But when he proposed this idea, Wales was immediately beaten up by the dragon, the kind that couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. For this guy who has been watching the situation and still has some wild ideas in his heart, he doesn't want to punish him but wants to reward him. What do those who supported him at the beginning think? Wales also suddenly realized after being taught by the dragon. The first thing he did when he got out of bed was to demote all these people to a lower level and take back a lot of fiefdoms. This way of handling made many people nod their heads, thinking that the prince had matured a lot, and it should be no problem for him to be the king of Albion. October 1st, 2 o'clock in the morning. On the rooftop of the second floor of the castle of the Kingdom of Albion, Prince Wales was practicing the physical skills taught by the dragon over and over again. Hoo-hoo! When his physical strength was completely exhausted, Wales stopped panting, with some pain on his face. Although he became the king, the dragon's requirements for him did not decrease at all, and the amount of training increased a lot. Because Wales had to lead the army to fight before, he didn't have much free time. Now that he has become the king, except for the necessary daily arrangements for state affairs, there is basically nothing to do, and he is idle every day. This dragon must increase the amount of training for Wales. Not to mention reaching the level of his father Garp, but at least he should be able to survive for 5 minutes under his Garcomp's attack. Long's Garcomp LV.64, proficient in two-color haki and some ninjutsu, is equivalent to the level of a regular Shishibukai, a little weaker than the deputy emperor of the 4 emperors. By the way, this is for you. Long, who was standing next to him, saw that he was almost there, and took out an egg from under his cloak. What is this? Pokemon egg. Pokemon. Is it a familiar like Masters Garcomp and Haxorus? Bang. Ouch. I told you, this is called Pokemon, correct your statement. Long gave Wales a head bang on the forehead, making a sound like a gunshot, and Wales was thrown 4 or 5 meters to the ground. Oh! Wales climbed up from the ground, covering his forehead, and hurried over to take the egg, holding it in his arms and carefully examining and rubbing it. He had wanted to contract a familiar for a long time. It was just that Long had never allowed him to make a contract before. Until today, he finally knew why. Because the master was going to prepare an egg for him. This egg is the offspring of one of my Pokemon. I don't know whether it will produce a paternal race or a maternal race. Anyway, it is more suitable for you. You must cultivate it carefully and take good care of it. I will, master. Wales nodded vigorously. That's it. Remember to prepare for the 3-party talks in 7 days. Yes. In a small town not far from Albion. What? The civil war is over. Louise was shocked to hear the information they got from a tavern. They had gone through so much hardship and ran so hard for so long before they were about to reach their destination, but when they were about to arrive, they were told that the mission was over. The Queen sent a message saying that there will be a 3-party meeting in a week. We can go there with King Wales of Albion. Anis held a letter in his hand. The messenger was a pigeon specially raised by the royal family of Toristan. It was not as intelligent as Pokemon and those magical races, but it was still quite spiritual. Three-party meeting, what is that? Louise looked at Anise curiously. Tabeza also stopped reading and looked up. And Dark's clone was not clear about these. He didn't have that part of the memory, but he didn't care. He just stayed here for a while and brushed up his favorability on behalf of the original body. In a week, Albion, Torreston, and Germania will hold talks. At that time, the three kings Wales, Henrietta, and Belgrade will go to the central area of the three countries to meet. Anise looked at the content of the letter and told them. Hey? Belgrade will come? The prince and the princess are in the same group. Louise has not changed her way of addressing the two. Anise also has a lot of concerns about this matter. Many puzzled and shocked. The fact that Wales and Henrietta were engaged and had a good relationship was not a secret information in the hands of the other kings. But knowing this, why did King Belgrade dare to come alone to negotiate with the two countries? Chapter 460 The Queen's Bodyguard. Kingdom of Torreston Capital Palace Queen's Bedroom. Teacher Dake, is this right? Very good, your technique has improved a lot, but you can use a little more force and use your fingertips to massage her head. Dake looked at Henrietta, who was concentrating on her craft, and nodded with satisfaction. The real person of Dake was here at this time. And his current identity is the Queen's royal teacher. A serious teacher. Nearly a month ago, the old King Torreston suddenly became seriously ill and fainted. This matter has nothing to do with Dake. However, a dozen days ago, Princess Henrietta successfully ascended the throne and calmed down the restless nobles. Doc made great efforts in this matter. Because Doc asked the Georgian army to clear out all those cancerous nobles. These people originally planned to make things difficult for the princess, who looked weak when she first took office. When Henrietta learned that those people were dealt with by Doc's people, she did not show rage or worry, but just breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Doc for his actions, but hoped that Doc would not act on his own next time. And it was this point that made him look at the 17-year-old queen with a new look. This queen is not as gentle as she looks on the surface, and she also knows what is good for her. Looking back, when Henrietta was still a princess, she often followed her elders to attend various noble occasions and did not enter the Magic Academy to study. So Henrietta is more familiar with these things of the kingdom's high-level officials, unlike Wales, who is so naive and idealistic. At this time, Dark would recall the forgotten memory, the setting of Henrietta. Henrietta's prototype was based on Elizabeth I. Elizabeth I never married, but the Tudor dynasty was very powerful under her rule. Elizabeth has a classic saying, "I married myself to the British continent." And Henrietta seems to be a queen who has the courage to say, "I married myself to Torreston." When Dark suddenly appeared in the palace more than 10 days ago, Henrietta, who was still a princess, was shocked. Because she clearly remembered that Dark should be on the way to Albion now. Until Dark showed his substitute skill on the spot, the princess accepted Dark's sudden appearance and expressed amazement at the power of the other world. At the same time, Dark also told Wales's master that he was his subordinate, and the helping hand Wales's power to ascend the throne was also his subordinate power. Henrietta was extremely shocked when she knew this. Of course, there was some doubt. Wales's situation before Albion was, of course, clear to her fiancé. Similarly, Henrietta knew Wales's character very well. She knew that the naive Wales was definitely no match for the nobles, so she hurriedly sent people to Albion to help. But everything was different from what she imagined. Wales had gathered a huge force to form a balance with the nobles, and was still growing stronger. When Henrietta got this information, she was sure that Wales must have received help from a master. But she couldn't guess where this person or this force came from. Doc's appearance and display of that magical power did convince Henrietta a lot, but she couldn't believe it completely. For this reason, Doc specially used Barry to go to Albion, brought Wales over to let Henrietta take a look, and then threw Wales back. He didn't give the two young lovers time and opportunity to be affectionate. Because both of them are in a critical state now, knowing that each other is alive is enough for them to continue working hard. Being too close will only delay things. After seeing this mysterious power from Dark and seeing Whale's attitude towards Dark, Henrietta completely believed what Dark said and became very respectful to Dark. Then Dark asked Henrietta if she wanted to hire him as a teacher. It's a teacher, not a master with inheritance. There is a big difference between the two titles in Chinese culture. Henrietta thought that Dark was going to teach her magic or the ability of the other world, so she gladly accepted it and recruited Dark as a private teacher. But it was not. What Dark wanted to teach Henrietta was how to cultivate her own Pokemon. Also, Helping Hand can even be said to be manipulating Henrietta to lead Tristan to cooperate with the other two countries and establish a new alliance. Helping Hand forged the era of peace in Halkakanaya. When Dark saw Henrietta, he did two things first. The first thing. He gave Henrietta a water-type Pokemon egg. This was not a Pokemon that was temporarily exchanged from the artifact shop. It was not a dream, but brought from the Pokemon Island. According to Dark's observation, the egg has been hatched for more than 20 days. The second thing. Tell the other party openly what you hope the world will become. This can be told to Henrietta. Because for the weakest and unambitious Tristan. If the era of peace that Dark talked about comes, then they will undoubtedly be the happiest, and they will no longer have to worry about being attacked or targeted by other big countries. And Henrietta knows this. And she herself is a peace-loving person, with no interest in war or talent in that aspect. So, she agreed to help Doc create such an era. It was for Tristan and to repay Doc and his many favors. About a week later, Doc taught Henrietta about Pokemon every day, and revealed to Henrietta his and the Graves' many plans bit by bit. In other words, Dark knows this character well. And her fiancé Wales will never betray the Master Dragon who saved her. That's why Dark can trust Henrietta so much and tell her the plan. At the end of this week, Henrietta's Pokemon egg was born. It was a tearied lizard. Dark didn't know what Pokemon was in this Pokemon egg before, he just took an egg from the water-type breeding room. Now think about it, the tearied lizard is quite suitable for Henrietta. As the king of a country, even in the future peacetime, he will inevitably face assassination. And the final evolution of the tearied lizard, Thou Sand-Faced Lizard. Although this Pokemon is not as expressive as Greninja in the animation and not as strong as Swampert in the game. However, looking at the abilities introduced on the panel, this is definitely the strongest and most perfect water master. Thousand-Face Chameleon has a very high IQ, is calm and likes to think carefully, and always shows his gentlemanly demeanor. In battle, he can calmly analyze the opponent's weaknesses and habits and formulate strategies, and is good at using his own intelligence to fight. There is a blade hidden in his tail, which can be used for close combat. It can shoot the water compressed in its body from its fingertips at a speed of Mach 3, aiming at the opponent's vital points to attack, and can assassinate from a distance. There are special nictitating membranes in its eyes, which have super dynamic vision and the effect of detecting enemy weaknesses, and can accurately hit the vital points and trigger critical hits. It can even glide using the wing membrane on its back, and can even fly at low altitude if the speed is fast enough. And Thousand-Face Chameleon is also a water-attributed agent classified Pokemon, and its combat ability in water will be enhanced. For the trainers he recognizes, he will also show 100% loyalty. This is a Pokemon that can fly to the sky, go to the sea, fight in close combat, fight from a distance, hit critical hits with every move, and can even fly, and is loyal. Is this setting not exaggerated? This is just the ability introduced on the panel. In fact, the Thousand-Face Chameleon has many hidden abilities, including but not limited to using the crown to sense the wind and weather, using the lens in the eye to sense the opponent's body temperature, and adjusting body temperature and breathing to reduce its presence. With such a Pokemon around, if you want to assassinate Henrietta, you can only think about it. Now, Henrietta is gently rubbing the head of the little tearful lizard in her arms with both hands, rubbing the guy to snore, and looks very comfortable. Although this little guy can only charm and cry now, she will grow into a personal bodyguard and professional killer around Her Majesty the Queen in the future. You have to take time to do this every day, because I know that the most important step to cultivate powerful Pokémon is to establish indestructible bonds and feelings with them. Before Dark said the next words, Henrietta immediately said what Dark wanted to say. These days, Dark basically repeats similar words to her several times every day. Well, good kid. Dark was stunned, then nodded with satisfaction, and patted Henrietta's head. Henrietta rolled her eyes. She felt that Dark was only 1 or 2 years older than her, but he always did all kinds of things that only elders could do. If she hadn't felt that Dark had no desire for her, she would probably have thought that Dark was taking advantage of her by using his identity. But Dark just looks young. When Dark traveled to the pirate world, he was only 21 or 22 years old. After practicing various special abilities and strengthening his physique, he became much younger and looked like a young man of 18 or 19 years old. However, it was the opposite. According to the current date, Dark has traveled for more than 4 years. If you count the time when Dark went to the ninja world 38 years ago, it would be 4.5 years. Dark's actual age as he is already 26 or 27 years old, 10 years older than Henrietta. However, Doc didn't know this, and others couldn't judge his age by his appearance. Just like Fairy Queen Sozia doesn't look like an old witch who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Chapter 461 Dragon's Plan. October 7, 6783 in Blimir. Today is the day for the 3 countries of Touristan, Albion, and Germania to hold talks. The location of the talks was chosen by the dragon, a mini-kingdom in the center of the 3 countries but not within the scope of any country. This kingdom only calls itself a kingdom, and is actually unknown and unrecognized. The entire country has a population of about 1 million, and the area of the kingdom is equivalent to the size of a county town. As for the people who facilitated this talk, it was nothing more than Doc and the dragon. Doc persuaded Touristan's queen Henrietta to go there. Besides, the alliance itself is beneficial to the 3 countries, not to mention that one of them, Albion, is the country of his fiancée, so there is no need to worry. Albion's new king, Wales, also followed the words of his master, Long, and went there to learn things and accumulate experience. As for Belgard, the king of Germania, he was also persuaded by Long. But how did Long persuade this person? Doc didn't know, so he didn't ask, just looked at the result. But it is unlikely to be coercion, but more likely to be inducement. Force can only serve as an auxiliary means in this world. These nobles will inexplicably become tough and rebellious when facing the threat of force and death. Even if they are very tempted by this proposal at first, maybe they can be persuaded by talking, but once they are threatened by force, they will directly refuse. Even if they are afraid of death and don't want to die, they will not succumb to force. That will make them feel very embarrassed, and they use this method to maintain their noble honor. Even if it is just an honorary noble knight, it is the same. There must be enough benefits or personal charm to make these nobles join, and then they can calm down and trust you by showing off their skills in secret. Such people are not only common in the noble circles of the magic world. There are even more of them in the ninja world or the sailing world. Like Kisame, Guy, Jiraiya, Asuma, Koji, Yahiko, Madara in the ninja world. Like Newgate, Shiki, Sabo, Ace, Smoker, Kid, Law, Khorasan on the sea. Too many, too many. These people have their own pride and ambitions, and will never be threatened by death or succumb to people with hostile positions. If you want them to join, you can only use benefits and personal charm. Although the latter is more difficult, it is more effective, and it can even make these people never betray until death. Of course, some of them just hate the act of betrayal, so they disdain to do it. Of course, you can't go to this small country on the day, but you have to leave nearly a week in advance to arrive, unless you use a faster vehicle. For example, Henrietta can leave on the morning of the same day. Because she has no vehicle, Doc will use the doorberry to open the door for her to go directly to the scene. However, Henrietta only brought a few night guards from the Musketeers. The Musketeers are the team led by Annies, which is composed of all female knights, as a symbolic role, and did not bring any troops for protection. Henrietta really doesn't need to bring a large army. After all, Doc is by her side, and with Dac's ability, no one can stop her from leaving. Besides, the Albion army brought by Wales is enough. Compared to the silence of Henrietta's side, the commotion caused by Bellegarde and Wales is not small. The total number of troops they brought is more than 200,000, and almost the entire Halkidiki continent knows that the armies of Albion and Germania have met. Ordinarily, such a meeting between kings of kingdoms should be conducted in secret and not known to everyone. One is to prevent others from discovering the content of the meeting, and the other is to prevent being ambushed on the road or during the meeting. But Germania and Albion made a move that the whole world knew about. This is almost an open conspiracy. Tell the royal families of all countries that we are in talks, so will you send someone to investigate or not? In Dragon's plan, he let Wales and Bellegarde lead the army out of the country to make a big noise. The purpose is to let the other 3 countries send people to investigate. Then they will find another thing, no 2 kings meeting, but 3. Not only that, they will also find that the 3 kings are sitting together, chatting and laughing, with a friendly attitude, and even forming an alliance. Then the other 3 countries will lie. For the first 3 countries, any of the small and medium-sized countries in the last 3, Albion, Germania and Tristan, are not to be feared by them, and they are not even taken seriously. But when the 3 countries come together, it is a completely different story. The combined power of these 3 countries is greater than any of the previous 3 countries. And the 3 countries are located in the upper left, lower left and lower center of the Halkidiki continent, forming an L. If a war really breaks out, there will be no loopholes to exploit. If you take the initiative to attack, you can only attack from the front battlefield. If you go deep into a battlefield and cannot end the battle in a short time, then the enemy's coalition may also support from another direction to encircle and kill. The situation will be completely reversed at that time. If you passively take the beating, the 3 countries will definitely accumulate enough troops to launch an attack again, and then they will not be able to defend against such a force. Therefore, when the nobles of the other 3 countries know about the alliance of the 3 countries, they will definitely be very panicked. Generally speaking, there are only 2 ways out for these 3 countries. 1. That is, the 3 countries form an alliance to counterattack, or 2 of them form an alliance. However, these 3 countries in the magic world are special. Because Romania has been a neutral country for hundreds of years, once it joins this alliance, their status of being independent of the war will be broken. When the war is over, or the alliance breaks down, the situation on the continent will return to its original state. Then everyone has a reason to declare war on Romania. Romania is located in the center of the continent, with the best resources and the most dangerous geographical location. It is surrounded by the other 5 kingdoms and is the easiest to destroy. Once any kingdom has a way to start a war, the first target will be Romania. Because if a war is launched against this country, it is likely that other countries will come to lend a hand and destroy Romania first to divide the resources. If it remains neutral, the 3-nation alliance will most likely not take action against Romania. At least Romania will not be in trouble until the other 2 countries are resolved. Therefore, the next step of the Pope is basically what everyone can predict: wait and see. Another. That is not to engage in direct confrontation, but to directly choose to join this alliance, give up resistance and attack other kingdoms. But the Pope and Joseph, 2 guys who have ambitions to unify the world, will never do this. Once they join this alliance and destroy the other 2 countries, they will lose the firepower sharer. Then at that time, if they want to fulfill their ambitions, they will have to face 3 countries alone, and their hope will be even slimmer. So it is highly likely. It was also within Long's expectations. All 3 countries will choose the first path. The largest kingdom Garmania and the ambitious country Goryeo will temporarily form an alliance to fight against the 3-nation alliance. They may even take this opportunity to borrow the power of another country to destroy the 3 small countries, and then wait for an opportunity to destroy Romania, and finally conduct 1v1 to accelerate the trend of unifying the continent. This trend is completely in line with Joseph's ambition. He may take the initiative to promote this matter, and even secretly rejoice in the 3-nation alliance. Romania will inevitably wait and see for the time being. And there are not many options left for the Pope. Continue to remain neutral. Secretly alienate, break the alliance, reshape the 6-nation continent, and then slowly provoke the major kingdoms to go to war and dog-eat-dog. This may not be the best choice for Romania, but it is the best choice for the Pope's ambition. However, it doesn't matter what the Pope chooses. Because Romania can't hold on until that time. After the information about the 3-nation meeting and the establishment of the alliance is transmitted back to the other 3 kingdoms, Diocletian, the king of Garmania, and Joseph, the king of Goryeo, will definitely meet and talk at the first opportunity. And the 2 kings will also choose a place with great fanfare, wishing that the whole world would know about their alliance, in order to warn the 3 major alliances not to seek death. And at this time, it is the critical time for the Georgian army to station in the 2 national capitals, helping hand Tabitha to regain the throne of Goryeo and win over countless Goryan nobles. The time for Joseph to talk with Diocletian. If it doesn't go well, it will take at least more than a month, including the time of rushing. If it goes well, it will take at least 1 month. That is to say, the Georgian army wants helping hand Tabitha to save his mother and regain the throne of Goryeo within a month, and then wait for Joseph to return to the country to catch the turtle in the jar. At that time, the 3 major alliances will become the 4 major alliances. Even if Romania and Garmania form an alliance again, it will be meaningless. One Goryeo can support Garmania, and Romania will never be the opponent of the other 3 countries. The alliance between the 2 countries can only delay the demise of the 2 countries. As long as they don't want the kingdom to fall, there is only one way left for them. Join the alliance and conclude a peace treaty. For the mild King Dakar, who has no ambition, it may be easy for him to join the alliance and never want to leave. And the Pope? He will have no right to choose at that time. Dark had already arranged the result for this guy. He will be under house arrest for life in the Pokemon Island prison, and he will even be forced to prolong his life to prevent the transfer of the power of nothingness. Chapter 462 Furious Louise. Time goes back one day. It was October 6th, the day before the tripartite talks. Wales led more than 100,000 troops to Albion. As a floating kingdom, Albion would be a little more difficult to reach that place than Tristan and Germania, and it would take more time. So in order to arrive on time or even in advance, it is necessary to speed up the marching speed and frequency. And this has led to the fact that at this time and place, Albion's army has no energy and spirit. Night. The whole army is stationed here, rest here for 1 night, and we will arrive tomorrow morning. Wales looked at the somewhat depressed army, sighed, and decided to stay and rest. After the hellish training of the dragon during this period of time, Wales' physical fitness has been getting better and better. Without using magic. If Wales were put in the sailing world, he might be a small Galamai, at most a stronger minions in the East China Sea, or a pirate or bandit with a bounty of several million. However, in this world, especially in front of this army composed entirely of commoners, Wales' physical fitness is very strong. He hasn't felt tired all the way here, but the physical and mental state of these soldiers has almost hit the bottom. Welsh also knows what's going on. Following the dragon and the Grey Army, he is often pulled over to see the living conditions of the common people. It's common to be hungry and cold. Some men in some families even have to sell organs, women have to sell their bodies, and even children have to learn to beg or pick up. And most of the food and funds flow into the homes of the nobles. The nobles will use these funds to invest in magic academies, strengthen the army, raise private armies in the territory, improve the environment of the territory, etc. Of course, a large part of it is used for eating, drinking, playing and enjoying, which is inevitable. Welsh in the past didn't know anything about this. He thought that the lives of the common people should be the same as those of the common people in the Magic Academy, no matter how bad they were. The result was a big mistake. This world is more like Inferno than he imagined. It was after seeing this that Wales made up his mind to change the world. Even without the existence of dragons and the GE army, he will be committed to promoting Halkynia into an era of peace, so that there will be no more wars in the world. Only in an era of peace, people can use the land to grow food and have enough food and clothing, and people's living environment can be improved. At the same time, the country no longer needs so many commoners to serve in the army, and a large part of the treasury's financial consumption will be used to build the kingdom. Of course, there are still many things Wales needs to learn. For example, how to reasonably let these noble resources take out the money in their hands to improve people's livelihood. Yes, XN. Countless sober sighs sounded, and the army finally began to have a little vitality, no longer as lifeless as before. When all the tents were set up, the soldiers of the army quickly fell into a deep sleep one by one, and almost all of them were exhausted. Only some knight nobles with good physique and real level still had the energy to keep watch, and their condition was not too bad. "Louise, aren't you going to rest yet?" Wales saw Louise leading Riolu into the forest and asked, "If you're tired, Henrietta won't forgive me. I'll take Riolu to the bathroom." Louise replied with a stiff face, a little embarrassed. "Awoo." Riolu made a puzzled sound. Didn't Louise ask him to accompany Louise to the bathroom? When did he have to go to the bathroom? Riolu, who was less than 2 months old, couldn't understand the concerns and distance between human men and women, so he couldn't understand why Louise lied to Wales. "Let's go." Louise took Riolu's hand and left. Wales was not the kind of slow-witted man with no emotional intelligence. Maybe he was in the past, but he was definitely not now. He realized what Louise was going to do, so he scratched his head awkwardly. Originally, he was going to send someone to guard, but forget about it. Even if there was any movement, there would be no problem at such a close distance. It should be like this. But Louise had been away from the main force for less than 5 minutes when something really happened. "Who are you?" Louise and Riolu stood together, looking vigilantly at the group of sword-wielding black-clad men who surrounded them. "You know the consequences of doing such a thing." Louise still maintained a proud face in front of these people. Anyway, it was definitely impossible to beg for mercy. At worst, they would kill her. Next to these black-clad men stood a black-clad man holding a musket. These guys holding muskets were also the key to Louise's fear of using magic now. She was afraid that she would be killed as soon as she raised her wand. Louise had no choice but to speak as loudly as possible to try to attract the movement of the army. But it was useless. Because she was afraid that the pervert would hear her hissing sound, she deliberately walked very far away from the camp. If it weren't for this, the group of people would not have had the opportunity to surround Louise. "The third lady of the Valier family, I heard that you are still entrusted by Queen Christine's good sister." One of the men in black walked towards Louise with a grin. Then he kicked out his leg and tried to kick Louise down, forcing the high-ranking noble lady to kneel down in front of her. Ouch! Ah! When the man in black just swung his leg, Riolu immediately grabbed his calf with metal claw. 3 bloody scratches appeared on the man's thigh, and blood was gushing out of it, as if Riolu had grabbed the man's aorta. "Barry hey lu." Louise saw that Riolu had already made a move, so there was no need to hesitate. She raised her wand and began to chant the spell. As long as she could use the magic successfully, the noise of Louise's explosion magic would definitely attract people from Albion. However, it is true that the movement of the void magic is loud, but the chanting time of the spell is also very long. Louise once again felt that this void magic was extremely troublesome. A man in black raised his gun and prepared to shoot at Louise's leg. "Stop! Are you crazy? The gunshot will attract those people. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of more than 100,000 people?" The man who was caught in the thigh just now stopped the guy with the gun, and then waved his hand, "Mei Chiao Xi." The next moment, all the black-clothed people holding swords rushed up with their swords in their hands. Ryalu, a puppy, could not beat four hands with two fists. He had just left his infancy for half a month and had no way to stop more than a dozen adult warriors with swords at once. Several people passed Ryalu and tried to stop Louise from chanting the spell. Ryalu opened his mouth and prepared to bite, but gave others a chance to directly draw their swords at Ryalu. Ouch! Ryalu's left calf was pierced by a sword, and the blade was inserted into the ground. He wailed, but forced himself to stop the painful whimper in his throat, and continued to bite a man in black next to him, biting his calf. Bang! No matter how hard the man in black hit Ryalu's head, Ryalu's teeth seemed to be welded on it and refused to let go. "Stop it!" Louise's eyes turned red when she saw this scene. She doted on her beloved puppy, but she could never accept it being hurt by others. The huge ups and downs of emotions made Louise's void magic power rise to the star level in an instant, and she didn't need any spells at all. With a wave of the magic wand in her hand, a dark mushroom cloud was born here. A roar that resounded throughout the forest accompanied the mushroom cloud. Now, let alone the Albion army, I'm afraid that the Germania army that had arrived in advance had heard the slightest movement, but they didn't think it was necessary to rush over. One point is that the relationship is not that good yet. Another point. If a large-scale army approaches, they can't fail to receive any intelligence. If it's not a large-scale army, then facing the Albion army is no different from delivering food. When Wales and his men approached, the scene was very tragic. All the black-clothed men were blown away without a drop of blood, and the surrounding area was pitch black. Louise knelt on the ground, holding Ryalu, who was breathing more than breathing in tatters. The power of the void magic is very strong. Even Ryalu, who also has the corresponding void power of Louise in his body, can't completely ignore this damage. Therefore, his already bad state was accidentally injured again, and now he is in a state of near death, spitting blood from his mouth. "Teacher Dark, save Ryalu!" Louise was completely unaware of everyone's gazes and words. Only when a pair of shoes appeared in her blurred vision did she raise her head with tears on her face and look at the man in front of her. Dark rubbed his head in distress. He was just a substitute now. And in order to cater to the identity of a magic teacher, he inherited the power of the original ninjutsu, which could not help him to help Ryalu. What's more, if he inherited other abilities, whether it was the power of the pirate world, or the power of aura, psychic, or earth power, any ability could allow Dark to sense the situation here before, and this would not have happened. But this did not stump him. "You all go back first, leave this to me." Dark leaned over and picked up Ryalu, then walked towards the depths of the forest, and Louise and Tabitha hurriedly followed. Chapter 463 No More Falsehood, No Magic. Anise stood there and hesitated for a moment, then greeted Wales and followed him. Mr. Dark said, "There should be no problem." Wells looked at Dark's back and felt that Ryalu should be saved. After all, his master long said that Dark was the only god among humans in another world, and was also his direct superior. Such a powerful master is his subordinate. And the other party was even called a god. There should be no problem. In fact, it is very easy for Dark to solve Ryalu's injury now. As long as he removes this clone, let the main body get the memory of this place, and then use the door berry to teleport over for treatment. Dark really planned to do this. He carried Ryolu all the way to a dense forest and stopped. "You guard this side." After leaving a word, Dark exploded into a cloud of smoke and dispersed. "Teacher." Louise was startled and a little confused. But she still obediently stood by Ryolu, with a look of depression on her face. Tabeza next to her raised her head, her eyes slightly widened. Anise frowned, drew the sword from her waist, and kept an eye on the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening. Magicians have many methods, and Anise has not learned magic, so she doesn't know much. It is precisely because she doesn't know much that her vision is limited. She thought that Doc just used something to teleport away. Only magicians like Louise and Tabitha, who have rich magic knowledge, know that what Doc used just now is definitely not magic. However, before the atmosphere around the three people became tense, Doc suddenly opened a door and walked out. Doc came from the kitchen of the Touristan Palace. He was teaching Henrietta to use some fruits to make suitable poke cubes. He found that some magic materials and magic in this magic world have good effects. For example, a simple elementary magic purification technique can increase the taste and nutrition of the Pokémon cube by increasing the purity of the materials. "Teacher." Louise looked at Dark in confusion, not knowing what was going on. She had never seen Dark use such an ability before, and she couldn't understand the principle at all. It was so nonsensical. And Tabitha frowned, and he couldn't tell whether the person in front of him was Dark. But she didn't do anything, because at least the behavior and small movements of the person in front of him were no different from those of Dark in his daily life. Although Anise felt it was amazing, he still remained calm and stood guard. Dark didn't respond to Louise's words, but leaned over and used Viridian's power to start treatment. In fact, if the levels of Viridian's power and Aura's power are very low, then the latter may be more effective for Aura Pokémon Ryolu. However, when they are at full level, the effects of healing between the two are worlds apart. Healing is just one of the inconspicuous effects of Aura power. But it is the most important ability of Viridian power, nothing else. Dark's full-level Viridian power is naturally quite powerful. As long as they are not dead, they can be pulled back by Dark. The bright green light danced in Dark's palm, and the star-like light of life fell on Ryolu's body. Ryolu's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his frown and painful groans in his throat gradually eased. "Teacher, what is this?" Viridian power is one of the abilities of Celebi, the forest god of Pokémon Island. If humans become World Tree Guardians, they may be recognized by Celebi and pass on the Viridian power. Dark turned his head and told the legend he created on Pokémon Island. This is a secret that only Louise and Tabitha know. In the worlds of Pokémon Island, everyone knows that there is a position called World Tree Guardian, but no one knows what kind of treatment will be given after becoming the World Tree Guardian. People have different opinions, but they are nothing more than the rewards given by the Pokémon League. No one knows that becoming a World Tree Guardian and Aura Warrior has the opportunity to inherit this special ability. Now, Louise and Tabitha know. Perhaps they will tell this secret to their families and descendants, and then let the members of their two families try to challenge the assessment and inherit the ability from generation to generation. Perhaps decades or hundreds of years later, the families of the two people will become the legendary Aura family and Viridian family. But it is also possible that nothing will happen. What a powerful ability! Tabitha squatted aside and observed silently, and was amazed at the speed of Ryolu's wound healing. She originally thought that even Teacher Dark would have to spend several hours to treat it. Then it will take some time for Ryolu to fully recover. But from the current situation, this process seems to only take a few minutes. How can such an ability not be called powerful? Awoo! Ryolu opened his eyes after recovering almost completely. When he saw Dark, he happily licked his palm with his tongue. Ryolu is so close to Dark, because of his previous teaching and this rescue. But there are other reasons. Almost all Pokémon will inevitably feel close to and respect Dark. Because Dark now has nothing to do with ordinary people in any way. He has too many legendary Pokemon auras. And the power of Viridian will make Dark look more gentle and kind, beautifying his image in the eyes of Pokemon. What's more, Dark is an aura warrior with full aura power, a man who is qualified to always say aura is in my heart. For Riolu, who also has aura, Dark is an elder who has reached the end of the aura road. You did a good job. Dark smiled and stroked Riolu's furry head. Riolu, are you okay? That's great. Louise reached out and hugged Riolu tightly, and then said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for hurting you. Louise's expression was very depressed. Her explosive magic was the culprit that caused Riolu to be so seriously injured. Woo! Riolu shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. Riolu just started to shake his head, and Louise was already preparing to break her wand. Anise and Tabitha couldn't help but look over. But Dark still reached out and pressed Louise's arm. I don't want to use this void magic anymore. Louise looked at Dake with a firm attitude. After this incident, she hated this indiscriminate void magic. It takes a long time to chant the spell, or it hurts friendly forces when used, and the only magic that can be used is explosion. What is the meaning of such magic, no matter how rare it is? It is even less practical than the ordinary 4-attribute magic system. If it weren't for this void magic today, both of you might have died. Dake's words silenced Louise. That's right. Her magic did hurt Riolu badly, but if it weren't for this magic, their results might be worse, that is, being kidnapped or dying. It's better to have it than not. It will be useful in the future. It depends on how you use it. Dake patted Louise's head and asked, do those people who attacked you just now have any characteristics? No, they were all wearing cloaks. Well, there are no more dregs left now, and it's impossible to tell which force they are from. Dake crossed his arms and nodded, but they are nothing more than people from Goria or Romania. Tabeza beside him nodded subconsciously. But she soon realized something, glanced at Anise, and saw that the other party didn't pay attention to her, and she was secretly relieved. There is no need to say more about the situation in Goria and Romania. The remaining largest kingdom, Garmaniat, is located in the northeast of the continent, 180,000 meters away from here. Even if you take the fastest magic spaceship to reach this place, it will take at least 10 days, and the news has only been spread for 6 days. They should be people from Goria. Romania is a neutral country after all, and the king is a coward. He should not dare to send people to disrupt the talks of the three kingdoms. Anise expressed his own opinion. This view cannot be said to be completely wrong, but it is almost right. The reason for Anise's view is nothing more than insufficient information formed by his identity. Nobles above the earl level of the six kingdoms know that the real ruler of Romania has always been the Pope of the Church, not the King of Romania. The King of Romania has always been a puppet of the Pope, a symbolic figure with only a title but no real power. Dake and Tabitha, who know something about the Pope, are basically sure that these people are sent by the Pope. Because the collapse of the three-party talks will undoubtedly bring the greatest benefit to the Pope. On the contrary, for an ambitious person like Joseph, if the three-nation alliance fails, then there is no need for him and Diocletian to continue the two-nation alliance. In that case, he would not be able to use the troops of the largest kingdom, Garmaniat, to destroy the three kingdoms alliance, but would instead slow down his pace of unifying the entire continent. However, even if Doc and Tabitha knew who these people were, it would be useless. Because they had no evidence, they could not directly launch a war, and this time they could only suffer a loss in silence. However, the Pope's repeated tricks made Doc change his mind. Originally, he planned to deal with the Pope at the end, and let him help first. Keep Romania in good condition and attract Goria's attention. Now, let's adjust the order. Chapter 464 Tripartite Talks. On the day of the meeting, October 7th. Since Louise was attacked, there were no more accidents on the road, and the army representing Albion arrived at the destination. Wales also made a special analysis of this attack at Long's request. It's nothing more than someone wants to kill Louise, and then destroy the relationship between Triestine and Albion, and even deteriorate to the point of breaking the alliance and even becoming enemies. After all, Louise is the third daughter of Tristine's Duke family, and she is also the sister of the current Queen Henrietta, and her status is extremely high. Such a person died in your Albion army, and at such a close distance. How can it be justified? After analyzing this point, Wales quickly sent elite soldiers to surround Louise and others at all times. Although this move is a bit late now. Doc did not keep the substitute this time, after all, there was no need for it. He used Barry to pick up Henrietta and her guards and stayed. Dake wanted to inform Long in advance, let the other party know that he was going to Romania, and let Long adjust the plan according to the situation. And the two behind-the-scenes plotters did not participate in that meeting. Because the meeting was mainly held to make the other three kingdoms restless and chaotic, the content of the meeting was actually not important. Of course, it was not important to them, but it was more important to the three countries of Albion. The leaders of the three kingdoms arrived. The king of this small kingdom did not show his fear. Although he was a little scared, he was very tough and polite on the surface. He specially prepared a meeting hall in the palace for the three kingdoms to hold a meeting. However, under Henrietta's gentle persuasion, he also stayed, ready to listen to what the three kingdoms were going to do. However, when the king sat down, Henrietta showed a strange smile on her face. The expressions on Wales and Bellegarde's faces became strange. This king is probably more naive than me. Wales muttered to himself, and at the same time looked at his fiancée calmly. It was the first time he found that Henrietta had such a dark side. For a meeting like this, not everyone is destined to sit here and listen. If it was a king of Joseph's size, he would just sit down, and he would not be afraid even if he did not agree to the alliance in the end. But the king of this small kingdom does not have such confidence. Because the total number of troops in this small kingdom barely exceeds 100,000. If the little king did not accept Henrietta's invitation, then no matter what happened afterwards, it would have nothing to do with him. But since he sat down here, he would be assumed to have joined the alliance. After all, his strength is here, and he does not deserve a second choice. If he forcibly disagrees, then this small kingdom will be divided up by the three kingdoms within a week. The talks between the three kings are not so easy to be heard by others. How can it be done without paying a price? I believe you have heard the purpose of gathering here in advance. Wales was the nominal initiator of this meeting, so he spoke first. As soon as he said this, the little king changed his face. He didn't know the purpose of gathering here. Moreover, from what Wales said, it seemed that the three kings had a common goal long ago, but they only decided to announce it to the world today. The little king realized that he had stepped into a trap. Although he realized it not too late, it was too late. He knew that he had no way to get out. From the moment he sat down, he had already joined the plan of the three kingdoms. When he thought of this, the little king suddenly felt like sitting on pins and needles. He couldn't imagine what kind of pressure he would face if the other three big countries made trouble next. Well, please let us work together to create an era of peace, so that there will be no more wars in this world. Henrietta nodded in cooperation, her tone gentle but unquestionable. She was very confident, and she didn't look like a 17-year-old girl who had just become a monarch. I don't care whether it's peaceful or not. Let's talk about the trade cooperation between the three countries, which is the most important thing. Compared with Henrietta and Wales's great wish for peace, Bellegarde still cares more about the benefits that can be obtained in the future. The three countries each occupy a zone on the continent. Therefore, each country has many resources that can only be found locally, but these resources are critical and necessary. The previous few people in Germania attacked Torreston with ambition and wanted to expand their territory. And Bellegarde has been attacking Torreston in order to occupy these necessary resources forever in his hands, so as to save so much money every year to find someone to buy them secretly. He has no desire to expand his territory. But now, the three major the country put trade on the table and traded goods at a low price to promote cooperation. Then there was no reason for Germania to attack Tauristan again. Especially, after long led the GE army to show the overwhelming strength, Bellegarde felt that there was no need to die if he could live. Anyway, the other party's attitude was very good and there was no threat to him. Then give him some face. In this way, everyone was happy. The content of the three countries' discussion was actually about how the three countries would help each other in the future. Rather than launching a large-scale invasion war against a certain country as expected by the little king. The three countries had no idea of launching a war. Because the people who came to them said that the other three countries would be solved by them. The final outcome of Halkakanaya must be that the six kingdoms were unified into a whole and developed autonomously under the rule of a higher power. On the other side, Doc brought Tabitha to Long and briefly introduced their identities to the two. Hello, our GE army will come to help you rescue your mother and help you ascend the throne to become the queen. Tabeza was able to keep his sanity after hearing the first half of the sentence, but his eyes widened when he heard the latter part, become the queen. Yes, with your identity, you should know what kind of person your Uncle Joseph is, right? Yes. As long as he is still in that position, Golia will always be an unstable factor of unrest, and the world will not usher in peace. So, you want to replace him? But why me, you? Because you are from the Oria family, because the traitorous uncle is difficult to rule, you can make those nobles who only look at bloodlines obey you and be obedient. Long's words made Tabitha understand the reason why the heir to the throne must be himself. Another point, because of the whole Golia, I only trust you. Doc next to him interrupted at the right time. And this sentence was the key to Tabitha letting go of his resistance. I understand. I won't let Mr. Dark down. Tabitha nodded and decided to accept the helping hand of the Grey Army to become the king. And she couldn't refuse. Wales had been letting the water-type magician secretly poison her mother, so that she would always be in a mad state. She saw it, but couldn't stop it. Because Joseph would never let her get close to the room where her mother was, and she could only see her for a few minutes at most. Tabitha was worried that if she continued like this, her mother might never recover, so she wanted to rescue her mother as soon as possible. She was not strong enough and needed the helping hand of others. The Grey Army who came to her door was the best helper. Because the other party was a subordinate force of Dark, and Dark was one of the few people Tabitha could fully trust. Then, let's go say goodbye to Louise, and then you can leave with Long. Where's the teacher? I'm going to Romania to deal with the Pope. Tabeza opened her mouth. However, considering Dake's powerful and strange abilities, she didn't say anything more, just nodded. Then Dake took Tabitha to find Louise playing with Ryolu in the backyard of the palace. Louise was also quite shocked. Although she was seriously injured yesterday, Ryolu started to jump around like usual today. Louise, Tabitha, and I are leaving, and you can follow Henrietta back to Tauristan. Where are you going? Can't I follow? Louise was stunned, and didn't really want to study with Dake and Tabitha. She felt very comfortable staying with the two of them. Besides, with the nature of her void magic, she couldn't learn anything in the academy. Following Teacher Dark, you can also learn some knowledge about Pokemon. We are all going to do something secretive next, and we will meet again soon. Dark shook his head and didn't plan to let Louise follow. To put it bluntly, it might take less than a week for him to go to Romania to deal with the Pope's affairs, so there is no need for Louise to follow. Okay. Louise nodded a little disappointed. Also, Louise, remember what I explained to you before? The magic spell in Ryolu's hand. Gondoluwu. Yes, the ability to freely control all weapons. Well, I remember, what do you mean, teacher? Louise's eyes suddenly lit up and realized something. If there are weapons, then Ryalu's strength will be able to reach a higher level. Yes, go find some weapons for Ryalu. My suggestion is to find him a long bone to use as a stick. That will definitely suit him. Chapter 465, Battle against the Hanging City. After leaving, Doc went to the first place he went to was not Romania, but a trip back to Tristan. The clone he left in the Pokémon League suddenly dissolved, and a lot of memories poured in. A lot of messy official memories appeared, but the clone was definitely not dissolved because of these. The reason for the clone to be dissolved was that the battle against the floating city in Krad was completely completed. With the helping hand of the engineering department and the Vegapunk Research Institute, this aerial maglev castle, which took a whole year and a month to build, was finally completed. The Audiobook castle has a total of 10 floors. The 10th floor is the highest floor. The final challenge against the floating city, the castle Lord Kayaba Akihiko, will be waiting for the challenger on this floor. At the same time, the Earth Element family will also serve as a landscape here. If the challenger has the ability, he can try to subdue these stone men who don't look very smart. As for the rock pillar god Regirock, he is sleeping in the deepest part of the 10th floor. From the outside, the sleeping Regirock looks like an ordinary big rock. Even if a challenger passes by here, he can't see the specialness of this rock. Each of the first 9 floors can display a village as a place for challengers to rest. These villages must have Pokémon Center, friendly store, and some hotels, restaurants, etc. The first 2 are naturally stationed by the Alliance, and a small Pokémon Center and friendly store are placed on each floor. And hotels, restaurants, etc. need to recruit people from outside. These villages also need some people to act as NPCs. Akihiko Kayaba just hopes that Dark can help solve the source of these NPCs. However, in fact, Dark doesn't need to solve this problem at all. Akihiko Kayaba can just send a notice to the ninja world or the sea, and a lot of people are scrambling to live in the Battle Sky City. After all, this is an opportunity to live in Pokémon Island for a long time and become a legal resident here. It is impossible for Akihiko Kayaba not to realize this, and he probably intends to let Dark use this rare opportunity to win over some people. As expected of Akihiko, you came just in time. Dark recalled the memories in his head and couldn't help grinning. There are many different races living in this magic world, some of which can become familiars, and some of which have human appearance. Pokémon is one of them. But there are other races, such as cat people, werewolves, snake people, and fox people. Moreover, these are not the same as the fur people. The fur people have animal bloodline higher than human bloodline, and their human characteristics are not as many as those of animals. But these half-humans in the magic world have much more human bloodline than animal bloodline. They are creatures that meet people's fantasy of having ears on their heads, tails swinging behind their hips, and other parts are basically human. Are there any creatures more suitable to act as NPCs than these magic races? These half-humans who look very distinctive will become one of the special landscapes of the battle against the Hanging City. Just like the fishmen and mermaids in the Fishman City, the Sky Icelanders in the Angel City, and the Pokémon in the current Yggdrasil City. Moreover, there are not many of these half-human magic races in the magic world, and they are almost endangered species. If the number of races is too large, the Hanging City will not be able to accommodate them at all, and there is no need for so many NPCs. The extra ones will have to consider accommodation. But there is no need to consider these now. Because of the sparse population, they can let the entire race move into the Hanging City. The reason why Dark came to Touristan was to collect information about these humanoid races. The continent of this world is basically a square. Cut it along the diagonal line from the lower left corner to the upper right corner, and divide it into 2 triangular blocks on the upper left and lower right. All magic races are basically gathered in the upper left block. Because the triangle plate on the lower right is basically occupied by human kingdoms, waging wars everywhere, these magic races have no living space at all. The human nobles don't want to hurt these magic races, because they need these magic races to become servants. So thousands of years ago, these magic races were expelled to the plate in the upper left corner. And there are only 3 countries involved in this plate in the upper left corner. A complete Tristan. Half of Albion, and Albion is still floating in the air. Half of Germania, located in the lowest corner. That's why Doc wants to come to Tristan to collect information about these magic races first. The kingdom that has the most contact with these magic races is Tristan. The hunters here are basically familiar with the forests in the country and know where the territory of some magic races is. It's not difficult to take those races away. Looking at the information he bought from others, Doc already has a rough idea in his mind. Although the natural environment of the upper left plate is very superior and beautiful, it does not mean that it is suitable for all magic races to survive. To be more precise, it is suitable for animal-like magic races to survive, not human-like magic races. These half-humans don't live very well, and their lives are like extremely backward human villages. Same. He believed that these races would be happy to live in a place like the Battle Sky City, greatly improving their living environment and quality of life. Even if not for themselves, for the growth and happiness of their offspring. The elders and clan leaders of this race would surely not refuse this proposal. In the first 9 floors of New Incrad, no 2 floors are the same. This is to test the abilities that trainers and Pokémon can display in various wild environments. And these magic races can choose which floor to live in according to their own racial characteristics and preferences. Of course, it is normal that no one wants to live in environments such as rocky land, volcanoes, oceans, and ice fields. The NPCs of these floors will be served by robots made by Vegapunk. Let's deal with Romania first. Dark stretched and decided the order of things to do. The Battle Sky City has just been built, and Kaiba Akiyako is still checking if there are any areas that need to be improved and perfected. The birth of Incrad will not be announced to the public for a while. And even if people know about this hanging castle, not everyone can enter it. At least you need the help of flying Pokémon. If there is no flying Pokémon that can carry people, you can only rely on the service of Diddy Pokémon to enter it. Anyway, the hanging castle will not land on its own. So there is no need to rush to bring the magic race over for the time being. The priority is to deal with the Pope. The attack on Louise a few days ago was really beyond the expectations of Doc and Long. The main reason is that they did not expect Louise to go to the toilet so far away from the main force. After all, this Pope is a great troublemaker, and who knows how he will interfere with their plans next. If the Pope finds out that the GE army has infiltrated Goria and Helping Hand Tabitha has regained the throne, then the other party will definitely reveal this matter to Joseph. At that time, it will be more troublesome to deal with Goria. The nobles of Goria would not believe in a force that killed their king, unless that person was no longer the king. Doc stood up and used the doorberry to come to the south of Albion. Because he didn't know the exact location of Romania, he only knew that it was in the south of the continent, so Doc had to use teleport to search one area at a time. But it was not difficult to find. It took him a quarter of an hour to enter the territory of Romania, and only half an hour to find the capital of Romania. After all, the capital of Romania. It is very conspicuous. It can be called shining. This is a luxurious city with white and saffron as the main colors. It looks extremely luxurious. Under the scorching sun, the whole city reflects the saffron-colored brilliance. Hey, you are really afraid that others don't know that you are the boss. Doc glanced at the entire Romanian capital and immediately determined where the Pope was. In whose kingdom is the church bigger than the palace? The church is even carved with gold stripes with saffron. I wonder if someone will scrape it off with a knife. In Dark's perception, is the 32nd Pope hiding in the palace? Dark glanced at the church, and his observation haki told him that there was a Pope holding a scepter there. But his aura power told him that the magic fluctuations of nothingness appeared in the palace. Psychic gave him the feeling that it had some of both. There was a person who looked exactly like the Pope sitting in the church, but the spiritual power that only the user of nothingness had was always in the palace. Puppet. Dark immediately made his own judgment. That must be to choose to believe in the perception power brought by special abilities. Although the perception range of observation haki is extremely high, it is not comparable to aura power and psychic. But in terms of status and the fineness of perception, observation haki cannot be compared with the latter two. After all, the latter two are legendary powers, used by some legendary figures in the Pokemon world to save the world from collapse. Therefore, the real Pope should be hiding in the palace. And the one sitting in the Pope's palace is a scapegoat. I guessed it. Dark shook his head and went to the palace teleport. This Pope is indeed cunning and cautious enough. He guessed that someone might come to assassinate him and specially arranged a scapegoat. The fake Pope in the Pope's palace looks no different from the real Pope. It is probably a substitute generated by some magic prop, which can even deceive the perception of the observation haki and the blurred psychic. If it was anyone else, even a dragon, he might have been deceived. Chapter 466 Farewell to my God. The palace, the king's bedroom. In this loving nest that should have belonged to the king and queen on the soft big bed, there was another naked man lying. In the man's arms was the queen, who was second to none and above all others. Of course, this second to none was not the king, but the Pope, the man on the bed. Sir, how did you have time to come to my place these days? The queen, who looked like a charming wife, stretched out a finger and moved it in front of the Pope's chest. I miss you. The Pope pursed his lips and stretched out his hand to pinch the queen's chin. The queen was a little moved, raised her chin and moved closer, but was avoided by the Pope. He didn't want to eat his own food. Where is Yuchen? The Pope got up and put on elegant and luxurious clothes, and asked without turning his head. The Yuchen he was talking about was the puppet king of Romania. That idiot is honestly handling state affairs. The queen lay on the bed and hooked her toes disdainfully. She had no feelings for her husband who had been with her for 20 or 30 years. After all, she had already fallen under the Pope more than 10 years ago. There was nothing she could do about it. She really couldn't continue to maintain feelings for a man who had lost his self-awareness. She had insisted, but the Pope made her very happy. You should help him occasionally. I haven't started to train the next puppet yet. The Pope shook his head helplessly. After putting on his clothes, he walked outside, as if he was ready to leave. Can Julio accompany me? The Queen asked, looking at the Pope's back. They both knew what accompany meant here. Julio was the Pope's ethereal familiar, the blonde, heterochromatic beautiful boy, a character with two completely opposite personalities in the novel and the animation. Julio in the animation is a perfect character with strong martial arts and a kind heart. In the novel, he is a ruthless tool man with a hypocritical appearance and no martial arts skills. Julio, I don't like to do this kind of thing with a woman without feelings. The Pope certainly didn't mind the Queen's remarks. After all, he didn't care about the Queen at all. He just treated her as a tool. He didn't mind sharing such a tool with his most trusted familiar. But unfortunately, he knew that Julio wouldn't want to do that. The child had a serious misophobia. Okay. The Queen responded with some disappointment, and then lay down to take a nap. The Pope smiled and shook his head, then walked out of the bedroom. The bedroom door was closed, and the originally kind expression on his face instantly became stiff and numb, and his face twitched. It's really tiring to keep a smile. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his cheek, then sighed. How about crying for a lifetime? Suddenly, a voice full of hatred and rage came from not far away. The Pope looked in that direction. Yi Cheng, who was supposed to be handling official business downstairs, was standing by the stairs and staring at the Pope with extremely resentful eyes. It seemed that he wanted to bite the Pope to death with his eyes. The Pope did not speak. He frowned and immediately became alert. His Adam's apple moved slightly and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was not sure whether Yi Cheng regained consciousness by himself or someone helped him regain consciousness. Of course, he was more inclined to the latter. The Pope did not think Yi Cheng had such willpower. If he had, he would not have been hypnotized by him with magic props for more than 10 years. Why don't you speak? Are you afraid now? Yi Cheng grinned and showed a cruel smile, but his expression was very stiff. He walked towards the Pope, but his body movements seemed very strange and uncoordinated. This was because over the past 10 years, he had almost forgotten these basic physical behaviors. Over the past 10 years, Yuchen was not in deep sleep, but it was similar to the situation where his consciousness was imprisoned in his mind. He could see what was happening outside, what kind of decrees the Pope issued under the guise of his identity and status, and he could also see that the cousin was having an affair with the Pope. These two women who were part husband and part wife would even run to him to have sex. How could Yuchen not be angry? He could only watch all this and was powerless. Originally, he could feel that when his emotions fluctuated too much, it seemed that the hypnotic effect was loosening. Later, no matter how he tried, he could not break the hypnosis, and finally his will became depressed and desperate. Until today, the true God came. With supreme power, he forcibly tore off the shackles that had shackled him for more than 10 years, saved him from the water and fire, and gave him a chance for revenge. Give him a chance to take away everything that belonged to him and everything that belonged to the Pope in front of him. Yuchen vowed to be a slave to the true God in the future. But now, he wants this bastard in front of him to pay the price. You don't think you can kill The Pope looked at Yi Cheng, who was approaching slowly and was about to speak to test him. Suddenly, his neck was pinched by a big hand, and his Adam's apple was crushed in an instant. Blood flowed out of the Pope's mouth, and some of it flowed into his trachea and esophagus. This feeling was really painful. He stretched out his hands to grab his throat and used his legs to pull back. Kicked, trying to break free. But the Pope's outstretched hands only touched his neck, and his kicking feet did not touch anything. No. Damn, what kind of power is this? The Pope began to panic. His eyes were filled with pain and anxiety, and his originally fair face gradually turned purple. The Pope kept calling out to his familiar in his heart, but more than 10 seconds later, Julio still did not come. Where is Julio? Has he been solved? The Pope did not understand why Julio, who was supposed to be downstairs, did not rush over in the first time. When the contract magician was hurt, the magic power in his body would react violently, and the familiar would be the first to detect the warning from the contract power and rush to the magician's side. Ha 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 ha, this is the power of God, idiot. You don't think you can compete with the power of God? A complex and crazy expression appeared on Yuchen's face. There was both fanatical worship of the God and the pleasure of the Pope's suffering and revenge. His spirit had been destroyed for more than 10 years and had begun to have some problems. Are you looking for him? Another voice came from the top of the Pope's head. At the same time, a bloody head appeared in the Pope's blurred vision. Julio's head. The expression on his face was still leisurely, as if he didn't notice that his head had fallen off until he died. Before the Pope could react. The next moment, the Pope felt that there was suddenly a foot on his head, as if someone was standing on him. The force on his body increased, making the Pope more painful. But he didn't understand why he hadn't fainted after 2 or 3 minutes. The blood in his throat never stopped flowing, and he couldn't breathe smoothly for 2 or 3 minutes, but he still maintained this state without changing. This is simply not something a human can do, and no magic can do this. Perhaps only the legendary forbidden magic that has been lost can keep a person's body in a certain state forever. Welcome to the true God. When Yi Cheng saw the figure that suddenly appeared above the Pope's head, he knelt on the ground with a bang and knocked his head on the ground without daring to raise it. After all, in the many legends he had seen in the past, God could not be looked at directly. If you provoke the rage of the gods, you will suffer very terrible things. Yi Cheng didn't even care that there was a pope in the direction of his kowtow, and this mentality was understandable. After all, in his eyes, this pope was already a dead man. Kneeling to a dead person was not so difficult to accept. Is Romeo dead? The pope looked at the head in front of him, and after a careful examination, he found that the connection between his body and Romeo had been disconnected at some point. Gradually, the pope gave up struggling, and his bright eyes turned into a dead grey. He knew the ending was set. He had offended a being whose name, appearance, and even whether it was human or not. He could not fight against this being. At this time, Doc was still pinching the Pope's neck with confusion, and the viridian power under his feet was running slightly, keeping the Pope in a state of pain. "My Lord God, this guy's head is very dirty, why not step on my head?" At this time, Yi Cheng, who was lying on the ground, said in a buzzing voice. "I'm not interested in that. It's okay to teach you how to deal with the rest. I'm going to take this guy away." Doc looked down at Yi Cheng. There are too many people who worship Doc, and there are also some who are so fanatical that they seem to be sick, but there are not many people like Yi Cheng. Maybe there will be more in a few years or more. "My lord, can you leave him to me for a while?" "A week, no, 3 days. Just 3 days is enough." At this time, Yi Cheng mustered up the courage to ask boldly, but still did not dare to raise his head. "Don't kill him for me. Don't worry, sir. I will never let him die so easily. I will only make him live a life worse than death." "Well, 3 days. No, I will come back to take him away in a week." Dake nodded and agreed. In fact, he planned to take him back and let Ban use the eternal Mangeki to cast a few illusions on the Pope, so that he would not want to make trouble when he was under house arrest in the future. But before that, let this Ikan destroy the Pope's will, maybe the effect of the illusion will be better in the future. At the same time, this can be regarded as a favor to Ikan, which can make Ikan more loyal to Dark. Originally, Dark thought that among the future monarchs of the several major kingdoms, the most trustworthy would be Wales, the disciple of Long. But now it seems that this Ikan may be even better than Wales. As a special person with full-level aura power and full-level psyche as a powerful person, Doc certainly knew how crazy Yuchen's loyalty and worship of him had reached. "Thank you, my most merciful and tolerant God." Yuchen kowtowed 3 times excitedly, and his head made a heavy muffled sound on the ground. Even the scalp was broken and bleeding, but it couldn't stop Yuchen's actions. "Okay, I'm leaving first. Farewell, God." Chapter 467 Pokemon in Wales. The situation in Romania was resolved faster than Doc imagined. The speed of resolving the Pope was not unexpected, but the unexpected thing was this king. Originally, Doc thought it would take some time to use coercion and inducement to get this king to join the peace alliance and jointly create a peaceful era, and the reward was to make him a real king. Who would have thought that the king's situation was far worse than he imagined? This is no longer a simple lack of real power, but a direct loss of human rights. However, this saved Tobias from talking too much. With this favor here, it was easier to get the king to work for the alliance. Now, what Doc was a little worried about was Joseph. Before, he was unwilling to take action because at least 90% of Joseph's attention was on the Pope. With the existence of the Pope, Joseph's attention would basically be on Romania. In addition, with the alliance of the 3 kingdoms, Joseph would definitely be anxious to leave Goria to discuss cooperation with Diocletian. But now, there is no difference between the Pope being alive and dead, and Joseph's biggest concern is gone. Once Joseph finds out about this, he will be very relaxed and can focus more on Goria. At that time, it will be difficult for the Georgian army to secretly rebel against those nobles. Therefore, in Doc and Long's plan, after Doc solved the Pope, he couldn't just let it go. He originally planned to let Romania join the alliance and continue to put pressure on Joseph to force him. But Long thought this proposal was not feasible. because this might make Joseph alert, so he dared not leave the country and stayed in the country. The reason why Joseph dared to do this now was because he did not take the alliance of the three kingdoms too seriously. The value of this alliance was just to speed up the process of unifying the entire continent. If Romania joined the alliance, Joseph would be cautious. Romania would join the alliance, which must be a problem with the Pope. Even the Pope, who Joseph was afraid of, had problems, so Joseph naturally did not dare to be so confident. In particular, there was a coincidence in three countries in the alliance. That is, the king was replaced. The old King Tristan was seriously ill and dying, and was replaced by Princess Henrietta. The former king of Albion was killed in the rebellion and replaced by Prince Wales. The real manipulator of Romania, the Pope, disappeared and was replaced by the puppet King Icon. Although Tristan and Albion were really a coincidence, from Joseph's perspective, there must be something strange. He would worry that he would lose his identity as a king inexplicably when he returned, so he would stay in the country, even if he had to face the pressure of the four kingdoms. So, Long gave another plan. Doc wanted to leave two substitutes and let them use the transformation technique to become the Pope and his familiar Julio to hide from the public. It was not enough to just leave two substitutes. King Icon had to keep it as it was as possible so that Goria's spies would not notice anything wrong. This could only delay for a while, and Joseph might even receive the news in a week. In order to make Joseph feel more nervous and speed up the pace of going abroad for talks, Long had to adjust the plan. Originally, the three kingdoms that only needed to sit in the country and wait quietly had to take action. Tristan sent 50,000 troops and approached Garmania in the east. This move was to make Garmania's king Diocletian panic, so that Joseph would not talk to him, and he would still sit in the country happily and not take it seriously. And Germania and Albion each sent 200,000 troops, first made peace, and then slowly approached Goria in the east. This was to make Joseph feel that the first target of the alliance of the three kingdoms was Goria, forcing him to leave as soon as possible to meet with Diocletian. Romania in the southernmost part of the country stood still, looking calm. After all, Romania still had the neutral flag that had been erected for hundreds of years. October 10th. The armies of the major kingdoms have all taken action. The spies of Garmania and Goria also easily spied on this information, and rushed back to the country to report, working day and night and wishing they could grow 4 legs. Although not many troops were sent, the movement was huge. Almost everyone in the entire Halkynian continent believed that the three kingdoms were going to wage war against the other two kingdoms, and even the civilians had basically been hiding at home or running deep into the kingdom during this period. This time, the 250,000 troops might just be the vanguard for testing, and the war was still to come. But only the three kings knew that all this was just a game. A game aimed only at Joseph. Wait for this: after the game is over, the second kingdom of Goria will also become their ally and a part of it. During these few days, Doc originally planned to take advantage of his free time to conquer those humanoid magic races. However, there was a small problem on Wales' side. That is, his Pokémon was born. Long has led the Gram army to go deep into Goria little by little, and there is no time to teach Wales how to cultivate that Pokémon, so he entrusted Doc to come and take care of it. Doc must give Dragon Face. Although Long is not a partner of the breeding house, and is not as close as Monet and Madara, he is also a group of people who are close to Doc in the Pokémon League. What's more, he is the leader of the subordinate force, the Gram Army. The Gram Army is really a very versatile force. It may not be as powerful and dominant as the Navy on the surface, but its ability to do things in secret is really not something the Navy can touch. In the future, the Gram Army will definitely be a great help when going to other worlds, and Doc attaches great importance to this force. Therefore, maintaining a friendly superior-subordinate relationship with the leader of the Grey Army is a compulsory course for every generation of Alliance leaders. The backyard of the Albion royal family. Wales came here early to wait after receiving the news from his master Long. Although in Long's mouth, Mr. Dark is a person without airs. He originally thought that he didn't need to pay too much attention to etiquette in front of Dark. But when Long gradually told him what Dark had done and his status in other worlds, Wales was no longer calm. Long can have no respect for Dark. But that's because Long and Dark knew each other early, and in addition to the superior-subordinate relationship, they are also friends. But Wales can't. Regardless of status or seniority, Wales can't be disrespectful to Dark. Otherwise, even if Dark doesn't care and those admirers of Dark don't pursue it, Long will not ignore him. Master Alliance Leader. Wales saw Dark suddenly appear and bowed quickly. Bah! There was a little guy standing beside Wales' legs. Begone! Dark took a look at the energetic little thing, smiled and stretched out his hand to rub the little guy's hard head. Although Dark didn't know why this Begone's growl was a bit strange, just like the voice of a duck in humans. However, growl has no effect on the strength and growth of a Pokemon, and humans who don't know generally can't hear the difference between Begone's voice and other Begons. But it should be said that this kind of voice will definitely stun other Begons and Pokemon in the future. The newly born Begon is only 0.35 meters tall and looks like a toy, very cute. Come on, little guy, let me see your physical condition. Dark stretched out his hand to grab Begon's little hand and pulled it into his arms. Leader. Wales originally planned to remind Dake that Begon didn't like being touched by others. After all, in the past 2 days, Begon didn't let anyone touch her body except him. The maids and cooks who were originally arranged by Wales to take care of Begon were not allowed to touch Begon, otherwise the little guy would get angry and hit his head everywhere. Although the little guy's headbutt had no power and would only make others laugh, since Begon didn't like it, Wales would certainly not force him to accept it. Just when Wales thought Dake was going to be hit by Begon, he saw that Begon was held in Dake's arms without any movement, and even a little close, as if the baby returned to the arms of the old mother. That was originally a special treatment that Wales could enjoy. For a while, Wales' mood became very complicated. The next moment, Dake pressed Begon's belly and tail root and rubbed them, and the little guy kicked his feet comfortably. What is this? Gently rubbing these 2 acupuncture points can make Begon feel comfortable. You can also use this method to help relieve the muscles of the little guy after training. Dark deliberately let Wales see the position he pressed. I see, the leader is so powerful. Nothing, just the skills of a breeder. Dark grinned. I don't know when he started, he is also a very powerful breeder. From taking care of Pokemon eggs according to the requirements of the system to now having a deep understanding of most Pokemon, this daily training is indispensable. It's a very healthy baby, but I didn't expect it to be a girl. Dark looked at Begon in his arms with some surprise. After all, the rough duck voice is really not like the sound that a female Pokemon can make. This should be the child of the dragon Garchomp and Salamence. Begon inherited the race of the maternal Salamence. However, compared to Garchomp, Salamence is more suitable for the wind magician Wales. Because Garchomp is a dragon and ground-type Pokemon, more suitable for earth attribute magicians. And Salamence is a dragon and flying-type Pokemon. Whoa! Is this child a girl? Welsh scratched his head in shock. This made Begon angry, and he jumped out of Dark's arms and took down Wales' calf with his head. Chapter 468 Centaur Family. Begon is a species that is very coveted and soars in the sky. But until the 3rd stage, they will not have the ability to fly. You must always pay attention to this. Dark specifically told Wales this. Whoa! Why? Because they will keep trying to fly, such as jumping down from a high place and trying to make themselves fly, but generally speaking, they will only get themselves hurt. This is something that every Begon trainer should pay attention to. Jumping down from an appropriate height is actually a kind of exercise for Begon, which can strengthen their physical strength. But if it is too high, they will hurt themselves or even die. The reason why Bagon is called Bagon is because they are Pokemon that need adult care to grow safely to evolution. They are babies that need to be taken care of. Yes. I understand. I was wondering why I often see Bagon jumping around on the bed recently. Wales nodded quickly and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, Dark told him this in advance, otherwise it would be too late if something happened to Bagon in the future, and he would only regret it. The next day, Wales took advantage of this opportunity to ask Dark many things about training Pokemon. It should be said that Wales has the sense of responsibility to become a good trainer. It is different from those guys who just keep training after catching Pokemon. Trainers like Wales can go a long way in the future. After all, the champion characters in the Pokemon world basically have similar pasts. When these people were young, their love and sense of responsibility for Pokemon could be seen. Doc didn't stay here for long. After telling Wales some necessary knowledge, he left the next day. The target was of course the forest in the north full of magic races Sasgata. The last Void user, the Hey Pokemon girl Tiffany Ya, lived in a village in this forest. According to the information collected in Touriston before, Doc first found the Centaur family, whose race was already endangered. It is said that the situation faced by the Centaur, a magical race, is the worst among all magical races. All centaurs are basically Earth attribute magicians. They can use the power of the Earth attribute to make themselves better at running and faster. There is basically no creature on the entire continent that has a stronger long-distance running ability on land than them. So, they are regarded as the best mounts by humans. Because centaurs can run and fight, have high physical strength, great strength, and can even communicate with humans, some centaurs are also very good-looking and can satisfy the perverted needs of some nobles. Here we are not only referring to female centaurs, male centaurs are also very popular with some female nobles. After all, the reproductive organs of horses are quite exaggerated. Due to these advantages, centaurs are hunted by humans. The centaur family has basically never settled in a certain place. They have to constantly migrate to improve the safety factor of the race. But even so, there may only be a few dozen people left in the centaur family today. Doc found the centaur family in the northwest of the forest. Then he found that there were not only centaurs in the centaur family, but also human deer and human cow. Don't say it, it was so strange that Doc couldn't accept it for a while. The centaur and the human deer were okay, they were seen in some previous works, but creatures like human cows were a little shocking to Doc. It's not that they are ugly, but I was shocked when I saw them for the first time. The ancestors of these centaur families were all ruthless people comparable to the third brother. The centaur family didn't have a village. They didn't need to build a village because they kept migrating. They lived in groups of 3 or 2 and slept directly on the grass. This kind of life was no different from those wild horses and deer. Doc didn't want to disturb them and scare them away, so he walked straight towards them and made some noises in advance to let the centaurs notice him when they were still some distance away. The moment they saw humans, all the centaurs stood up from the grass with alert faces. Doc didn't feel much rage from it, which was a very strange phenomenon. It stands to reason that this race should hate humans for what they have experienced. When Doc approached, a tall and majestic male centaur walked out of the centaur tribe. The upper body of this male centaur was a burly man with dark brown long hair, and his face looked soft and beautiful that didn't match his body. The only thing on the upper body that looks different from normal human ears is the ears of a horse. The lower body is the horse has a brown-red mane and 4 strong legs. It can definitely kick someone to death with one kick. This person is obviously the leader of the centaur family. Human, are you passing by or looking for us? The centaur leader stood in front of Doc, preventing him from getting close to the tribe behind him. There were 3 or 2 little centaurs and a female centaur in the tribe. Looking for you. What? The centaur leader asked directly without changing his expression. Perhaps because they saw that Doc was the only one, the centaur family was not particularly afraid. Do you want to live in another place? Do you want to feed us? The centaur leader's face changed immediately when he heard what Doc said. No, you misunderstood. Doc knew what was going on when he heard this. This must be because some nobles had mentioned this idea before. They wanted to raise these centaurs. The purpose is self-evident, which is nothing more than to keep them as pets or strengthen the army. Let me think about it. Can you trust the king of the 4 elemental families? Of course, he is the elder of our magic race. Okay, wait a minute. After saying this, Doc disappeared from the spot, leaving the centaur family dumbfounded. About 10 minutes later, Doc appeared again. But this time, the centaur family had a lot more fear in their eyes. The move Doc showed just now was so scary that they realized that the man in front of them was not an ordinary character. It took Doc 10 minutes to come back because of IRA's. He originally thought that IRA's character of running around must be more prestigious among these magic races, so he planned to bring IRA's here to prove it to himself. Who would have thought that he couldn't find IRA's at all? Even if Dark found Rayquaza, the latter could not find IRA's immediately. Because IRA's himself was a ball of wind, with an uncertain shape and running around everywhere, Rayquaza had some difficulty finding him. Perhaps only Lugia, the god who controls ocean currents and air currents, could detect IRA's location in an instant. Helplessly, Dark gave up looking for IRA's and ran to the inland sea to call for Sarasa. It was much easier to find Sarasa. Calling by the inland sea would allow the other party to hear it and rush over as quickly as possible, and the whole process even took only a few dozen seconds. How Pierce, see if you recognize her first. Dark stopped the centaur leader in front of him from speaking, and poked the Pokemon ball on his waist and released Sarasa. Sarasa, a water element queen, appeared on such a grassland, and seemed to be a little uncomfortable and in a bad mood, giving people a more aloof feeling. Lord Shalasa. The centaur leader recognized the legendary water element king at a glance. Although he had never seen the 4 element kings, the legends of these kings were engraved in the blood of the magic race and passed down. The centaur leader knelt on one knee when he saw Shalasa, with his right hand on his chest. Although the god worshipped by their centaur family was Yashin, the king of earth element, they also maintained due respect for the other 3 element kings. Dozens of other centaurs also made the same gesture. Shalasa did not speak. Although the other party did not show it, Doc, who had the power of aura, could sense that Shalasa was in a bad mood and was sulking. To put it bluntly, she did not know this centaur family at all, and had no intention of communicating with them. The water element king has this kind of personality. Sharasa, please tell them about the existence of Pokemon Island. I want to take them there to live, but they don't trust me. Dark spoke helplessly and added, I'll take you back later, okay? Sharasa glanced at Dark and nodded. She had to give Dark face, after all, according to the Pokemon Island. Dark seemed to be her trainer, the so-called contract magician. Just when Dark was about to listen to what Pokemon Island was like in Sharasa's eyes, Sharasa still didn't speak, but raised her hand. Streams of water gushed out of her hand and spun in the air into a water mirror. Many images of Pokemon Island still appeared in the mirror. Various Pokemons played happily together, and creatures of various races lived in harmony in the Alliance City. Those were the images that appeared in Pokemon Island, and they were also the real Pokemon Island that Sharasa saw. She just used this way to show the Pokemon Island in her memory. Where is this? When the scene ended, the centaur leader asked sincerely, with hope in his eyes. He just noticed some animal people walking upright, and there were even horse people among them. They were chasing and playing with other races in that luxurious big city. That for a moment, the centaur leader envied from the bottom of his heart. He also wanted to take his tribe to such a world to survive, and no longer run around in this insecure forest. He thought, since the group of creatures that looked more strange could live freely, than their centaur family, it should be possible too, right? Chapter 469 The Centaur Pokémon that came to the door. October 15th. 5 days have passed since Dark entered the Sosgata forest. After conquering the Centaur family, the speed has obviously increased. After all, there is experience. According to Dark's understanding of the Centaur family members, the reason why they don't hate humans so much is because many humans have helped them. They also know that there are good and bad people among humans, and the Centaur family is an upright family with clear grudges. So the Centaur family does not have much hatred for the human family. However, Doc did not let the magic race live in the battle-hanging city immediately after conquering a race, but brought the helping hand around to persuade other magic races. For those magic races who were unwilling to join, Doc only persuaded them once. After persuading them once failed, he stopped forcing them, and it was too late for these races to regret it later. As more and more magic races joined the team, the speed of conquering other magic races became faster and faster. Perhaps because they felt relieved when they saw other races joining. Especially, even the Centaur family, which was severely poisoned by humans, followed and vowed to meet Sarasa. Of course, after Doc asked, he found another reason. That is, they also found that the whole continent was restless, and there seemed to be a trend of war between several major kingdoms, so they all felt uneasy and wanted to migrate to find a place to avoid the war. Although the forest of Sosgata would never be chosen as a battlefield. However, every time there is a war, there are always people or teams fleeing to the forest to hide, disrupting the lives of these magic races. If these people have any special identities and attract the pursuit of some troops, then things will become more troublesome. Many magic races in the forest may be affected. In short, as long as war breaks out, there will be no peace in the whole continent. Doc did not expect that the good show planned by Long not only forced Joseph to leave quickly, but also unexpectedly helped him to conquer these magic races. In 5 days, Doc had as many as 18 races following him. That is, he conquered 3 to 4 races a day on average. However, although there are 18 races, the total number is not large, only less than 500 people. That is to say, there may be only more than 20 people in one race. There are 2 reasons for such a small number. One is that there are few half-human creatures, and the number is still decreasing. After all, there are very few ruthless people who are willing to combine with magic creatures and give birth to offspring. The forest environment of Sosgata is not very good for these half-human magical creatures, and sometimes they are hunted by human hunters. With the decline of fertility and the increase of mortality within the race, the population naturally declines steadily. Second, it is not the entire half-human race here, but many of them are only a part of it. There are naturally different opinions among the races. Those who are willing to leave will follow the team, those who are unwilling to leave will stay, and there are also some individuals who are forced to leave the tribe for various reasons. For example, there is a race of lion people in the team. There is only one person in this race, a subadult male lion who was just driven out of the tribe, which is about the equivalent of 16 years old in human. Among many half-human races, the animal characteristics of the lion people are very obvious. They are not like other half-human races who may only have animal ears and tails on their bodies. They directly have a lion head. And the lion people seem to follow the tribe rules of animal lions. Female lion people can stay in the tribe and be responsible for daily hunting. Male lions can stay in the tribe before they reach subadulthood, but they will be driven out of the tribe by male and female lions from the beginning of their subadulthood. However, where are there so many lions in Sosgata to form a tribe for male lions who have left the team? So male lions who have left the team either live alone or form a tribe with other female half-human creatures. For example, there are combinations of male lions, female leopards, and female werewolves. That night, the half-human creatures who followed Doc to collect people everywhere were already sleeping on the grass, snuggling around. There is no discrimination between half-humans, and rest would not mind being together. However, various instincts from animal genes still exist. Just like herbivores are afraid of carnivores, so they will subconsciously stay away. Cats like warm places, so they will let those creatures with high body temperatures get close to them. It's almost time. Doc looked up at the two moons, one big and one small, in the night sky and murmured. Nearly 500 people are enough to fill the number of NPCs in Grant. Besides, he had already taken away nearly half of the centaurs in the Saskata. The rest were either hiding very deep or unwilling to leave. Doc was not going to waste any more time. It was time for him to go to Romania to take away the unknown Pope. Doc glanced at the Catman girl and Dogman boy lying on both sides of him, and gently pushed them apart and laid them flat on the ground. He was going to go to the toilet and rest. Doc came to a quiet area, found a thick tree, and was about to take off his pants to urinate, but he immediately stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He sensed that there was an adult with 7 or 8 children approaching this direction. Based on the magic energy in the other party's body, Doc could basically determine that these people were all magic races. The magic power of humans can only increase with the strengthening of the spirit. Occasionally, when they are emotionally excited, their magic power can be temporarily increased, but it will not be affected by any other factors. However, the spirits of most human children are very fragile. So their magic power is basically very low, even those nobles with extraordinary bloodlines are the same. The magic power of the magic race is affected by age, spirit, blood, and other factors. Some magic creatures may have a lot of magic power when they are born. However, the magic power of the children perceived by Doc is not high, but at least they are at the line level. One may be a coincidence. 7 or 8 are definitely not human children. From this, Doc can judge that the small team approaching is a team of magic races. According to the direction of the other party's movement, it is targeted, and the target seems to be the half-human army led by Doc. Wait. The power of nothingness? That half-Pokemon. When Doc used the power of aura to judge whether the person coming was hostile, he made an unexpected discovery. According to the feedback from the power of aura, the adult had the fluctuation of the power of nothingness. In the forest of Saskata, there is still the power of nothingness, so it is self-evident who this person is. The last void magician, Tiffany Ya. I don't know why the other party came here, so I'll take the initiative to ask. Dark originally planned to secretly take a look at what the visitor wanted to do. But now there is no need to waste that time. This hey Pokemon can't be hostile or intend to do anything bad. It's either passing by or needs a helping hand. Directly asking can save a lot of time. Dark already wants to rest. Hey! Dark didn't waste time. He walked over and spoke from a distance. Wow! XN. Although the distance was still far, it still scared the children. Perhaps because in this dark night, they themselves lack a sense of security. The sudden appearance of human voices in the originally silent environment will inevitably scare them. Human. Green-haired human, yes, that's you. Tiffany Ya seemed much calmer. She protected the children behind her and looked at Doc carefully, then nodded with certainty. Oh, looking for me? What for? Doc raised his eyebrows. He didn't know why Tiffany Ya was looking for him. The only connection between him and Tiffany Ya might be Tiffany Ya's ancestor Sozia. As for Henrietta and Wales, Tiffany Ya herself didn't know what relationship she had with these two people. I heard from everyone in Westwood Village that a green-haired male human came to the forest recently and wanted to take many half-humans to a peaceful and beautiful place. The water element King Shalasa was the guarantor. Tiffany Ya stared at Doc's eyes, as if observing something. Doc probably guessed it. This hey Pokemon with the blood of the Pokemon royal family, the Touristan royal family, and the Albion royal family has some special abilities. For example, it can imprison a person's memory at the bottom of consciousness, or judge whether a person is lying by observing a person's eyes. However, these things are basically not very advanced applications of Dak's special abilities. Take Psychic for example. Not only can it directly delete part of a person's memory, but it can also monitor the other party's psychological activities to know the other party's true thoughts. Even if the other party has a strong control over introverted thoughts and can disguise his thoughts. But that can't be hidden from the aura perception of the aura power. Aura perception can detect whether a person has malice in his heart, which cannot be hidden in any way. If Doc wants, Tiffany Ya can only see what he wants to show her. Well, that's true. I am that person. Do you want to go with us? Doc looked at Tiffany Ya unexpectedly after hearing what Tiffany Ya said. There was no part about Tiffany Ya in his original plan. He didn't even know that Tiffany Ya was a person. I was ready to forget about this. Hey Pokemon. Who would have thought that Tiffany would come to me on her own initiative? If Tiffany really planned to live on Pokemon Island, then, the last key to open the world door has come to Dark's hands. And considering that Tiffany is only 16 years old now and has a lifespan of at least thousands of years, this key will not have any problems in the next few thousand years. Chapter 470 The Pokemon Girl Who Returned to the Tribe. Well, is it okay? Tiffany nodded seriously. She didn't feel that Dark was lying, so she believed what Dark said. Living in the forest for many years, a 16-year-old girl would easily believe others. Of course, is there anyone else going to the village you just visited? Dark thought of the Westwood village mentioned by Tiffany. It should be that a certain half-human that we met before came from this village, but he did not leave with Doc, but returned to the village and brought back the news. Doc glanced at the children. Rat people, squirrel people, Diglett people. It is probably a village of rat people. However, Doc did not remember that he had met rat people on the road. So it means that these rat people got this news from other half-humans by accident. No, there are basically only some old people left in Westwood Village who are no longer suitable for racial migration, and no one wants to leave there. Tiffany Ya shook her head sadly. She felt a little sad that those old people were unwilling to leave with her. After all, the war is about to start, and the village may be affected by the war. The people who stay in the village are in a very dangerous situation. Tiffany Ya was originally going to stay with them, but was driven out. Because these half-human children cannot be left without care, Tiffany Ya is the one who was chosen to take care of these children. The elders' reasons also convinced Tiffany, so she took the children out to look for Doc. No problem, come with me, everyone is resting, remember to move gently, I will take you away when you wake up tomorrow morning. Doc nodded, led Tiffany and several children to the place where other centaurs were staying. Tiffany and several little centaurs followed him all the way to the place. When they saw so many centaurs, their eyes almost widened. They had never seen so many centaurs in the village. Especially several children, who had almost never left the village since they grew up. They only saw a few foreign centaurs in the village. Doc turned his head and waved to them, indicating that they should rest quietly. Perhaps because there were more and more similar people, Tiffany and several rat people were relieved and found a place to huddle together to rest. Time came to the next day in a blink of an eye. Cluck. XN. Everyone gradually fell asleep with the crowing of several chickenmen. Ah! Enough! Dogs bark before bed, pigs snore during sleep, and chickens crow when waking up. When will this kind of life end? I told you, they should live in a place of their own. Lord Dark, please don't let us live with them. It will really make us mentally weak. Accompanied by a burst of complaints and ghosts howling, the half-humans gradually woke up from their dreams. After 5 days of getting along, the half-human tribes who came earlier have gradually become familiar with Dark. They know that Dark is not a difficult human to get along with, so they can talk to him. Okay, I'm going to take everyone to live on Pokemon Island today. Dark stood up and stretched, then waved his hand. Then he asked everyone to take their belongings and luggage. When everything was ready, Dark opened a huge grey door and led 500 half-humans into it. The other side of the door is the first floor of Inkrad. The first floor of this battle floating castle is called the Town of Beginning, which is exactly the same as the name in Sao, named by Kayaba Akihiko. Of course, the style of the first floor is also very similar to that in Sao. In the center is a town full of Western adventure style, and outside the town is an endless grassland. Although the Town of Beginning looks very ordinary and unremarkable in the entire Inkrad of Sao. But in fact, such a small town is already very close to the appearance of those kingdom towns in the magic world. After all, the town style of the magic world is just the appearance of the medieval European period, and no matter how luxurious it has not deviated from the upper limit of the background of the times. There is no one in the Town of Beginning at present, so it looks very empty. Wow! So beautiful! I have never seen it before. Are we going to live here in the future? For those half-humans who basically dare not step into human cities, such an ordinary town is already considered very beautiful. After Dark and the other half-humans came here, he was not in a hurry to take the next step. He believed that Kayaba Akihiko already knew they were coming and should be on his way. There were always some unknown birds in the sky of the 10th floor of Inkrad. In fact, they were these are flight patrol monitoring, props used to assist the guards stationed here to do their work. There is another research institute of Kayaba Akihiko on the 10th floor, which has the visual field of all flight monitoring. Now Dark and the others should have appeared in those monitoring. Sure enough. It took Kayaba Akihiko less than 5 minutes to walk out of the ladder to the sky in the center of the city. Because this is not a game world after all, except for Giratina and Pocky, there are no teleportation arrays. So the original portal has become the ladder to the sky today, which means ladder to the sky. It is actually an elevator. Dark, you gave me a big surprise. Kayaba Akihiko approached and looked at the half-people. And the half-people also noticed this human at the first time, and couldn't help but start to speculate about his identity, but they were not afraid. Because Kayaba Akihiko is not an ordinary human, but a skeletal person with THREE genes, and there is an eyeball on his forehead. So the half-people subconsciously regard him as a magical race. Some people even speculated that he was the offspring of humans and Bijid monsters, but they couldn't understand how creatures like Bijid monsters reproduce. Bijid monsters don't have genitals. A humanoid magical race from the New World, let them choose their own residence in Inkrad. Dark didn't introduce too much to Kayaba Akihiko. It was mainly because he knew only a little about these races, so it was not good to say anything self-righteously. Yet. Also, if Rinko has nothing to do, ask her to help these half-people understand this world. Okay. Akihiko Kayaba responded concisely. It seems that he has begun to focus on these half-human races at this time. Dark can understand it. After all, some of the biological structures are really incredible. I dare not imagine what cruel things the humans in the past of the magic world did. Then they are handed over to you. Dark patted Kayaba Akihiko on the shoulder, then turned around and introduced Kayaba Akihiko to everyone. You are now in a castle floating in the air. The castle has a total of 10 floors. This is the first floor. This is the lord of this floating castle in Inkrad, Kayaba Akihiko. You can ask him for help if you have any questions. After Dark finished speaking, Kayaba Akihiko came forward and seemed to be planning to communicate with these half-humans. Tiffany, yeah. Do you want to return to the Pokemon tribe? The Pokemon tribe now lives in this world. Dark did not intend to listen to this, so he walked to Tiffany alone and spoke. No wonder I couldn't find the Pokemon tribe. It turns out that we have come to Pokemon Island, but I still have to take care of these children. There was some yearning in Tiffany's eyes. She also wanted to have her own tribe. But she promised the elders of the rat people to take good care of these rat people. Let's go with them. Of course, it's okay if you want to stay here. Dark just asked casually. After all, as a hey Pokemon, Tiffany is more suitable to return to the Pokemon tribe to live, not to mention that many of her relatives and elders are there. Tiffany was very entangled and didn't know what to do. Sister Tiffany, go, we will go with you. Yes, I believe other Pokemon sisters will like us. I want to go too. Those cat uncles and cat grannies look so scary. Several rat people noticed Tiffany's mood, and she made a choice. Okay, Mr. Dark, can you please take us to the Pokemon tribe? With the encouragement of the mice, Tiffany no longer hesitated and immediately made the choice she preferred. Follow me. Duck grinned and stretched out his hand to open a door again. Through the door, the other side was Yggdrasil. Duck's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of passers-by around. After all, Dark is undoubtedly the most famous man in these worlds, no one else. He turned his head and found that some Pokemon had already gotten along well with people of other races and Pokemon. It seems that the Pokemon tribe has gradually integrated into this city. Next, they just need to integrate into this world. Maybe they can see the Pokemon tribe in the battle competition and coordination competition next year. Duck did not stay here for long. He pulled Tiffany and a group of mice to teleport to Ban's home. Uncle Dark. Kaiwa was not surprised to see Dark suddenly appear. She had already gotten used to Dark's elusiveness, which was even scarier than Flying Thunder God. Kijil looked at Dark with more curiosity. There were a few children beside him, but he didn't ask anything. After all, Dark often brought all kinds of magical creatures to Pokemon Island, and it would be too much trouble to ask everything. Since we have seen it now, it means that we will have the opportunity to see it again in the future, and we can slowly get to know it then. Where does that guy Sozia live now? Next door. Chapter 471 Poke Island Prison. When Dark led Tiffany and the others to the next door, Sozia was still confused when she saw the Hey Pokemon in front of her. Sozia, the queen of the Pokemon family, seems to be one of your elders from a long time ago. Dark introduced Tiffany, who looked a little reserved. Since arriving at Yggdrasil, Tiffany seemed a little nervous. After all, it was the first time she saw so many of the same race. Whether the Hey Pokemon and Pokemon are from the same family is still to be discussed. However, at least from the appearance, compared with humans, the external characteristics of Hey Pokemon and Pokemon are almost exactly the same. Hello. Tiffany Ya looked at the powerful Pokemon senior in front of her and couldn't speak properly. Oh? Where did you pick up this Hey Pokemon? There is a bit of royal blood in it. Is it the descendant of one of my sisters? Socha was originally reading a book at home to learn about the world. When she saw Tiffany Ya and felt the blood in her body, she showed an interesting look. She put down the book in her hand and walked towards Tiffany Ya. Then I don't know, but I can tell you in advance that this child is one of the Void users. Hey! Socha was shocked. She never thought that the Pokemon clan would have a Void user one day. Since ancient times, there has never been a precedent for a magic race to have a Void user. Tiffany Ya can have such power because of the human blood in her body. Okay, she and the children she adopted will stay in Yutra Hill. Since you are her elder, it's okay to leave her to you, right? Well, don't worry, I will protect her. Sozia waved to Dark. If Dark didn't tell her about Tiffany Ya's hidden identity as a Void user, Sozia might not care about her and treat her like an ordinary Pokemon. But since Dark said it, Sozia naturally couldn't remain indifferent. At least she had to arrange Tiffany Ya's residence near her home, or even live together. But the content after that had nothing to do with Dark, so he returned to the magic world. He also had to go to Romania to bring back the damn Pope and put him in the Pokemon prison. When Dark arrived at the Romanian royal palace, he was stunned for a while. Good acting, Iken. Dark floated high above, looking at the Dullied king below, who looked like a fool, and praised him. If he didn't have the power of psychic and aura, he might not have known that this guy was acting. Welcome my god. Iken knelt down at the speed of light after hearing Dark's voice. This reaction speed even made Dark think that he had mastered the observation haki. "Take me to see the Pope, let me see what he has done to you." "Don't worry, my god, he is still alive and well, not a hair has fallen, how dare I take his life without your order?" Iken didn't dare to look up at Dark, but lowered his head and stood up to lead Dark in front. Dark followed Iken all the way to the fourth underground floor of the palace. The whole space was dark and damp, with no light source except a few weak candles. If you stay in such a place for a long time, your psychology will definitely be problematic. "My lord, the Pope is inside. It's a bit dirty and there are some lowly and ugly goblins. Don't go in. I'll bring him out for you." Yi Cheng stopped in front of a door with Doc and said respectfully, then opened the door halfway and went in. He was afraid that the scene inside would pollute Dak's eyes. Little did he know that Doc had just used his mental power to probe in to see the situation. Sometimes having too strong a sense of perception is not necessarily a good thing. Doc pursed his lips and his left cheek twitched. There were more than just the Pope and a few goblins inside. There was also the Queen, a giant demon dog, 2 tentacle monsters, 3 slimes, and a lot of weird magic props that Doc looked at with a confused look and didn't know what they were. Probably because of Dak's order. The Pope's situation was much better than the Queen's. The Queen's body was stuffed with a bunch of messy things, even some living things, and she was in a trance and drooling. Doc shook his head and narrowed his perception range to 2 meters around him. Yuchen didn't dare to let Tobias wait, but he didn't dare to let the dirty Pope appear in front of Doc. He washed the Pope in a minute, then put him down from a cross and walked out dragging his hair. "Kami-sama, I brought it to you." "Well, wait until the new king of Goryeo ascends the throne, and then join the alliance." "Yes." Yuchen knelt on one knee and obeyed Dak's order. Although he heard the shocking news that Goryeo was going to change the king, he remained calm as if he had not heard it at all. He didn't know who the new king would be, but he would be a colleague in the future anyway, and there would be plenty of opportunities to get to know him. "You." The Pope came back to his senses at this time, raised his head and looked at Doc. He opened his mouth and tried to say something with a hoarse voice. "Pa! Shut up! Are you worthy of talking to my god? You are only worthy of smelling my god's fart." Yuchen got angry and slapped the Pope hard, causing him to spit out blood. Dark was speechless. He waved his hand casually and took the Pope away to the Pokemon Island. Yuchen knelt there for another 3 minutes before getting up, turned around and entered the secret room to start his game. "Someone, bring the wild boar that was just delivered this morning. I want to see what kind of ugly thing the wild boar man is." Pokemon Prison. The defense of this big prison is far from comparable to Imperdown in the pirate world. Today, Imperdown has become a branch of the Guard in Paradise. People who have committed some minor mistakes will be arrested for interrogation, fined, detained, and decide whether to be sent to the Pokemon prison. Imperdown has a probability of being breached. After all, the strength of everyone in the sailing world has not been suppressed, and those powerful humans at least have the opportunity to attack Imperdown. But the Pokemon prison can only be thought of. On Pokemon Island, almost everyone is equal. Unless you are recognized by the legendary Pokemon and inherit people with special abilities, all others are in the category of ordinary people. No matter how powerful a human is outside, here he can only rely on a relatively strong physique and rich combat experience to fight against many. That is to say, if you want to attack the Pokemon prison on Pokemon Island, you can only rely on 2 forces: Pokemon and technological weapons. But now under the restrictions of the Pokemon League, cold weapons don't matter, and hot weapons have basically become contraband. Everyone must hand in hot weapons, otherwise if they are discovered, they will have to spend a few days to a few years in prison depending on the situation. In addition, the Pokemon prison has an unparalleled geographical location. It is located in Safari, the seabed directly below the zone. Water goddess Sarasa and ice god Lapras often pass by. The safari zone above is suppressed by a bunch of Pokemon and Tyranitar. The seabed not far from both sides is the base of the Navy and the Greco-Roman Army respectively. On the shore not far away is the Pokemon League base. Not counting the many strong men in the base and the League city, the Regigigas located under the League base alone is not something that humans can shake. Under such layers of siege, the Pokemon prison must be unbreakable. If you want to attack here, you are drunk and have no idea. Dark carried the Pope while explaining everything about the Pokemon prison to him. He used the power of aura to sense that the Pope's heart, which originally had a trace of luck, gradually became as silent as dead water. You should go to the 7th floor, so as not to die accidentally. Dark has allocated the Pope's destination for the rest of his life in one sentence. Just as Impel Down has layers, the Pokemon prison also has layers. A total of 18 layers. Each layer corresponds to an attribute of the Pokemon, and there are also Pokemon with corresponding attributes guarding this layer. The difference in the strength of the Pokemon guarding between layers is not that big. The reason why it is more painful for prisoners to go down is mainly due to the environmental influence corresponding to the attribute. For example, the bottom 3 layers are Poison, Water, and Psychic. The poison layer is filled with poisonous fog. The prisoners here will feel all kinds of pain at all times because of these poisons. Ant bites, breathing difficulties, high blood pressure, and severe pain all over the body. There are all kinds of situations. It is possible that all of these situations may occur at the same time, and even the food they eat is mixed with various poisons. The entire water layer is filled with seawater. The seawater will recede once every 3 minutes and last for 2 seconds. That is to say, the prisoners here have to endure the pain of holding their breath in the sea. For an endless 3 minutes, they can only breathe for 2 seconds when the water recedes. The only food the prisoners can eat on this layer is fish bones. If the throat or trachea is pierced when eating fish bones, it will be very sad. The last psychic layer has nothing. All the pain here is caused by psychic Pokemon. They will hypnotize the prisoners imprisoned here, causing them to fall into an endless cycle of despair. All the pain in the previous 17 layers may be felt in the environment here, and there may be many other pains waiting. The prisoners on this layer will basically have a mental breakdown and become idiots in a short time, and will no longer be psychic's hypnosis hit. Then we can only adjust it upwards, so that these prisoners who have become fools will suffer physical pain. The 7th floor where the Pope is located is the rock layer. This floor has endless yellow sand. The prisoners will not suffer direct pain. The situation is not bad when they first enter here. But on this floor, the prisoners have no food to eat, and can only eat sand blown by the wind. As for water, a cup of 100 ml sewage is provided every 24 hours. Chapter 472. It's like returning to Sao. The lower you go in the Pokemon prison, the greater the probability of death. Basically, entering the lowest few floors of the Pokemon prison is equivalent to being sentenced to death. And in the upper floors, there is a great probability that Lance/Crossing will exceed the period of detention and successfully survive to be released from prison. Dark imprisoned the Pope in the Pokemon prison because it is quite safe here, and it can wear down people's will and destroy the Pope's fluke mentality bit by bit, so that he will simply give up escaping in the future. Before leaving, Dark specifically told the guards to ensure that the Pope is alive. "It's time to go see what's going on in Tabitha," Dark murmured, and disappeared again. October 20, 2013. Fighting the Floating City, New in Crad. This Aurabug city floating in the sky was reported to various worlds by Morgause 2 days ago. However, the nature and way of the existence of this castle did not cause much sensation. At most, it made everyone sigh that the technological power has reached such a level. After all, there is already a sky island in the sailing world, and people from the ninja world also know that there is a city in the sky, Angel City, after coming to Pokemon Island. The difference is, Angel City is a city supported by those special clouds, relying on the magic of nature. Encrad is a city suspended in the air purely relying on technological power, relying on the ingenuity of human technology. The Battle of the Floating City is world famous for the rules of the game in this city. Each floor has a boss floor guard. These floor guards are basically psychologists and micro-expression experts specially found by Kayaba Akihiko. He will also equip these floor guards with technological props specifically for observing challengers, specifically to assist the floor guards in observing whether the trainer is qualified to launch a challenge. Not everyone can challenge the floor guard. If you want to challenge the floor guard, you need to meet the tasks assigned by the other party and prove yourself. Different tasks will be assigned for different types of trainers, but this is definitely not to cause trouble for the trainer, it is a real test. After passing the test, the trainer can prove his quality or obtain this quality. It may also be that the trainer has such a quality, but the Pokemon does not, so in this test, the trainer must helping hand his Pokemon to obtain such a quality. In short, as long as the trainer and the Pokemon have such a quality in the end, then the challenge can be launched. The trainer wants to go to the upper floor. You must defeat the floor guard and get the identity card from him to enter the elevator. There are 10 floors in total. When you reach the 10th floor, people will be able to see the Pokemon that can only be seen here, the Earth element. After defeating the last defender of the floor, the City Lord Kayaba Akihiko, you can make a request to him. If Kayaba Akihiko can complete it, he will accept it. If he can't complete it, he will ask for a replacement. Of course, trainers can also leave Encrad during the challenge. Within 1 year, the challenge record will be saved, and you can return to the highest floor you reached in the previous challenge at any time of the year. But if it exceeds 1 year, you have to re-record it. This is a training tower for all trainers. It is an all-round improvement for trainers and Pokemon, not just strength, but more of the tacit understanding, quality, and other potential aspects between the two. In the future, there will be many people who come to this place not for rewards, but simply to improve themselves. There may also be tourists. After all, in the news reported by Morgans, it was also mentioned that there are races here that are absolutely not seen outside. Kirito and Asuna came to the Battle Sky Castle today for sightseeing. Kirito and Asuna, who were originally on their way to the battle tournament and the coordination tournament, were shocked when they saw Encrad in the newspaper, and then ran here. This is simply the town of beginning. Kirito walked on the first floor of the Battle Sky Castle, looking at the familiar scenes around him, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Well, I didn't expect to come back here again, it's like returning to Sao. Asuna also said with some emotion. The town of beginning is really special for these players from Sao. This is where everything started, the beginning of their year, and the place where they first met Pokemon. However, what they care about is not only the reappearance of Encrad. There is also one thing, the appearance of Kayaba Akihiko. This is what shocked them even more. They didn't know that Kayaba Akihiko was still alive before. After all, in the real world, Kayaba Akihiko is dead. It was proved that he had cut himself off from his family. But after seeing the newspaper, the identity of the city lord is revealed. They had to admit it. This is the Akihiko Kayaba, no doubt about it. Only this man can bring Encrad back to life. Yes, since we can all come here, why can't Akihiko Kayaba, who created Sao, come here? Kirito led Asuna along the street, watching the people coming and going, as if he saw the players coming and going. Moss Niesel and Heracross followed behind and strolled around. Moss Niesel had to keep an eye on Heracross all the time. Because sometimes when a Bulbasaur or Ivysaur walked by, Heracross would be confused by the fragrance, and then he would hold the flower bud on the back of the person and suck it hard. Kirito and Asuna were often scolded by other trainers for this. Of course, there were also people who became friends by accident, but not many. Yet, come to think of it, we can come to this place and meet more Pokemon, maybe we should thank him. Asuna nodded, and looked at the NPC in a store next to her. By the way, I didn't expect that there are really creatures like cat girls in this world. Yet, I thought those cats in the fur tribe were the legendary cat girls. I was quite disappointed at the time. After all, I'm not a fan of Furui. Kirito looked over, then nodded, showing a relieved expression. So interested in cat girls? Do you want me to help you go up and get a contact number? No. I just. Kirito saw Asuna's weird look and waved his hand to explain. Okay, I'm just kidding you, let's go, try to go up. Well, try to see if you can see that guy, I want to ask him something in person. Kirito nodded seriously, then looked at the sky on the first floor. Yutra Hill City, Madara's home. Oh, Kirito and Asuna must have gone there by now. I'm so envious. I want to go, too. Lisbeth lay in Kaiwo's arms and kept crying. Okay, it's about to start. Go over there. Kaiwo patted Lisbeth's head helplessly and pointed at the crew waiting at the door. I know. I'm just a supporting actress anyway. It won't be my turn to act if I go now. I'll be a big star in the future. Kaiwo reached out and poked Lisbeth's forehead. Lisbeth stood on tiptoe and gave Kaiwo a big kiss, then turned around and ran towards the crew. Lisbeth's acting career has begun. Under Izuna's secret arrangement, she joined the crew of the rising star actor Kazeka Koihoki in the ninja world and became a supporting actress. Now the crew is preparing to shoot a TV series. The name of the Pokemon love drama is Your Lie in June. The male and female protagonists in the drama are Gallade and Fuuka Koihoki. It mainly tells the story of Fuuka Koihoki, a girl who is determined to become a coordination master, who meets her lifelong partner and lover Gallade in the City of Nature. The story of this drama will unfold on Fuuka Koihoki's way to becoming a coordination master, and this trainer and Pokemon will also secretly fall in love with each other in the process. But due to the secular world, they cannot fall in love openly and even cannot express their feelings to each other. Lisbeth and Hariyama play the role of Fuuka Koihoki's rival. This is already one of the characters with the most drama in the whole drama. If Lisbeth and Hariyama perform well, maybe they can set up their own crew next time to shoot the drama they want to shoot. But if you want to shoot a drama, you must first have a good script. I heard that there is a writer named Hiro in the Union City recently. His books are very popular and are selling like hotcakes among young men. Lisbeth plans to go there to consult in the future. Union City. Sing has now lived a daily life of taking care of her husband. During the day, she works in the fruit shop of the neighbor's grandmother, and at night, she waits for Zach, who works in the union, to come back and have dinner together. All the players who left SAO have a trend. That is, they gradually begin to regard life on the Pokemon Island as real life, while Blue Star Neon is a garbage game. Basically, as long as they have time, Sing and Zach will come to the Pokemon Island even if they can meet in reality. Even if they have to separate and work separately. They both think that life on the Pokemon Island is more interesting. At night, the doorbell rang. Sing happily ran over to open the door in slippers. Welcome back, Anna. Sing welcomed Zach home with a gentle voice and soft embrace. I'm back, Sing. Zach responded with a red face. He was still a little embarrassed to use dear call Sing like this. Bubble. Cast form circled around the two people, looking at Zach and couldn't help laughing. Zach, have you read today's newspaper? Well, you mean in Crad? Is Sing going? Yes, I want to go with Zach and the Pokemon. Sing nodded vigorously. That's in Crad, a place with special meaning to players like them. Okay, then I'll take a day off tomorrow and go together. Yes. Chapter 473 The culprit is Decker. October 31st. It has been more than 2 weeks since Doc came to Golia. 3 weeks ago, the GE Army raised the banner of supporting the orthodoxy to ascend the throne in Golia. The idea promoted is nothing more than Tabitha is the orthodox royal family, and Joseph is just a usurper who can't even do magic. This idea was shared by almost 90% of the nobles in Goria, and they expressed their dissatisfaction with Joseph. Joseph never revealed his identity as a void magician. So most people still thought that Joseph was a waste without magical talent, so many people doubted whether Joseph was an adopted son of the Aurea family. But now there is no one in the Aurea family who can speak, and Joseph has become the king. So everyone just thought about it in their hearts, and dared not ask or investigate. The nobles of Goria obeyed the orders of the king, not Joseph's orders. Even if a pig sat on the throne, as long as the pig was a noble, they would obey the orders. Unless the pig did too many things that were harmful to the interests of Goria, like the parents of Albion Wales, the nobles would always obey the pig as king. But the nobles were very face-conscious, and this was even more important than the inside. When they went out, they had to let others mock their king as a pig, and the nobles must have felt a little bit uncomfortable. Joseph is now not much better than a pig in the eyes of the nobles. Since ancient times, the kings of Goria have always been famous in the continent as aggressive expeditionaries. Until the incompetent king Joseph appeared. Joseph did a lot of things in secret, and his ambition was greater than any previous Goria king. It was mainly because most of his energy and time were spent on thinking about how to keep a backhand to deal with the Pope, so he seemed to be doing nothing on the surface and was called the incompetent king. This incompetent king is a title that has always made the Gorian nobles feel uncomfortable. Therefore, when Long led the GE army to promote the concept and proved Tabitha's royal bloodline and wind magic talent, he easily persuaded most of the nobles to join the camp. Among them, there must be nobles who know the truth and know that Joseph is the descendant of the Aurea family. But they will choose to pretend not to know. After all, a better choice has appeared. After all, Tabitha is the daughter of the previous heir to the throne, and can be regarded as a real Goria princess and heir to the throne. And Joseph never mentioned to the old king that he wanted him to inherit the throne. Although he is now the king, he is a usurper who has not been recognized by the previous king. This reputation is not good, and the nobles of Goria have been secretly ridiculed by nobles from other kingdoms. The many grievances he suffered because of this incompetent king have accumulated little by little until now, and finally have the opportunity to explode. This is absolutely beyond Joseph's expectations. Because he did not expect that the three kingdoms would form an alliance to pressure him to leave the country, and he also did not expect Tabitha to get the helping hand of the giant GE army. Otherwise, the situation in Goria would really not change. Joseph can easily wait for the opportunity to wash off his title of incompetent king, and then win the hearts of all Gorian nobles. When the time comes, Joseph's throne will be firmly established, and his descendants will become the legitimate heirs, the direct descendants of the Aurea family. But this situation will definitely not happen now. The overall situation in Goria has been determined. 90% of the nobles are now standing by Tabitha, and the remaining 10% are also waiting and watching. Almost no nobles are willing to stand on Joseph's side. To put it bluntly, Joseph has not shown any strengths and advantages, which makes people unable to see the benefits of supporting him to continue to be king and the benefits to the development of the kingdom. And the advantages shown by Tabitha herself are actually only magical talent and royal blood visible to the naked eye. There are two biggest reasons why the nobles support her. One is the bloodline in this traditional world setting, which is quite valued by the nobles. The fact that Tabitha can get so much support, bloodline at least plays a 70% effect. And the other reason, which plays almost 25% of the role, that is the existence of the GE army. In the eyes of many nobles, the GE army is Tabitha's private army. To be able to train such a powerful private army, Tabitha must have advantages and strengths that they have not seen. These two aspects are the reason why Tabitha can get support. Golia now. On the surface, it is calm, but secretly, a net has been set up, waiting for Joseph to fall into the net. The nobles will not kill Joseph. After, regardless of whether Joseph's true identity is royal or not, at least he has the title of a royal family, so no one except the new King Tabitha can punish Joseph. Joseph, who is far away at the border, didn't know all this. The borders of Goria and Garmania are adjacent. The two largest kingdoms directly divide the eastern part of the continent into two, occupying a vast territory. There is almost no neutral area left, which is completely different from China and the West. So the meeting place between Joseph and Diocletian is also on the border between the two countries. Joseph just arrived here today, and Diocletian, as the invited party, has not arrived yet. It will probably take another day or two. While Joseph was waiting anxiously, a woman with long black straight hair walked into his office. "My lord, there seems to be something wrong in the capital," Sheffield reported to Joseph as soon as he entered the office. Sheffield, the mysterious beauty in Goria, who seems to be the secretary of the incompetent king on the surface, is actually the incompetent king's servant. It is one of the 4 legendary void familiars, God's Head Miss Natron. However, this so-called God's Head does not mean that Sheffield has a very smart brain. The ability of God's Head is just to allow Sheffield to use all the magic props in the world without spending any cost other than magic power. This ability is strong and weak. In the hands of poor people, it is definitely a weak garbage ability. But in the hands of a king like Joseph, it is very powerful. Especially those forbidden magic props can be used as easily as ordinary magic props in Sheffield's hands, and the effect will not be discounted. As for Sheffield's IQ, it is not visible at all. Because Sheffield almost never has any ideas of her own, basically does not use her brain, just like a machine that can only receive instructions to complete Joseph's orders. However, her nature is different from that of Akin, who is controlled by hypnosis. Sheffield was very clear-eyed. She obeyed Joseph's orders because she was a love-brained person. She loved Joseph deeply and was even willing to sacrifice for him. "What's going on?" Joseph frowned. He expected that something would happen when he left the country. But he didn't expect that this matter would be so big that Sheffield would come to him specially. Generally, if it was something Sheffield could solve, the other party would basically not come to report it specially. But now that Sheffield came, it meant that something beyond control and expectation had happened, which made Joseph feel uneasy and doubted whether someone was secretly planning his departure this time. "Almost all the magic props I used were destroyed, and the few magic props that continued to produce effects were of no great use." Sheffield's face was also very ugly. Because she was worried that her failure to do a good job this time would make Joseph disappointed in her. "No dolls were left?" "Yes." Sheffield nodded. The magic puppet is one of the magic props Sheffield used. She activated more than 100 magic puppets and let them hide in the capital of Golia to secretly monitor all the nobles. However, those magic puppets were all eliminated one after another a few days ago. At first, Sheffield thought it was just a few accidents. After all, the puppets were eliminated very slowly. Until later, dozens of puppets were all killed in the same period of time, and she suddenly realized that someone was doing it on purpose. Maybe she had been investigating the characteristics of those puppets and searching for the locations where other puppets were hidden. But Sheffield was still not panicked at that time. She activated various other magic props to investigate the situation or solve the culprit, but all failed. Almost all the magic props she activated were destroyed. Even the magic aromatherapy she placed in Joseph's bedroom was not spared. It seems that something big has really happened in the capital. Joseph raised his hand and pinched his chin, and his breathing began to become a little heavy. "Sir, do we still need to go back? Isn't it too dangerous?" "It's more dangerous if we don't go back. Maybe they want to force me out and kill me. Maybe Diocletian is also part of this plan. Will someone want Diocletian to take this opportunity to encircle and suppress us? Or..." Joseph's face became more and more ferocious as he pondered. Being suspicious and cautious by nature, he began to think about various possibilities and felt that everywhere became unsafe. "Sir!" Sheffield shouted with some concern. Joseph came back to his senses and thought for a few minutes before speaking, "We can't stay here any longer. Let's go back to the city first." "But it doesn't matter. The capital is at least much safer than outside." That's what Joseph thought. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that Diocletian had a problem. After all, he always felt that he was forced to leave the country this time. That is to say, someone wanted him to go abroad to do things. There is only one thing to do after leaving the country, that is to meet Dacre. Thinking like this, Dacre is the most dangerous person. I really underestimated this weakling. Chapter 474. The leader is really handsome. Joseph kicked out the most innocent guy right away, and ran all the way with Sheffield towards the capital without stopping. Sheffield used all kinds of magic props. The magic spaceship plus the magic power stone. The existence of the two magic props allows Sheffield to directly control the magic spaceship to fly in the sky infinitely. Dark has basically returned to the normal life of Pokemon Island. Dark, who has been a teacher in the Magic Academy for a while, now feels that he still has some teaching experience, so he basically calls Luffy, Naruto, and Esdeath to practice on weekends. "I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Eat meat." X2. Naruto and Esdeath looked helplessly at Luffy, who was sitting on the ground and howling. Luffy's appetite was originally big, and after he got the power of Aura, his appetite became even bigger, and he had to eat 6 or 7 meals a day. If it weren't for Garp and Dragon's high salary, the monkey family would have been really bankrupted. "Eat this." Dark took out a cylindrical and slender small box from his pocket, and poured out a dark red and crystal clear poke cube from it. "Wow! Poke cube." Luffy took a look at the cube in Dark's hand, opened his big mouth and rushed over. It seemed that he was going to swallow Dark's hand. However, Dark had already been very skilled. He casually threw the poke cube into Luffy's big mouth, and then reached out and pressed the little guy directly on the spot. "Hey, Luffy, why do you eat Pokemon's food?" Naruto scratched his little hedgehog head. Although the essence of poke cube is processed from various edible materials, there will be no problem for humans to eat it. But generally there are few trainers who specifically eat Pokemon cubes as meals. After all, the food positioning of Pokemon cubes is Pokemon food, Pokemon snacks. Even in friendly stores, they can only be found in these two areas. But Luffy doesn't care about that. Anything that can be put into his mouth is the same to him. Crocodile, Cracker, Gaspard in the movie, Chopper, Lily of Mini-Berry. For Luffy, who can put these people into his mouth, a mere Pokemon cube is nothing. Ah! After Luffy swallowed the poke cube whole, he lay flat on the ground holding his stomach and shouted, "I'm so full, a little bloated." That's a poke cube specially made for little Snorlax. 2 are enough to make little Snorlax full. I remember that most little Snorlax eat more than 100 kilograms a day, right? Esdeath recalled what she had learned in school and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In other words, the poke cube that Luffy just ate is equivalent to 50 kilograms of super compressed food. If this is put in the sailing world, this weight is nothing at all. Not to mention the future Luffy, even the current Luffy might be able to eat it. But this is Pokemon Island. Because everyone's strength is limited, the consumption of the body is also greatly reduced, and the energy and nutrition required to be supplemented are no longer that much. Therefore, people from the sailing world generally eat less after coming here, and a few people in the ninja world who eat more will eat less. For example, Hinata, who can eat at least 10 bowls of Ichiraku ramen in the ninja world, can only eat 3 or 4 bowls at most after coming to Pokemon Island. However, in this case, Luffy actually ate 50 kilograms of food at once and only felt a little full. Incredible! Even Naruto, who is not good at math and has no concept of numbers, looked at Luffy in disbelief. Well, Luffy majored in physical energy after all, and aura power is also the consumption and use of physical energy. It is normal to be hungry easily. Dark was not surprised by Luffy's situation. After he obtained the aura power, his appetite also increased significantly, but later he got the earth power, which can absorb natural energy from the earth to replenish the body's needs. Just like Naruto. Although he has to face the same amount of training every day, his appetite has not increased. Naruto's earth power level is very low, maybe only LV.1, and all the effects are very weak. It's not as good as Dark's ability to restore his vitality by absorbing natural energy. But there is an effect of absorbing a little bit of natural energy to reduce the energy obtained from diet. As for Esteth, her appetite has also increased a lot. Esteth usually needs to consume a lot of mental energy when training psychic. Eating is not the main way to restore mental energy, but resting is. But eating can maintain the recovery speed of these channels for mental energy and prevent it from slowing down due to hunger. Okay, it's almost time for dinner, you two come and eat. Dark smiled at the three little ones. He smiled, and then pulled Naruto and Esteth over. Will the master cook for you? Esteth looked up and asked expectantly. She was so expectant because she knew that Dark's cooking skills were very good. Or, in other words, no breeder had poor cooking skills. When making all kinds of Pokemon food, the breeding house also needs cooking skills. There is basically no difference between cooking for Pokemon and cooking for humans. The food eaten by humans and Pokemon can be eaten by each other, but the taste in the mouth may be different. As a full-level breeder, Dark's cooking skills are naturally very high. Great! Naruto jumped for joy, and it was obvious that he also knew this. I can still eat. Luffy, who was lying on the ground, stood up tremblingly. Dark believed in Luffy. Because Luffy digested very quickly, he would be hungry again soon after activating the power of aura. After that, Dark led the three little ones to the breeding house. He has always lived in the breeding house and has almost never lived on the Pokemon Island. On the few occasions, he was invited to stay at other people's homes. There are actually quite a few people like him. Robin, Monet, Von Clay, Bellamy, and others are basically like this. They are more accustomed to staying with familiar people in familiar places. People like Tizero and Stella, Kayaba Akihiko, and Brandon Rinko, Seong, Madara and Izuna, who have their own small families, live outside. Of course, there are also people like Vegapunk who devote themselves to research all day and simply live directly in the research institute. But even if everyone returns to the breeding house, it will be evening. Now there is basically no one in the breeding house at noon. When Dark brought the three little ones to the breeding house, there was no one. You stay here, and dinner will be served in half an hour. Dark casually threw the three little ones on the grass in the store hall and let the three little guys play. For Dark, these three little ones gave him a feeling of being half his own children, so he was never polite. Half an hour later, Dark brought a small square table, and the four of them sat on the table to eat. Esteth and Naruto's Pokemon, Ice Ninetales, Kurla, and Ninetales, also stayed on the grass and ate Dark's special Pokemon food. As for Luffy, he didn't have his own Pokemon. Because the monkey family's way of getting along with Pokemon is very special, they treat them as brothers and sisters, which is different from ordinary trainers and Pokemon. So Luffy's Pokemon can be said to be the fire Pokemon in Mount Gorber, or it can be said that he has no Pokemon. Speaking of which, do you have your own dreams? Become the leader of the Second Generation Alliance. X2. Luffy and Naruto put down their bowls and shouted at the same time. Ahaha! Dark laughed happily when he heard their answers. The dream of his disciples is to reach the position where he is, which should also show that his master is more or less admired by his disciples. He probably understood why Garp always wanted his grandchildren to become glorious Marines. I am the second generation leader of the Alliance. It's me. Although Luffy and Naruto are very good friends, they also confronted each other at this moment. Humph, childish, Esteth glanced at the two junior brothers and drank soup elegantly. Oh? Esteth doesn't want to be the leader of the alliance? This should be the highest position in the world. Dark looked at Esteth curiously. In these worlds, I don't know how many people dream of replacing him every day and reaching his step. Dark doesn't know the exact number, but he estimates that it should not be lower than a small goal at least. I want to be the strongest, so strong that everyone in every corner of the world knows my name. If the leader of the alliance symbolizes the strongest, then I will be the leader of the alliance. Esteth's words were decisive and full of momentum. The two little brothers next to him were immediately shocked by Esteth, and their four big eyes stared at Esteth again and again. You are worthy of you. What is the reason why Luffy and Naruto want to become the leader of the alliance? Dake nodded in appreciation, and was very satisfied with Esteth's firm attitude. As for what the three little guys' dreams are, he doesn't care much, and he won't force his disciples to become the leader of the alliance, as long as they are not big villains. Because the leader is the freest person in the world. Because the leader is the most recognized person. Dake heard what the two little guys said. Really, you think so? And X2. The two little guys stood up at the same time at this time. Esteth turned her head and glanced at Luffy and Naruto. She could guess what the two brothers were going to say, so she just smiled and continued to drink her soup. Dark was suspicious. He tilted his head in confusion. The leader is really handsome. X2. Chapter 475 The Last Kingdom. November 15th. Diacre, who was stood up by Joseph, was very angry, but only for a moment. The situation in the Halkikanian continent was not good for him now, so he had no time to settle accounts with Joseph. He rushed back to the country to discuss with many princes and nobles what to do next. He didn't know that Joseph, who stood him up, was in great trouble at the moment. Golia, in the forest outside the capital. What do you mean? Joseph looked at the army that surrounded him and Sheffield with a dark face. Of course, he recognized that this army was not the royal army of Golia, but the private army of those nobles. After all, the royal army only obeyed the king and could not fight against Wang Liang. But what Joseph doesn't understand now is why these people dare to be so arrogant outside the capital. Are they really not afraid of death? Several thoughts came to his mind. He found that he seemed to have miscalculated a little. Perhaps the purpose of planning all this was not to kill him with Diocletian's hand, but to get rid of him and seize power and usurp the throne. Of course, it is also possible that both methods are used at the same time. Joseph, your game of acting king is over. From today on, the king of Goria is Charlotte Elinu Oria. A middle-aged man with a big belly standing at the front of the army spoke leisurely, flicking the plaster between his fingernails while speaking. As he spoke, a road was opened in the army. Tabeza rode up on a white horse, and Long followed behind her on a black horse wearing a dark green cloak. She? What qualifications does she have? She is definitely more qualified than you, Mr. Joseph Farinu Oria. Some things may not be known by Tabitha, a junior, but they are not secrets to the old dukes who have come from the previous king's era. The two names mentioned successively are not full names. The real full names are quite long, just like Louise's full name, but the names of some queens in the past are omitted. Farinu and Arinu are the names of Joseph's mother and Tabitha's grandmother respectively. Joseph and Tabitha's father are half-brothers. But the difference is that Arinu is the queen of the previous king, the woman put on the table by King Goria. And Farinu is a civilian maid of the previous king. To put it bluntly, Joseph was originally an illegitimate child, but he was forced to be put on the table by the overbearing previous king to give him an identity. Because Joseph thought he had no magical talent in the past, he was always very humble and wanted to assist his brother from the bottom of his heart, so the late king trusted him and recognized his royal identity. It was only after Joseph later discovered that he was a void user that his mentality slowly changed. This is also one of the reasons why Joseph's brother is the legitimate heir, not Joseph. Even if Joseph's brother died, the legitimate heir should be Tabitha, who also goes by the name of Aranu, and it would never be the turn of a commoner's child. Some young dukes and most of the nobles of lower status were not clear about this matter. But it is impossible for him, who is a sworn brother to the late king, not to have heard about this matter from the late king. He must be dissatisfied with this matter. After all, what qualifications does a commoner's child have to stand above their nobles? But there was no way. Tabitha was too young to take on the responsibility at the time, and his mother was controlled by Joseph. People like him who were one of the few people who knew about it could only endure it. Now that Tabitha has received help from a mysterious force, all his worries have been removed, so there is no need for him to keep this secret any longer. Duke Mordred, can I assume that you are respecting the dignity of the Taunt royal family? Joseph's face was livid. Being exposed to the secret he was most reluctant to admit made Joseph somewhat broken. Do you need me to explain the concept of the royal family to you? Or do you not understand what I just said? Mordred looked down at Joseph, his eyes looking at a worm. When the former king was still the king, or when Tabitha's father was still the king, then Joseph, as his son and brother, was indeed a member of the royal family. But the former king abdicated, and Tabitha is the king now, so only Tabitha's direct relatives are the royal family, and Joseph, as Tabitha's uncle, has been excluded from the royal family. Joseph's identity is at most awarded the title of Grand Duke, and this is only when the king is willing. You want to rebel, right? Sheffield, send the signal. Joseph laughed in anger and looked at Sheffield, who had been keeping quiet beside him. Hey? Sheffield. But when he saw it, he found something wrong. At this time, Sheffield's eyes were full of pink light, and he stood there like a puppet without consciousness. Just when Joseph was about to touch Sheffield, the latter slowly turned his head and looked at Joseph and said, "Now you have only one choice, surrender." Looking at the familiar Sheffield in front of him, Joseph felt creepy and his back was shining. What kind of power can even control the void servant god's brain, Miss Nitron? What kind of power can control Sheffield? Fields must be hypnosis or kaleidoscope level illusion. But only a few kaleidoscopes came, and hypnosis can only be used by Dark except for the powerful psychic Pokémon. So, in fact, Dark is secretly controlling Sheffield with hypnosis. Joseph, we now suspect that you are intending to rebel and usurp the throne, so we will arrest you and announce it to the whole capital after returning. Do you have any objection? You are fucking. Joseph almost had a cerebral hemorrhage after hearing this. Who is the one who intends to rebel and usurp the throne? Put the blame on someone else, right? All of them must be announced to the whole capital. Although he, the incompetent king, does not really care about his reputation, after all, it is already very bad. But once it is announced to the whole capital and his true identity is revealed, then he will never be able to return to the throne of Goria again. This will completely end his ambition. You can't. Bang. Before Joseph finished speaking, Sheffield stabbed him in the back of the neck. Take him back. When Joseph opened his eyes and woke up, he found himself in a desert. In front of him was the Pope, who looked at him excitedly. Why are you here? Joseph wanted to struggle, but found that he couldn't move. Looking up and down, he found that he was tied to a huge cross, and the Pope, who was 1 meter away from him, was in the same situation. I didn't expect to see you here. It seems that Goliath is also one of his targets. The Pope's voice was hoarse like a broken gong. Joseph observed carefully and found that the Pope's skin was almost all fine and dry wrinkles, and he was obviously seriously dehydrated. Who is he? How long have you been here? I don't know him either. That guy in Yuchen calls him God. I don't know how long I've been here either. The Pope shook his head, his lifeless eyes brightened up a bit because of Joseph's arrival. There is no day or night here, so there is no concept of time. How to get out? Give up. You can't get out. You don't know what this world and this prison mean. The Pope grinned and shook his head weakly. Because of this smile, his lower lip split, and a few drops of blood flowed out of his lower lip. He licked it into his mouth and swallowed it. Hey, you won't give up just like that, will you? You'll understand in a few days. The Pope didn't want to continue talking to Joseph. Originally, he thought Joseph might know something, but now it seems that he still overestimated this guy. He couldn't waste his breath talking to him anymore. The two people didn't find that there were two eavesdropping devices on the other side of the two crosses that they couldn't see. The two people were arranged together by design. It is to let them influence and talk to each other, maybe they will tell some secrets of the magic world. After all, these two guys are the number one boss and the second number one boss in the original book. They must have a rich understanding of Halkakanaya and may know things that many people don't know. Magic world. Joseph's identity and the fact that he killed the heir to the throne many years ago to seize power were all exposed, causing a huge sensation. At the same time, taking advantage of this popularity, Charlotte, the legitimate heir to the throne, that is, Tabitha, also took advantage of the situation to ascend the throne, which was considered to be in line with the orthodoxy. Tabitha's ascension to the throne attracted many nobles and civilians to cheer. After all, their king is finally no longer the incompetent king. And this girl seems to be more merciful and tolerant than the incompetent king. Even if they do nothing, their lives should be much better. The appearance of Tabitha, the new king of Goria, has just spread across the continent, and then another thing shocked the world, and even scared the people of Garmaniat. The second largest kingdom, the ambitious kingdom Goria, and the third largest kingdom, the neutral kingdom Romania, all announced their joining the peace alliance. The peace alliance has changed from the original 3 major countries to the 5 major countries, followed by countless small countries and towns without names joining in. The entire continent has a trend of gradual unification, and the plates of the 5 major countries are gradually expanding with the joining of these small forces. The most embarrassing thing in the magic world now is the largest kingdom Garmaniat. Whether this continent will be unified or another crushing war will break out before unification is basically a matter of Deckers's thoughts. Deckers is not a stubborn person, nor does he have any ambition to fight the alliance to the end and drag the entire kingdom into the water. It's just that he is a noble after all. A step is needed, otherwise it will be a bit embarrassing. Chapter 476 Magic World, Opening. This step came quickly. On the first day that Long came to Garmaniat, Deckers immediately announced his joining the Peace Alliance. At this point, the entire magic world has reached a consensus on the concept of creating a peaceful era. A week later, Albion held the first joint meeting of the 6 kingdoms since their founding. Dark attended and announced the opening of the transmission channel between the magic world and the Pokemon Island. He spent a whole afternoon explaining to all the princes and nobles present what the Pokemon era was and what the Pokemon League was. This was naturally a huge shock to the nobles, and they needed a long time to understand it all. Originally, when they all heard that the Pokemon League was still pressing on their heads, their expressions were not very good. Because this feeling was equivalent to their world being unified by a force from another world. But when Dark said that there were 2 other worlds that were countless times stronger than their magic world and were also under the jurisdiction of the Pokemon League, they put aside their dissatisfaction. What else could they do? The guy standing on the stage now is truly a godlike existence, the kind that the entire world combined cannot defeat. And at least 4 of the 6 kings stood firmly on Dark's side, and the remaining 2 would be replaced by 2 who supported them. There was still some time left. Dark told these people how to use resources and the power of Pokemon to allow all people to live a life of at least enough food and clothing. Originally, the nobles were a little puzzled. What good would it be for them to let the common people have enough food and clothing? Dark's answer was that there was no obvious benefit. But if these common people become trainers in the future and the nobles of the territory are bastards, then they will have to suffer the consequences if they are killed. The alliance will punish the bastards who kill people wantonly and make them live a life worse than death. But being able to force the common people to do this means that their lives have long entered a state of living a life worse than death, and they don't care about death. After hearing this, the nobles gradually took it seriously. Of course, some nobles with more business acumen noticed something. According to Dark's introduction to the battle competition, trainers will emphasize their hometowns when they appear. If a powerful trainer appears in their territory, then their territory and reputation will surely rise. For the nobles who attach great importance to reputation and fame, this is a considerable captivate. Next, Dark left, leaving time for the princes and nobles of the 6 kingdoms. The 6 kings and hundreds of nobles discussed the future development plan of the magic world for a full 5 days. And after negotiation, most of the things will be made public. At that time, it will inevitably win the cheers and support of the common people, and at the same time, it will be convenient for the common people to cooperate in the future. In order to create a peaceful era, they still have too many things to do. So many that even dragons feel a little headache. After all, the thinking of this era is too backward, and transportation and communication are not convenient. But fortunately, there are several other worlds as templates, and some people are sent there to learn, and the development of the magic world will always be better. December 1st, 3rd year of the Alliance calendar, winter. There were dust like a cirrus in the sky, but that couldn't stop the airborne Pidgey and Pidgeotto in Union City from delivering packages. The Pokémon on the streets came and went, sending some people to work. Some elderly people got up early in the morning and started jogging, heading to Central Park to do some exercise. There were also wild Pokémon from the wild who sneaked into the bakery in the city to eat, but were caught by the uncle in the bakery and spanked, but the uncle finally gave 2 breads. Union City seemed a little solemn at this season and time, at least in the morning. People either went to work or stayed at home watching TV. Of course, some children stopped in front of the TV in some stores to watch the content on it. Even if they couldn't see or hear clearly, they thought the moving pictures on the TV were very interesting. Just like now, several children stood in front of a fruit shop, watching the big news bird Morgans on TV telling the headlines of today with a middle-aged ant boss. According to the first generation leader, a passage to a new world will be opened today. The world on the other side of the passage is called the Magic World. As the name suggests, there is magic on the continent called Halkakanaya, and anyone can learn it. Similarly, there are many unique Pokémon and races in that world. I heard that the half-human race in Incrad and the Pokémon family in Yggdrasil all come from this magic world. Let's look forward to what new things these people from the magic world will bring us. Morgans on TV have basically become the head of the news channel, and the latter enjoys the feeling of appearing in front of billions of people and reporting events in person. Magic World. Can we learn magic? What is magic like? I don't know how it compares to ninjutsu and demon berry, but it's definitely not as good as the skills of Pokémon, especially Charizard's flamethrower. What? Electivire's Thunderbolt is the coolest. The children seemed to have a quarrel because of a small dispute, but they were soon calmed down by the gentle fruit shop ant. On the street, the 6 kings and some grand dukes who changed into casual clothes and looked no different from ordinary people followed the dragon and watched the scenes in the Alliance City with great emotion in their hearts. Such scenes would not be seen in their countries for hundreds or thousands of years. Even in the most prosperous capital, there were many disgusting things happening in the streets and alleys. And in those poor rural areas, it was normal for people to live in poverty. Simply. Henrietta was wearing a purple dress, holding Wales with both hands in a daze. She didn't know how to describe the following words. It's like an ideal city that only exists in a storybook. Wales understood what Henrietta meant. After all, the scene in front of him was exactly what he wanted to create when he was young. He wanted to make people in Albion smile. Dacre and Tabitha also thought that such a city was beautiful and comfortable. If possible, they also hoped that their country could become like this. And Belgard paid more attention to the new things in the city, thinking that if he introduced these into the country, he might gain a lot of positive reputation, and perhaps become the greatest wise leader in the history of the Kingdom of Germania. Eugen was the most exaggerated. Originally, he had no interest in the Union City at all, until Long said that the Union City was the hard work of Doc. He immediately changed his attitude. It was like a Christian fanatic came to Bethlehem of Palestine, and came to the kingdom of God. Wales. The dragon who was walking in front and showing them around turned his head and looked at his disciple. Master! You have to work hard to make the magic world like this. Yes. I will do it. Even if I can't, someone of my descendants will do it. Wales nodded firmly, watching the scenes of the Union City and imprinting them in his mind. Ryalu. At this moment, Ryalu's puzzled voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned their heads to look. Louise's puppy Pokemon was looking up at a big dog Pokemon that looked a bit like him. And next to the big dog Pokemon, there was a watermelon-headed man wearing a green tights and sweating profusely. Hey, a little Ryalu. Kai looked at the little man in front of him and couldn't help grinning. It's the first time I've seen it. Ryalu and Lucario are both quite rare Pokemon, and it's the first time Kai has seen another Ryalu besides his Lucario. Sorry to bother you. Louise didn't know why Ryalu suddenly stopped the people who were exercising, and hurried to apologize. She remembered very clearly that there was no difference between nobles and commoners on Pokemon Island, and you couldn't treat others with the same attitude as before. Even though Kai's outfit looked really strange. Oh, it's okay. Is this your Pokemon? It looks like a very energetic little guy. You must have been training him very hard. Kai gave Louise a thumbs up and showed her bright white teeth. Yeah. Louise nodded vigorously, and then looked at Lucario, who looked super handsome next to Kai. Your Pokemon? Yes, Lucario, Ryalu's evolution type, my best partner. We are partners who burn our youth together. Woof. Guy and Lucario did a 360 degrees jump and then held hands. Louise was not frightened by their actions. Instead, she envied the way they got along. It was obvious that Kai and Lucario had a good relationship. Will my Ryalu become so handsome in the future? If you continue to train him carefully, he will definitely respond to your expectations. Guy nodded vigorously, then looked at Lucario beside him. After all, Pokemon is such a creature. Woof. Lucario grinned. Then, we have to continue training. Enjoy your youth with your friends, girl. Chapter 477, Fresh News from the Nobles. Vegapunk Research Institute. A Garchomp nearly 5 meters tall opened his mouth and shot out a golden laser. Boom! The laser hit a tree 1,000 meters away and instantly penetrated the trunk and went farther. Of course, this is not a real Garchomp, but a test product of the Pacifist Mate 10 Pro Max series. The main feature of this series is a super long-range attack distance, which is a scientific research weapon that exists as a sniper. Too powerful. I can't imagine that there is such a power. Technology is really great. Wales, who was forced by Long to visit the Vegapunk Research Institute, has sighed at the power of science more than once since he came. He is so envious. If he had been given a scientific research weapon like this, he wouldn't have been so tired in Albion. It's still a long way off. Compared to Wales, Vegapunk was too disappointed. He shook his head and made a check mark and a line on the notebook in his hand, forming a half-check symbol. This means that this experimental work can only be a failed work that is still somewhat useful. As a sniper and assassin, such a huge body grid is too eye-catching. People can notice it from a distance of 1,000 meters, and this effect is obviously not satisfactory to Vegapunk. However, in order to ensure the lethality, a large amount of weapon material deployment is definitely indispensable. This requires another huge container to carry these materials. Now Garchomp's body grid is the smallest body that Vegapunk can do. What? Isn't that enough? The power just now is enough to kill anyone, right? Hey! A big question mark appeared on Vegapunk's head. That laser may not be able to kill a ninja in the ninja world, not to mention the place where the blood cow per capita is like the Grand Line. What's wrong? Wells, I think you should go to the sailing world first, especially the new world. Well, I hope so too, but I am the king of Albion and don't have so much time to do my own things. Wells scratched his head in frustration. Oh? You are still a king, not bad, not bad, you are really young and promising. If you work hard, you may be transferred to Pokemon Island to be the mayor in the future. Vegapunk was not surprised to hear that Wales was the king. After all, in his impression, the so-called king is nothing more than the king of a kingdom on an island in the sea, nothing great. With his current status, the king does not even have the qualifications to meet him, and must make an appointment in advance. Of course, he generally does not accept it. There are only two ways to meet Vegapunk now. One is that he shows up on his own initiative. The other is to have someone he knows at the top of the alliance who can help speak. Mayor. Wales was stunned. It was the first time he heard such a word. He planned to ask long about it later. From Vegapunk's appearance, it seemed that this was a very high position, and he had a chance to compete. In the zoo of the Alliance City, Henrietta and Louise walked hand in hand. That bird is so strange. Yes, his head is always facing that place, and it can even turn 180 degrees. They stopped in front of the viewing garden of the compass bird and talked about it. There are too many creatures in this world that they have never seen. I haven't learned all the dazzling Pokemon that I can't even recognize. After hearing about this zoo that contains Pokemon from other worlds, I rushed over immediately. I really want to go to other worlds to have a look. Henrietta showed a longing expression. For a girl like her who has lived in protection almost from childhood to adulthood, it is easy to yearn for those new and adventurous places and things. Of course not. Haven't you heard others say that the sailing world is the most dangerous of the worlds, and those tsunami sea beasts are no joke? As a duke, Louise strictly forbids her queen to do such risky things. Henrietta has no offspring yet. Once something happens to her, Tristan will really be in a situation where there is no leader. It doesn't matter. I have the tearful lizard to protect me. Henrietta shook her arm that was holding the tearful lizard. The tearful lizard's eyes were full of tears, and it looked at Henrietta with an expression of "Are you serious?" At his age, he might still have to be chased by the compass birds in the garden and pecked at his head, not to mention fighting those sea beasts. I'm afraid it's not enough to feed the teeth of those sea beasts. Then you may have to train him for a few more years. Louise looked at the tearful lizard and shook her head. She had never seen what the tearful lizard's evolution type looked like, but the tearful lizard's current appearance really didn't look like it could protect others. If he met some perverts, maybe Henrietta would have to sell herself to protect him. Compared to the tearful lizard, in Louise's eyes, Riolu was a very reliable little bodyguard. The firm demeanor and heroic deeds gave Louise a great sense of security. And after Louise met Lucario, she was even more looking forward to Riolu's future. Okay, let's talk about it later. The tearful lizard will definitely protect me in the future, right? Wow! The tearful lizard yawned and nodded. The careless look was really untrustworthy, and Louise shook her head. But Henrietta nodded the little head of the tearful lizard lovingly. Of course, she trusted her Pokemon. Let's go somewhere else. Yes. Pokemon League Base, Office of the Minister of Finance. Belgard and Dakar were specially invited by Teezero. Mainly because Dark had informed him. These two people are different from the other four kings. They have no loyalty and joined the alliance based on interests. Teezero is a master at using interests to win people's hearts, so Dark handed these two people to Teezero to deal with. According to my incomplete understanding, the biggest advantage of the magic world is the existence of various strange magics. Teazero looked at the two somewhat restrained kings and spoke. These two kings had gone for a walk before, and it seemed that they had seen the power of Pokemon, so they seemed to be particularly honest, fearing that they would be slaughtered in this other world if they offended others. No, 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 compared to the technological creations in this world, they are still too ordinary. Yes, if those things exist, magic doesn't seem to be necessary. The two kings were like smart people, vaguely expressing their interest in those scientific creations. It's like this, in your world, technological products do have a lot of captivating power for you, but you won't make any money if you take them back. Teazero could understand, of course, and didn't intend to change the subject. Oh? Please advise, Mr. Teazero. As far as I know, basically all the wealth in your world is in the world of the gods. Almost. X2. Belgard and Dakar looked at each other and nodded proudly. So, whose money are you going to make? Commoners can't afford it, nobles can afford it, but how many nobles are there in the world? Teazalo looked at the faces of the two men and shook his head secretly. Take TV for example, would a noble buy hundreds of TVs to put in his home? Even if he gave them to others, he wouldn't buy so many. That's right. Daikari's face turned a little ugly. Teazalo was right. Even if they took these scientific research products back, they wouldn't make any money. At most, they would enjoy them and make other nobles envious. Although for the vain nobles, this is also very captivating. But the nobles are greedy. If only Diocletian and Belgard could get these technological products, it would be fine, but other nobles would definitely come here and take those things back in the future. Then they would have no place to show off. So, you have to get money from other nobles in a reasonable way. Oh? What do you mean? X2. Dox and Belgard stepped forward and asked for advice humbly. If they could get money from other nobles, then the kings would definitely be happy to do so. This is a way to weaken other nobles. Kaiwan Hall. Hey, that man has been kneeling there for 5 hours, right? He won't die there, will he? In Kaiwan Hall, several guards responsible for protecting the safety of the hall looked at the man kneeling in front of the statue of Dake with some concern. The man looked like an aristocrat from a country in the sailing world. But this guy who usually looks a little high and mighty has been kneeling in front of the statue of the first-generation leader for 5 hours. The head has been touching the ground for 5 hours. According to the observations of the guards, the man's physical fitness was not very good. I'm afraid his legs are numb or even stiff now. Newcomer? An old guard member glanced at it and then looked away, instead looking at the member who asked the question. Yes, I've just been transferred here for a week. Don't be too surprised. The first-generation leader's fan base is not only huge, but there are also many fanatical guys like this. It's just that it's not the holiday yet, so you don't see many of them. The old guard members have long been accustomed to it. Don't say kneeling here for 5 hours, even kneeling for 24 hours is not uncommon. Do you see the infirmary over there? It's specially equipped for these people. While he was speaking, he pointed to the infirmary in the corner of the Kaiwan Hall, where Chansey could be seen dozing off. Chapter 478, Future Chapter, Dark Leak. December 31st, 103rd year of the Alliance calendar. Pokemon League, Alliance Leader's Office. Bang! 4th Generation Master. The door of the office was suddenly knocked open, and a white-haired lady in red high heels ran in, her face full of anxiety. Sitting on the desk was a cold wit-esque mature woman with ice-blue hair. One of Dark's 3 disciples, Esteth. Hey, calm down, Myra Jane, is Aslant in trouble again? The 12-year-old psychic Esteth looked at himself in some distress. This secretary of his own. Esteth has changed 6 or 7 secretaries, each of whom has good abilities, but basically they leave after working for about 10 years. Because being Esteth's secretary is too hard, there are really a lot of things to do. After all, there are more and more world-class affairs to deal with. Mirage has just been appointed as a secretary not long ago, and there are still many things to learn. This secretary comes from a magic world called Aslant, but the magic power there is much stronger than that of the Zero world, and people who master magic are basically called magicians. But this world is full of disasters. Although it is generally peaceful, those magicians have troubles every now and then, and there are endless disputes between guilds. And those high-ranking dragons are also a trouble. Even if they are taught a lesson by Sky God Rayquaza, they are still crazy all day long. Only a few dragon kings and dragon gods have brains. It's like another sailing world. No. The dark aura from the Pokemon world has escaped from imprison. Many Pokemon have been infected. What? Esteth stood up suddenly, her face instantly becoming gloomy and terrifying. Pokemon world. It is a very old world, one of the earliest worlds, and also the most powerful and large-scale world among all worlds. But correspondingly, once this world has trouble, it will definitely be the biggest trouble. I remember that the first two incidents in the Pokemon world were 80 years ago and 75 years ago. The leaders of the Alliance in the two periods were the second-generation leader Monkey D. Luffy and the third-generation leader Uzumaki Naruto. Similarly, those two incidents were the real reasons for the two Alliance leaders to step down. It was just that in order to stabilize the morale of the army, it was announced to the outside world that the two leaders were driven away because they were not good at handling official business. There were also many jokes at that time, which made the atmosphere of the whole world a lot more relaxed. Esteth was also appointed to become the leader of the Fourth Alliance after Uzumaki Naruto was seriously injured 75 years ago. She had no interest in this position at first. Although Luffy and Naruto are not good at handling official business of the Alliance, they both have very trustworthy partners. Whether it is Sabo or Shikamaru, they are both very good at handling official business. So the two leaders of the Alliance have never had any major problems in handling official business. Even if they want to abdicate, it will not be for this reason. The real reason is because of the wounds and coma. Both of them were in a coma for a full 5 years. Not only them, there were many people who were in a coma during the two wars. The Monkey family, Hyuga family, Ishinjim, Barity restaurant staff, and many veterans of the Grey Army and the Navy were also in a coma in Luffy's generation. The final result was that Luffy and his group used hard power to temporarily defeat the Dark Aura and relieved it for a while. Originally, everyone thought that there would be no worries for at least 10 years, but who would have thought that the Dark Aura would strike back again in 5 years? At that time, Luffy and his crew had just woken up, and it was Naruto's generation that had to face all this. The ending was equally tragic. In addition to Naruto, many powerful people including the Whitebeard Pirates, the Uchiha family, the Uzumaki family, the Inoshikajo tribe, and Akatsuki were also in a coma. In just 2 wars within 10 years, 90% of all the artificial weapons such as the Seraph series and the Pacifist series in the Vegapunk Institute were directly destroyed. In the Second War, almost all the top leaders of the Alliance took action, even old antiques like Madara and Izuna took action. The recovered Luffy and Naruto, together with the successive Aura Warriors, the World Tree Guardians, and many acquired psychics, finally imprisoned the Dark Aura in a corner of the Pokemon world. This time, it was imprisoned for more than 70 years. Although the Dark Aura has disappeared from human vision for a long time, and even 1 or 2 generations of people who experienced the 2 wars have passed away. But when the Dark Aura appears again, it still makes people feel chilling. The good thing about those 2 wars was that no one was killed. This was thanks to the good intelligence gathering of the Grey Army. They found that the Dark Aura had a great impact on Pokemon and non-human creatures. Ordinary Pokemon had no power to resist, and even legendary Pokemon would quickly be corrupted. However, the impact of the Dark Aura on humans was very limited. At most, it would only cause a long-term Psy-Hawk, leading to coma or even loss of some memory, but it would not endanger life, let alone control the will. So from the beginning, the Pokémon League banned all Pokémon from participating in the battle, and only humans could take action. Even non-human creatures such as the Sea Kings in the Sailing World, the Tailed Beasts in the Ninja World, the Dragons in the Fairy Tale World, and the Magic Beasts in the Zero World were not allowed to approach the Dark Aura. This was a battle between all human trainers and the Dark Aura. The Dark Aura wanted to corrode all non-human creatures to achieve unknown purposes, and all the trainers had to do was to protect them. The Dark Aura itself was actually not a particularly difficult existence to deal with. From the outside, it looks like a black mist. What is really difficult to deal with is these Dark Auras will turn powerful Pokémon into its puppets without anyone noticing and continue to spread until they permeate the whole world. The legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon world have become the greatest fighting force of the Dark Aura, making the human strongmen on the Alliance side miserable and extremely difficult to fight. If the Alliance's first god and powerful Pokémon can take action, those crooked melons and cracked dates will never be the opponent of the Alliance. Even if the Pokémon do not take action, they can relieve the huge pressure by relying on other powerful non-human creatures. But it doesn't work. If Vegapunk had not accumulated a bunch of artificial weapons in the more than 20 years since joining the Alliance, I'm afraid the Alliance would be in great trouble. The youngest Death and the other two did not look for Dark to seek Dark's helping hand. After all, Dark has always been the ceiling among all humans, no one else. Death even saw Dark punch Regigigas and make him lose his fighting consciousness more than 80 years ago. But their master disappeared shortly after the Dark Aura broke out. No one knows where he went, and not even a little information was left, as if this person does not exist in this world. But the problem is, even if Dark has disappeared, the number of worlds that are linked to Pokémon Island is still increasing. Because of this, the three people in the breeding house and Death have always felt that Dark must still be in this world. But their thoughts are not firm. Because the world that is linked remains the same, and only the current leader can go there. And the current leader needs to go to that world in person to tame it, so that the world will enter a peaceful era before the channel can be opened, and the Pokémon Island will be truly connected to that world. Fourth Generation Master, what should we do now? Alas, what else can we do? Let's hold a league meeting. Death shook her head, but she was not too panicked. Now is different from the past. It is true that the Dark Aura is very strong, but it has been 75 years since the last fight. Thanks to the fact that the number of linked worlds is still increasing. During these 75 years, the Alliance has grown stronger and stronger, with dozens of worlds joining, and also brought thousands of top powerhouses. This gave Death the confidence to fight against the Dark Breath again. This time, it will not be more weak than before. What they need to consider is how to imprison the Dark Breath forever this time. In this era, trainers still care about their own strength, but after hundreds or thousands of years, people may no longer be willing to spend time and sweat to make themselves stronger, but spend more time cultivating Pokémon. Just like the current situation of the Pokémon world. And the number of Pokémon will inevitably reach a rather exaggerated number in the future. If the Dark Breath is not completely solved now, it is hard to say whether the Pokémon Alliance can still deal with it in the future. Once the Dark Breath succeeds in invading Pokémon Island, then with the number of Pokémon on Pokémon Island, everything will be over. Maybe the Master also thinks so, so he left to find a permanent solution. Death sighed, leaned back in her chair, and looked out the window at the Alliance city. This city has become more and more prosperous over the past 100 years. With the influx of more and more technologies, Pokémon Island is also developing at a rapid pace, with all kinds of things like maglev trains, unmanned civilian aircraft, and long-distance portals. And the power of Pokémon is getting stronger and stronger. At the beginning, Mega Evolution was enough to shock the world, and now there are more and more dragon-slaying magic, berry abilities, and forbidden eye techniques. However, thanks to these things, the first gods are also constantly getting stronger. So that when faced with many situations that she can't solve, the first god can still solve them relatively easily, allowing Pokemon Island to always suppress other worlds. So, what should we do? Chapter 479 Future Alliance Representatives. After the previous two battles and the incident in the Ninja World, we have confirmed that only the special ability that can be used in Pokemon Island can give the Dark Aura to imprison. That means that only this special ability can really hurt the Dark Aura and cause damage to it. The last battle was because our special ability users seriously injured it, which is why it has not accumulated enough power to break through imprison for more than 70 years. If we want to completely solve it this time, a large number of powerful special ability users are indispensable. There are hundreds of participants in the Alliance Conference, and this is the result of a large number of meeting members being restricted. Basically, only one or two top representatives from each world come to the meeting, and then the content of the meeting is passed down after returning. The Ninja World incident mentioned in the speech. That is to say, in the past, when the Dark Aura first emerged, a wisp of Dark Aura also appeared in the Ninja World. No one knew whether this wisp of Dark Aura was generated by the Ninja World itself or came from the Pokemon world. However, because there was only a small amount, it was immediately noticed by the nearby P. The psychic was eliminated with confusion. And since then, there has been no Dark Aura in the Ninja World. Our world has a large number of people with special abilities, and the number is not a problem. The representatives from the Pokemon world are the former Sinnoh champion Cynthia and the former Hone champion Steven. Now they are both old guys of the same age as Esteth, but they rely on the potion produced by the Monet Research Institute to maintain their youthful vitality. They are now the president and vice president of the Pokemon League, the lower level of the Pokemon world. As the origin of these special abilities, the Pokemon world has indeed had many people with special abilities over the years. Especially after the two wars with the Dark Aura in the 70s and 80s, the Pokemon League realized that the Dark Aura could come back at any time. So the Pokemon League began to deliberately order that each world should establish a special ability training school. Among them, the Pokemon world, as the source of the Dark Aura and the imprisoned land, is the top priority. Almost every region has 3 to 5 schools for cultivating special abilities. Just the special abilities in the Pokemon world. There are hundreds of thousands or millions of them. There are nearly 100,000 people, 95% of whom are acquired psychics. This is the only special ability that can be acquired through acquired training and has a probability of being learned. The remaining 5% are special abilities such as Super Power, Earth Power, Viridian Power, Aura Power, etc., and 4% are inherited by nature, and the last 1% are awakened by accident due to various causes and conditions. Like the Variel family in the Zero Envoy world where Louise is. Basically, an Aura warrior is born every 3 to 5 years, and it is already a veritable Aura family. There is also the Mite lineage in the Ninja world. Although the population is sparse, the average person has awakened the Aura power. Then the question now is, where can we find someone who is strong enough to crush the Dark Aura? On the side of the conference hall, a brown-skinned old man with yellow hair crossed his legs and spoke. Although the old man's sitting posture was not very correct, no one had any opinions about him. Not only because the opponent's strength was one of the ceiling levels in the Alliance, but also because he had never missed any of the Alliance wars. Yulong, the former president of IGO, International Gourmet Organization, from the world of Gourmet Prisoner, the apprentice of the gourmet god Acacia, was hailed as the strongest person in the world of food. Of course, the so-called gourmet god was only called a god by the people of that world because of his deeds. In fact, he was just a human with a capture level of 30,000. But he was also a lower-level god recognized by the Alliance. His status was still somewhat high. His strength was barely comparable to that of a lower-level god of the second level. However, this god was recognized as a god not because of his strength, but purely because of his cooking skills that were enough to move the gods. Next to Ichiryu is the current president of IGO, Mansum, a strong muscular uncle. However, his strength is far behind Ichiryu. In the imprisoned state, he can only be a newly promoted vice admiral in the sailing world, and he is probably at the level of an admiral when Imprison is fully unlocked. It is mainly because of the appearance of the Pokemon League that Mansam did not eat the full set of menus on Earth this time, which led to his failure to reach the final strength in the original book. The full set of menus on Earth was eaten by Dark. It was also after that that Dark's physical strength alone went from the original second-level god to the first-level god, and then he used many abilities such as Domineering and Aura to punch Regigigas. You should know that Regigigas at that time was not the original Regigigas. Dark often went around the world looking for things like World Essence and World Core to strengthen those first gods. Regigigas at that time was already strengthened, and the increase was like the difference between Groudon and the original Groudon. If even the combined abilities of the fourth Alliance leader and the two former Alliance leaders can't solve it, then there should be no one in these worlds who can solve it. The person who spoke was Eileen Belzarian. Eileen, who came from the fairy tale world, is the founder of additional magic and dragon-slaying magic, and the mother of dragon-slaying magicians. Also, she is a human known as a virtuous dragon. Yes, this is a human, but he can transform into a dragon. In the fairy tale world, there is a saying that dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons. All humans who use dragon-slaying magic excessively will eventually turn into dragons or even lose their minds. Eileen is one of them. Eileen was originally transformed back into a human under the helping hand of Ziref, the ancestor of the Black Magician. Also, Eileen, who has transformed back into a human, can also participate in the war against the Dark Aura. If it is still a dragon, she absolutely cannot go to the battlefield. Coming with her is an old ordinary man. Ogast, known as the Magic King, is also called Disaster. He is the son of Zerf, the ancestor of the Black Wizard, and Mavis, the first president of the Fairy Tale Guild. The strength of these two people is actually not the strongest in the fairy tale world, they can only be said to be the first batch below the strongest. Originally, there were some dragon gods and villains with the same strength as them. The villains were killed by the Alliance, and the dragon gods could not participate in the War of the Dark Atmosphere, so they naturally did not have to come. As for the strongest, that is undoubtedly the immortal Ziref, and Ziref is also a member of the breeding house. Zerf's strength is the ceiling level among all humans, probably second only to Dark. To be more specific, Zerf's upper limit is when he absorbs all the magic power of Mavis, that is, when he obtains the fairy heart. At that time, he will have unlimited magic power and can transform into the white god Ziref. In this state, Ziref can control time and space, turn back time, restore damaged places, open the door of time and space, travel to the past, and rewrite history. This is already comparable to the work of a first-level god. But Ziref only gives face to the members of the breeding house, and even as death has no face in his side. Generally speaking, only when Dark personally takes action will Ziref leave his nest 100%. Although Death is Dark's apprentice, she is not a member of the breeding house, so Ziref has always been indifferent to the fourth-generation leader. How Dark persuaded Ziref to give up his desire to die and join the breeding house has always been a secret, even Eileen and August don't know. The three disciples of the first generation can't do it, so the stronger first generation can only take action. A man with long hair in ancient costume and a candied haws in his mouth said in a buzzing voice. At the same time, he made a slapping sound from his mouth, and then he was slapped by the barefoot woman with fox ears next to him. Dongfang Yuechuo and Tishan Honghong from the Fox Demon World. The former is the leader of the Yuki Dao League and the strongest person in the Dao world, the latter is the leader of the Yao League and has a similar status in the Yao world. The Fox Demon World linked to the Pokemon Island is an ancient timeline, not a modern one. If it were modern, this world would not have been chosen from the beginning. The overall strength of the Fox Demon World is difficult to evaluate. It can only be said that the lower limit is very low and the upper limit is very high. It is a pity that human cultivation does not increase lifespan. If it does, the potential of humans can raise the overall strength of the world by at least one level. Although the strength of this world is unstable, it provides a lot of means to become stronger, including but not limited to various Taoist magic, as well as various magic weapons, spirits, and bloodlines. The addition of the Fox Demon world can be said to have greatly improved the strength of the entire Pokémon Alliance. The first generation has disappeared for more than 70 years, and there is still no news. Where can we find him? A man with black hair and red eyes scratched his head in distress. He is one of Madara's descendants, and also one of Kaiwa's descendants. His father is from the Uchiha family, and his mother is from the Blood Dragon Eye family. Even the first gods can't find the first generation, let alone us. Next to him is a blonde lady with a pair of white eyes and curly eyebrows, but the surname of this witty-eyed lady is Vinsmoke. However, this lady is not a descendant of Hinata, but a descendant of Hinata's sister Hanabi. Perhaps we can go to the past or the future for help. XN. A voice sounded and the whole audience fell silent. It's not because it's not feasible, but because it's too feasible. In fact, everyone has had such an idea in their mind, but time travel has always been an unwritten taboo of the Alliance. No one dares to do this, and few people have the ability to do this. The fact that they have never had visitors from other time periods at this point in time is enough to show that time travel is basically a taboo in any era. Who knows if going back to the past will cause the future self or family members to disappear directly? Who knows if it will cause one of their relatives and friends to suddenly lose a family member? Who will bear the cost of this at that time? We have to think carefully about the pros and cons of doing this. Esteth crossed her hands and held her chin, and said with a cold face, "There is one more thing I need to remind you. Since the 4th year of the Alliance calendar, the first leader has asked the god of time Dialga to guard the timeline. As long as there is no event that is enough to endanger the entire Alliance or even all the worlds, no creature is allowed to actively travel through time, otherwise they will be intercepted by the god of time and sent to the Pokémon prison. So, even if we want to travel through time, we can only go back to the time point 4 years ago in the Alliance calendar and find the first leader at that time. The first leader of the Alliance after 4 years will most likely not travel through time to come to the future to provide assistance." Chapter 480 Level 1, Darkrai December 7th, the 3rd year of the Alliance calendar. Today is a day worth celebrating for Dark. Because the sleeping Darkrai, there are signs of awakening. Doc can feel that Darkrai's originally dormant fluctuations are gradually coming to life. Based on the trend of this activity level change, perhaps Darkrai will wake up completely today. Dark Absorbed Red Plate started on December 31st last year, and it has been almost a whole year now. Dark has not met or spoken to Darkrai in a year. Even though Darkrai can always feel the presence of Darkrai in his shadow, he will still feel a little uneasy. Only when Darkrai is awake in his shadow can Darkrai be completely at ease. Because of this incident, Dark is in a particularly good mood all day today, and feels that everything today has become interesting. In fact, today's daily life is no different from the past. If there is anything special happening, perhaps there is only one thing: that Chalasa's Ander Paris ring was turned out in the treasury of the Goria Palace. After so many years, this ring finally returned to its owner, Chalasa. It's a pity that the power originally contained in this ring has been consumed. But Chalasa doesn't care about this. The original power of the ring can hypnotize a person, but such power is useless to Chalasa. The importance of this ring to her lies in the symbolism and meaning of the ring. The person who owns this ring is equivalent to the second king of the water element family, who can give orders to the water element family. Chalasa certainly doesn't want such an important thing to fall into the hands of untrustworthy people, so she must take it back to prevent the water element family from being used by bad guys because of this ring in the future. Time passes quickly. The trajectory of the clouds in the sky is visible to the naked eye, and the setting of the sun seems to have happened only a few blinks ago. When the sun completely disappears on the horizon and night officially falls, Darkray's fluctuations are also completely active. A single blue eye gradually lit up from Dark's shadow. Why don't you come out? What are you looking at? Dark looked at the eye unhappily. Dark. Dark let out a strange snicker, and then gradually stood up from Dark's shadow. When Dark saw Dark's new form, he opened his mouth in shock. The new form of Darkray became thinner and looked more mysterious and fierce, and his originally black hands and black body edges appeared with wisps of ice blue light lines. Much more handsome than before, and feels much stronger than before. Dark pinched his chin with one hand and smiled and commented. Dark. Dark seemed a little embarrassed, scratched his head with one hand, and then looked at Dark seriously. Nothing unexpected happened, but many things would be inconvenient if you were not around. A lot of things happened in this year. I guess your memory is still stuck in Sao. I have to tell you slowly. There are new companions in the new world. Because there are so many things that cannot be told in a short time, Dark just briefly talked about some of them. In the future, he will slowly tell Darkray about various details. Now Dark is more concerned about how strong Darkray has become after absorbing the Dread Plate. Darkray was just a mediocre second-level battle god at the beginning, and could barely compete with other first-level gods in ordinary form. Here, the first and second levels refer to the strength of all legendary Pokémon, not just the strength of legendary beasts. Darkray should be more accurately positioned as a fantasy beast, not a legendary beast, but it is also a legendary Pokémon. It is already very powerful to be able to fight against a first-level god with the power of a fantasy beast. The increase of Dread Plate must be extremely huge for Darkray. First, the two most obvious points. 1. From now on Darkray will not be harmed by any dark skill. Another, the damage of Darkray's dark skill will always be enhanced to 120%. This alone has increased Darkray's combat power by at least one level. In terms of panel strength, even if he can't reach the level of a first-level god, he is definitely the ceiling of a second-level god. It is an almost invincible existence under the first-level god. However, because of the existence of Pokémon such as Yveltal, Wyudeo Kumashi, and Guzzlord. Even if Darkray will not be harmed by dark skills, he cannot be called the strongest dark Pokémon. Because when it comes to dark skill damage, Yveltal's damage at the same level is definitely higher than Darkray's. Even if Darkray's skill damage is increased by 20%, it can't exceed the former. On the other hand, it is more idealistic and needs to be explored. Each slate has its own unique introduction, and the introduction of the Dark Slate is as follows. The second is material, the third is spiritual, prayers are born from this, and the world is formed from this. Just looking at the content is really a bit nonsensical. However, the changes in Darkray's external form are really significant, and it is definitely impossible to have only the simple effects of immunity to dark damage and enhancement of dark damage. Let's go, find Ho-Oh and try it. Dark turned his head and looked at Darkray, who nodded. Ho-Oh is a standard first-level god, and belongs to the category of neither strong nor weak among the first-level gods. Although judging from the little resume in the animation and movie, Ho-Oh is simply the bottom of the first-level gods. However, as a cover god, he must be at least a first-level god. The result of the battle between Darkray and Ho-Oh can give you the most intuitive feeling of how strong Darkray is now. The edge of the continent. Ho-Oh was very unhappy about being called by Dark to fight Darkray, and he was very angry. Kay hates fighting with others the most. It's tiring and painful. However, for Darkray who has absorbed the Dread Plate, Kay is more or less curious, so he is willing to give it a try. The two are fighting freely, without Dark's command. Dark's main purpose is to observe and analyze the battle with various special abilities, and judge Darkray's current combat level. He is the only one who has the ability to evaluate the battle between the mythical beasts. Vegapunk and Monet have previously developed Pokémon battle data collection instruments, which are technological products similar to glasses and cameras. However, Dark picked it up and tried it casually, and he knew it wouldn't work. Although Monet's instrument is quite accurate in collecting various data, it only works for Pokémon below the elite level. Above that, it is just a mess of codes. Although Vegapunk can observe the range of champion-level Pokémon, the data belongs to a relatively vague range. In terms of level, Ho-Oh and Darkrai are not out of the level of champion. But they are legendary Pokémon, with special status and exclusive law power, so their combat level is definitely higher than the champion level, and naturally the specific data cannot be detected by the instrument. Ho-Oh's combat is simple and rough. Various winds and flames are flying in the entire space, attacking Darkrai from all directions. In the past, Darkrai could only hide himself in the dark space to avoid such attacks. But now it is different. Darkrai opened his hands, and Dark Void pulled open a dark curtain to absorb all fire and flying skills. From the outside, the black vortex of Dark Void would occasionally show ice blue lightning patterns. However, Darkrai still chose to avoid Ho-Oh's holy fire. Dark Void is even more powerful, and it has a bit of absolute defense meaning. Dark looked at the dark vortex in Darkrai's hand, as if he saw Bartolomeo's barrier ability. In the past, Dark Void could not withstand the attack of the first level god level, and there was a great probability that it would be shattered from the inside, and Darkrai would have a hard time. But now it can. From this point of view, Darkrai has at least reached the level of the first level god in terms of exclusive ability. The next step is a multifaceted test. One of the more special points is that Darkrai's dark skills seem to have reached a critical point and have undergone a slight change. Call dark skills will emit an ice blue light from time to time when used. This situation also appears on the god of destruction Yveltal. Yveltal's dark skills are not pure black, but mixed with his own red. This may also be a proof that Darkrai's dark energy has broken through to the first level god. In addition, Dark also found that Darkrai's abilities have also undergone significant changes. To put it more clearly, the two racial values of attack and special attack have become stronger. Originally, Darkrai's advantages were special attack and speed, and the other four aspects were mediocre. Now the attack has become relatively advantageous, and the special attack has become extremely advantageous, and almost every item has increased by 40 racial values. Darkrai's original total racial value was 600, and now it has reached 680. The standard racial value of a first level god is 680. When the battle reached a certain point, Dark called it off. There was no need to continue, as he had already seen Darkrai's current level. In the early stages of the battle, Darkrai was still on par with Ho-Oh, but as the battle went on, Darkrai was a little overwhelmed. Chapter 481 A Call for Help from the Future. Perhaps he is not familiar with the power of the Dread Plate, or perhaps it is some other problem. Now Darkrai has reached the level of a first level god, but he is not strong, and belongs to the lower level of a first level god. It is probably the same level as the black and white twin dragons Zekrom and Lacey Ram. Darkrai, you are much stronger than before. After absorbing the power of the Dread Plate, Darkrai moved from the upper level of a second level god to the lower level of a first level god. Although it seems to be only a small class of progress, it is actually a qualitative leap. Even a first level lower god can at least beat 3 or 5 second level gods of the same level. Dark clenched his fists. Of course, we will all become stronger. Dark grinned and raised his chin. It can be seen that Darkrai is a little bothered by the fact that he can't beat Ho-Oh. For Darkrai, who has always regarded secretly protecting Dark as his greatest responsibility, he will not allow any creature to be stronger than him, even his companions. Darkrai is not a child who was just born like Ho-Oh and Giratina. He has seen too many accidents in the Pokémon world, so even if those first gods who are stronger than him are companions, Darkrai cannot be completely at ease. Because Darkrai is worried that these companions will be inadvertently controlled one day in the future and then cause harm to Dark. If Darkrai still can't beat them at that time, then won't Dark be in danger? As for Darkrai himself, he was not worried about such a thing happening. It was not because he trusted his own ability, but because he trusted Dark. He had always been with Dark, and he did not think Dark would put them in such a situation. After that, Darkrai returned to Dark's shadow. Dark also used the doorberry to return to his office. "Who are you?" After Dark came out of the doorberry, he saw a woman sitting on his seat with her back to him. The woman was wearing a pure white suit on her upper body, a pure white short skirt on her lower body, and pure white long boots on her feet. How much does this woman like white? Dark glanced at her, and then his eyes stayed on the woman's hair. Ice blue. In all these years, Dark had only seen hair of this color on one person's head. Esteth. But Esteth is only 12 years old now, and should be preparing for the final exam in the Pokémon Academy. And even Esteth would not sit randomly in his seat. There is only one person in the entire Pokémon League who dares to sit in his seat, and that is his internal secretary Robin. Usually, Robin needs to help with many things, so Dark simply lets Robin sit in his seat and work. "Master, it's been a long time since we last met." The woman turned around, crossed her legs and smiled at Dark. "It's really you." Dark looked at the mature face and sighed in distress. When he saw the adult Esteth appear here, Dark almost instantly figured out what was going on. Something must have happened in the era of Esteth, to the extent that the entire Pokémon League might not be able to solve it. However, this matter is something that Dark in this period can solve. "Why don't you go to me in other periods? Is there something wrong with me, or can't I solve it?" Dark's expression became a little gloomy, but he felt strange. According to Charlotte, the girl from the future, she would have to sit in the position of the first-generation leader for at least a few years or more than 10 years without worry, and then she would disappear and become a legend. "Why don't you look for me 10 years later? Would I be weaker than I am now?" Another possibility popped up in Dark's mind. "Don't think about it, Master. I will explain the situation to you." Esteth stood up from his seat, walked in front of Dark, and hugged Dark all of a sudden. "I'm so tired, Master. It's really hard to be the leader." After complaining, Esteth took another step back. "Well, which generation of leader are you?" It was only at this time that Dark noticed that there was a necklace hidden in the other party's amazing ravine. The necklace representing the status of the leader of the alliance was the one he had decided to wear when he was about to die. The necklace that must be passed down from generation to generation. Dark looked down at the necklace in front of his chest and confirmed that it was the same one. There was a black mini Pokémon ball origin ball on both necklaces. Fourth generation. Fourth generation. Isn't that 100 years later? Dark frowned and pinched his chin. Although I did come from 100 years later, it was only 25 years later that I became the leader of the alliance. How old are you? Dark was shocked and looked at the appearance of Esteth in front of him. She looked at most 30 years old. Esteth now is like a married woman, full of mature and gentle breath, belonging to the most charming and seductive stage of a woman's life. 112, I say, Master, how can you, who has not changed for hundreds of years, be qualified to sigh at other people's appearance? Esteth shook her head speechlessly. In her vision, the current Dark has no change in appearance at all from the Dark in her memory. The only thing that has changed is the temperament. The current master's temperament is still a little immature, and there is still a big difference from the calm and unperturbed look of more than 20 years later. Moreover, not 100 years later, but just a dozen or 20 years later, the research institutes of several professors of the Alliance will have a potion that can keep people young forever. Although it will not change lifespan, it can make a person's appearance remain at the age when he drinks the medicine until he dies. Of course, this medicine must be taken continuously. If you stop, the body will continue to age, and at a faster speed until it reaches the bone age. Esteth did not take that kind of medicine. She did not care much about her appearance. The reason why she looks young is purely because the lifespan of people with special abilities is generally much higher than that of ordinary people. The average lifespan of ordinary psychics is 20 to 30 years longer than that of humans. The lifespan of psychics of Asteth's level is more than 3 times that of ordinary people, so Asteth does not look old. Stop talking about this. Why are you here? I should be here. Time travel is taboo, right? Dark didn't intend to talk about these useless things with Asteth. He pushed Asteth away, then returned to his seat and sat down, ready to listen to what Asteth was going to say. Yet, I was still very young at that time. Asteth sighed as she looked at the office. In 100 years, this office has changed a lot, but for Asteth, it is still the most familiar to her. Master, in a certain world in the future, a kind of dark breath appeared, which is very dangerous. Asteth sat down in front of Dark, with a serious expression. Now she is more like the leader of the 4th Generation Alliance, not Dark's eldest apprentice Asteth. Black breath. Dark frowned and pursed his lips, without saying anything, motioning Asteth to continue. That kind of black breath will affect all non-human creatures, corrupt their minds, make them puppets of the dark breath, and constantly kill humans. It feels like it wants to purge humans, and even the legendary Pokémon will not be spared. Asteth briefly introduced her understanding of the dark breath. Which world is the root of it? The Pokémon world. Asteth pondered for 2 seconds and said it directly. After all, if the current Dark goes to the future, the other party will know all this sooner or later, and there is no need to cover it up. Before she came to this era, the top leaders of the Alliance had already discussed all possible consequences. Even the situation that the 1st generation leader has the idea of no longer connecting to the Pokémon world, causing the Pokémon world to disappear directly from us, and we will not even have any memory of it will happen. I know. Hey. I roughly know what the situation is. Dark's brows relaxed. He originally had such a guess, but he didn't expect it to be true. Among the many Pokémon games, there is a version called Dark Cyclone Dark Lugia, and in this game there is a saying about dark power and dark Pokémon. The stage of the whole incident is the Ore region of the Pokémon world. In this place, there is an evil force called Shadow Team that artificially created 83 dark Pokémon, among which the most powerful No 001 is Dark Lugia. However, this time should have nothing to do with this Shadow Team, but it may have happened before the birth of Shadow Team. The Shadow Team is just a force established by humans after that to use the Dark Aura to control Pokémon to achieve unknown purposes. Evil forces like Shadow Team are not taken seriously by Dark. There are many evil forces stronger than this in other Pokémon regions, and each of them is related to legendary Pokémon. This Shadow Team can only barely squeeze into the front row. The real problem is the origin of Shadow Team, the Dark Aura. It turns out that this version of the Pokémon world will be linked to this game version in the future. The Pokémon world has many parallel times. The world where Dark Lugia is located is one of the multiple universes in the sky. The Dark Aura is the final boss in this world. How did this thing come into being? It can even affect legendary Pokémon. So, only human strongmen can fight against the Dark Breath, but you are helpless against the Dark Breath, so you come here to ask for help. Chapter 482 Dax True Combat Power. It's not that I'm helpless, but neither humans nor the Dark Breath can do anything to each other. Asteth shook his head helplessly and explained the current situation to Doc. The Dark Breath cannot cause fatal damage to humans, and can only be controlled by various non-human creatures, but we humans also have no way to completely eliminate the Dark Breath, and can only imprison it at most. The only special abilities born in the Pokémon world that can cause irreparable damage to the Dark Breath are the many special abilities born in the Pokémon world. We have enough numbers, but not enough quality. Asteth talked for a long time before Doc completely understood what the situation would be like 100 years later. The Dark Breath has made a comeback, and the Alliance is not afraid. But if it is not completely resolved once and for all now, there is no guarantee of what will happen in the future. Maybe the dark aura of the imprisoned will accumulate until it is strong enough to break through the imprisoned, or maybe the number of special ability users in the Alliance in the future will be greatly reduced. Not to mention the special ability users, the number of strong human beings who joined the world in the ancient times has already dropped significantly. Take the sailing world and the ninja world as an example. In Asthetha's words, even the common things like two-color domineering and ninjutsu can be regarded as inheritance. Ordinary humans don't learn these things at all, and only let Pokemon learn them. Even if someone learns these, it is just to enter the Pokemon League to work. Because the Supervision Department, the Security Department, etc. have certain requirements for their own strength, if you want to enter them, the trainer himself must have enough strength. In that era, there were no ninjas, at most there were only a small number of ninja trainers. Because in a peaceful world, it is meaningless for humans to make themselves stronger. They may not have the opportunity to fight in their lifetime, and they cannot prolong their life or stay young forever. Basically, all the props that can achieve this effect can be purchased. Why spend a little money on a needle or a bottle of medicine? Why work hard for most of your life? At most, everyone can learn some simple ninjutsu and magic that are useful to themselves to make their lives more convenient. The human strongmen of the future Pokemon League are basically from those worlds that have suffered many disasters or have just entered the era of peace, or those with a longer lifespan in the ancient world. You three have no ability? In 100 years, you can't reach my level. Dark looked at Asteth with a suspicious look, his face a little weird. If the previous Asteth saw this, he would definitely lose his temper with Dark. But now Asteth will not do that, because he has completely recognized the reality. Impossible, Master, you don't seem to have any idea of the level of your ability. That is the level of God, a realm that humans can never reach. Asteth shook his head firmly and continued, in fact, we also doubted whether our talents were not good enough until we asked some beginner gods later. What? Dark raised his eyebrows. Why didn't he know this? His special ability was just the maximum level. Is it difficult? Why can't he feel it? Oh, yes, he is a cheater. Human special ability wants to reach a higher level, to the level of God, which requires mastering or at least being able to use the law, but how can humans use something that cannot be seen or touched? Asteth spread his hands and pointed at Dark. Speaking of which, Master, you are the one who is surprised. Why can a human like you use the law? Isn't that something that only gods can use? The gods in Asthetha's mouth refer to those legendary Pokemon. Only Pokemon can use such power. I don't know. Doc waved his hand. He never knew that he could use the law. What law did he use? His ability was given directly by the system. I learned from Mew that when I first met you, your psychic was already at the god level. As long as your mental capacity is increased, you can even compete with the first level god. Asteth felt more and more incredible. Mew said that with the mental capacity of the time, you can already fight against the second level god with psychic alone. She has practiced for more than 100 years and used all her means. Now she can only go head to head with the lower level second level gods such as the goddess of fire and the goddess of water. She has no ability to resist the first level god. But Master could easily do this 100 years ago. The more you know, the more you can understand how strong your master is. That's right. Doc pondered for a while. When he got the full level of psychic and aura power, plus the powerful body, he felt that he could beat Darkrai. And he beat Darkrai only by psychic or only by physical body and aura power, not by all abilities together. The reason why he had to reach that level of all three at the same time was that he felt that way. It's probably as Mew said, mental capacity. A human's mental capacity is related to his will, neurons, brain, and many other aspects. After the aura power and physical quality are improved, it will also have a significant impact on the mental capacity, so that Dark can play psychic more powerful. It feels like the mental capacity limits Dark's strength. It's like a magician in the Zero Envoy world, he masters all the forbidden magic, but he only has the magic power of the rectangle level. Similarly, psychic and physical quality also have an impact on aura power. Psychic can improve the body's reaction speed and microcontrol ability of the body, and physical quality is directly related to the strength of aura power. The stronger these two are, the stronger aura power is. It seems so. Before, Dark's strength was not strong enough because his physical quality was not enough to fully use the other two special abilities. Later, after obtaining the power of Viridian and Earth power, which can be infinitely sustained, Dark felt that there should be no opponent among the second-level gods. But he couldn't compare himself with the first-level gods. After all, they had never really fought. From the battle between Ho-Oh and Darkrai he just watched, he roughly estimated that his single special ability was only at the upper level of the second level. If all means were used, he might be able to barely reach the lower level of the first level, which is the current level of Darkrai. For more than 100 years, mankind has only had you as their god. Ultimately, it's because you're holding us back that our combat power is always considered unworthy of the title of god. Esteth glanced at Dark with some resentment. She thought that her contribution to the Pokémon League was not much worse than Dark's, but no one ever thought that she was worthy of the title of god. Because her strength was still a little worse than Dark's. Let me test your level. Dark narrowed his eyes. He couldn't make an accurate judgment just by listening to what Esteth said. Sice Hawk, use your full strength on me. After hearing this, Esteth didn't hesitate at all, and in an instant, his eyes glowed with an icy blue light. A spiritual energy that was invisible to the naked eye rushed towards Dark's brain. Esteth had no doubt that Dark's confusion could easily block her attack. And even if Dark took this blow, there would be no problem. After all, Dark still has the terrifying recovery ability of Viridian power and Earth power. Even if there is only one cell left, it can be restored. Dark's eyes lit up with a dark red light at the same time, and an invisible mental barrier appeared around Dark's brain to protect it. Buzz. A buzzing sounded in his mind. And then there was nothing else. Dark's mental barrier dimmed a little, but that's all. LV.7 level. Dark's face suddenly turned black, and he stood up and grabbed Esteth's ear. It took 100 years to achieve this level. Have you really worked hard to practice? Dark thought that Esteth's psychic should at least be at LV.9. Who would have thought that it was only LV.7? This is just barely entering the advanced stage. Ouch! What are you doing? Esteth was stunned and quickly held Dark's hand. Dark really tried his best. Even Dark from 100 years ago was no match for Esteth. Naturally, Dark lifted him up like a little chicken. If the Alliance members 100 years later saw this, they would be absolutely stunned. The fourth generation leader who was like the Ice Queen was actually ravaged by the first generation. Luffy and Naruto's special abilities are similar to yours. Dark let go of his hand and glared at Esteth, who rubbed her red ears and nodded unhappily. I didn't expect that she was over 100 years old and still had to be pulled by her master. For Esteth, that was an experience 80 or 90 years ago. It seems that there is really something that limits the upper limit of your special abilities. What is the law? Dark crossed his arms in front of his chest. Esteth's mental capacity is not low, equivalent to Dark who has obtained the full level of aura, the full level of psychic and the third level of LV.9. If Esteth's psychic reaches LV.10, which is the maximum level, then Esteth should be able to fight against the second level god with psychic alone. The difference is here. Esteth's psychic lacks something necessary to continue to rise. It's like there is a lock between LV.7 and LV.8, and Esteth can't open it without a key. Therefore, no matter how Esteth practices, she can only improve her spiritual capacity. And Dark is more concerned about another point. That is, even Luffy's aura power can only reach the level of LV.7. Luffy's talent in special abilities is the highest among the three disciples, because the aura power is too compatible with Luffy, a simple-minded guy, so his training speed should be faster than Naruto and his death. But even Luffy encountered such a situation, which means that this is not a problem of talent. Chapter 483 Meet the First Generation Leader. Although the Pokemon Alliance has not encountered a major crisis that it cannot deal with 100 years later, the problem that Esdeath is considering may indeed exist. It is necessary to prevent future troubles. If we can kill the Dark Aura now, there is no need to keep it until later, so as to avoid any unexpected changes. After considering it for a while, Dark decided to go to the future with Esdeath. This is a secret journey. Dark did not tell anyone else except Robin and Madara. If Dark cannot come back due to an unexpected situation, Madara will temporarily take over the position of leader of the Alliance, and Robin will assist Madara in management until the second generation leader is selected. Of course, the probability of this happening is very small. After all, there are so many human strongmen from the Pokemon Alliance who have been following them, and the Dark Aura is not their opponent. This journey to the future. Only Dark and Darkrai will go. Even Dialga, who opened the time channel, will not go there to avoid more unpredictable changes. It is still unknown what will happen if Dialga at this point in time meets those legendary Pokemon 100 years later. As for the meeting of Dialga at 2 points in time, that is impossible. There is only one creature like Celebi and Dialga that has a deep connection with time in a world. Because of Dark, Dialga basically stays at the same time point as Dark. Only Pokemon like Ho-Oh and Mew may meet another version of themselves in the future, but it is hard to say what will happen after the two meet. There has been no similar situation in many Pokemon series, and they have always followed the rule that there is only one authority beast in a certain time and space. Let's go. Before the Azure time and space vortex opened by Dialga, Dark looked at Esdeath beside him. Dark was wearing a pure white cloak behind him and his iconic black and white baseball cap on his head. This was all forced on Dark by Esdeath, saying it was for a sense of ritual. Dark was a little confused. What sense of ritual is there in traveling through time? Yet. Esdeath stood behind Dark, smiled and nodded, with a strange meaning in her smile. Stepping into the vortex of time. Scenes from the past 100 years came towards him like light and shadow, and then penetrated Dark and went behind him. Dark could slow down his perception to let himself see some of the things that happened in the past 100 years, but he didn't do so. He originally had an extremely long life. If he could even predict the future, then living would be a torture. Unlike Dark. Esdeath behind him was feeling all this seriously and watching these scenes. These were the times she had experienced, and they were memories that had passed for her. She saw herself at the age of 14 being chased and beaten by Dark with a stick. No matter how she teleported, Dark could always arrive at the destination before her and wait to beat her. She saw herself at the age of 24 being surpassed by 2 junior brothers, and she couldn't sleep at night unwillingly. She saw herself and Naruto at the age of 32 watching Luffy become the leader of the second generation under the witness of Dark, and she also comforted the somewhat lonely Naruto that night. She saw that the 38-year-old Naruto had just become the leader of the third generation, and he and Luffy fought against the Dark Aura and the army of dark creatures until he fainted. She also saw that at the end of the same year, she was ordered to become the fourth generation. She saw herself at the age of 50 going alone to the new connected world to create a new era of peace. Too many memories awakened in Esdeath's mind little by little. She suddenly realized that she had experienced so much and her personality had changed so much. Alas! She sighed secretly in her heart. Esdeath suddenly felt a little tired, and she was ready to abdicate after this incident was resolved. When Dark walked out of the time vortex, he squinted his eyes uncomfortably. Then he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him and was shocked. This was a wide open space, somewhat similar to a martial arts arena. To the east of the martial arts arena, there was a 50-meter-high pavilion. Doc was standing on the balcony on the top floor of the pavilion. In the square in front of the pavilion, there were at least 100,000 people standing densely. Humans, Pokemons, giants, dwarves, furs, half-humans, dragons, fishmen, countless creatures with human-like appearances gathered together and cast their eyes on Dark. He could feel that these people had abundant life energy, and any one of them would be a full-level human if brought to Blue Star. These people should be the upper-class and top-level masters of various worlds, but their strength was suppressed in this Pokemon Island, so they were still in the category of ordinary humans. The number of combat members of the Alliance is definitely not just this few. Because in the 3 years of the Dark Alliance, the number of combatants in the Alliance has far exceeded 100,000. All those who can gather here should be captains of various teams in the Alliance with human forms and relatively powerful figures. Anyway, they are unlikely to be ordinary people. You must know that in the Alliance, even a small captain can lead at least 10 people in the Alliance. Assuming that all those gathered here are small captains, then the combatants of the Pokemon Alliance are at least 1 million. Of course, the actual number must be far more than this number. After all, there are still those non-human members who are not included. Greetings to the first-generation leader. XN. Before Dark could speak, more than 100,000 people knelt on one knee, with their right fists clasped at their hearts. And at the front of the 100,000 people, there were about 100 people who did not kneel, but stepped with their feet together and saluted with their fists. How is it? Master, you couldn't see such a scene in your era. Esteth, who had been standing silently behind Dark, grinned. Humph, I don't have time for that fancy stuff. Dark twisted his mouth and said something with disdain, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It must be said that although Esteth's trick scared Dark, it was indeed a surprise and made him feel very happy. Tisk, you're still ungrateful. Esteth smiled and turned his head, then looked down and said, this time, the Alliance and the Dark Aurum must be completely destroyed in the war. I don't want to see the Fourth War again. With the helping hand of the God of Creation, it will be easy for us. Isn't it? Esteth raised his hand to signal Dark beside him. Yes. XN. This time the gathering of troops was mainly to boost morale and was also a welcome ceremony for Dark. The team quickly disbanded, but people did not disperse far. It seemed that they had to prepare here before the war. The 100 or so people who were obviously similar to generals walked towards the pavilion. Dark guessed that he would have to deal with these people next. He just saw a lot of faces among them. Many of them were just familiar, of course, there were also many who could be recognized at a glance. For example, Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion of the Pokemon world. The Night King of the Fate series, the Lancer class gun idiot Ultra Pendragon. The Tishan King in Fox Spirit Matchmaker, leader of the Demon Alliance Tishan Hong Hong. The contemporary swordsman in ReZero starting over, the world's strongest Reinhardt. The 7th class in One Punch Man, the strongest man on Earth King. Looking at the existence of this group of people, Dark really doesn't think that the Pokemon League has the possibility of failure. Let alone anything else, when Dark saw King, his head was still confused. If that bald guy was there, would he still have the need to take action? But it's hard to say, because Saitama's settings are different in different versions. In the first generation, Saitama broke the limiter and became an invincible existence. Yes, it's invincible. From the setting to the concept of true invincibility, the author indicated in the original setting that Saitama would not encounter a character that could give him a hard fight. However, in the remake, Saitama was greatly weakened and lost his invincible characteristics. In the remake, in the horror mode of the battle with Garu, at one point, he was even surpassed by Garu, who copied Saitama's moves and strength. However, Saitama, who felt the passion for the first time in a long time, entered a state of rapid growth, surpassed Garu, and killed him. If it was this version of Saitama, then it would be understandable. In the remake, even at the end of the timeline, Saitama's combat power was not that strong and he only had a physical combat method. Its physical strength may have reached the level of a champion-level quasi-god Pokemon, and its true combat power may be able to fight against some lower-level second-level gods. But it is absolutely impossible to be a first-level god. Because these gods have already moved away from the way of fighting with their bodies, and basically use their own exclusive abilities. Just like Hoa's sacred fire, which will continue to burn Saitama's body until he is burned to death, or Darkray's dark void, which can swallow Saitama into it and force him to sleep, or the time god Dialga can directly drain Saitama's remaining lifespan and make him die of old age. But even so, Saitama is still a very powerful human fighter. At least among the group of people that Dark recognized just now, the only one who can be equal to him is the strongest swordsman Reinhardt, who is also perfect in setting. These two people are not only powerful, but also full of sense of justice. In terms of strength, Saitama may be a little stronger, but the other party's personality setting is not perfect. Instead, most of the time he is just an ordinary person with indifferent emotions. But Reinhardt is an absolutely perfect character. There is nothing he is not good at. He has a strong sense of justice, a strong sense of responsibility, is kind and humble, and has more than 40 kinds of world protection. He is an absolute fantasy-level character set by the author, and is simply an excellent candidate for the leader. Esteth led Dark into a conference hall on the top floor. Then she asked Dark to sit in the seat that was obviously the main seat, and she sat next to it. There was no need to be polite to his apprentice, but he looked at Esteth. Our alliance is really full of talents. We don't have to worry about the candidates for the leader in the future. Oh? Master can see all this at a glance? Then you have to tell me about it later. Esteth grinned. She thought that Doc was joking. After all, how much could he, a person who lived 100 years ago, know about the people in the Alliance now? Chapter 484, Advice? 100 people soon gathered in this conference room. At such a close distance, Doc recognized many people with distinct personalities, but of course he couldn't recognize most of them. Esteth predicted this, so he prepared a list for Doc in advance. Doc was very interested in reading it, just like reading a novel. There were a total of 140 people on the list, basically 2-3 people for each world. Most of the official leaders of each world and the strongest people in the world are combined. Of course, there are some special ones. Like the two from the fairy tale world, which Dark didn't expect. Whether it is the official leader or the strongest person, Xianlong and the Magic King are not ranked, but they are also top figures in the fairy tale world. Of course, almost unheard of the 140 people are unknown to Dark. Some of them are young juniors from the ancient world, and you can only see some shadows of their predecessors in them to guess which family lineage they come from. There are also some people who Dark has no impression at all, and he doesn't even have an impression of the world these people came from. Master Dark, long time no see. In a position close to Dark, there sat a strong old man with bronze skin. This is the person Dark has an impression of and is familiar to him, but he can't remember his name. But after looking at the list, Dark knew that this person was Yulong from the world of food. The sealing powerhouse in the Alliance, a figure of the same level as Reinhardt, is respected by many people in the Alliance because he takes care of the younger generation and is powerful. That status is just like Garp's status in the Navy. Although Garp is not the leader in the Navy, he is deeply respected by other Marines for various reasons. Sorry, I don't remember knowing you. Haha, of course I know, I just miss you a little. Yulong laughed for a while, then looked at Dark carefully. It turns out that Lord Dark in the third year of the Alliance is so young. Esteth said that my appearance has not changed. I'm not talking about appearance, but other aspects, such as temperament and strength. Yulong's eyes were fixed on Dark's body, as if he could tell how strong Dark was just by observing Dark's body. Oh? You can see my strength in Pokemon Island. Ha ha ha, almost, I guess you can still see it. Yulong grinned. It was the first time he could show off his tricks in front of Dark, and he found it quite interesting. In fact, it was not just Yulong, but almost everyone present could see that Dark's strength at this time was far behind the peak Dark in their impression. Even those juniors who had never seen Dark had learned about Dark's deeds from the official history of the Alliance recorded by Robin, and had a judgment on Dark's strength. "Teach me something." A word flowed out of Dark's mouth. There was no taunt or dissatisfaction. Dark was not the kind of stubborn guy. It was just because of what Esteth said before that Dark was now very curious about his true level, and also curious about the combat power of these ceiling figures in the Alliance 100 years later. 100 years ago, the top fighters of the Alliance were only Madara, Sengoku, Garp, and Dragon. There were not many of them, but their strength was still rising. Just like Madara's strength soared after mastering the Threecolor Domineering, and he was constantly strengthening his physical fitness. Garp and Sengoku only needed to mention a few ninjutsu, such as the multiple substitute technique and the 8 gates. When Dark said this, more than 100 people in the entire alliance all looked over, with different expressions. But more of them were interested. Obviously everyone wanted to see what kind of strength Dark had at this time. Then I'd be disrespectful to refuse. Yulong was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Esteth, standing aside, glanced at the crowd and shook her head helplessly. She knew that some of these people thought that Dark, as an ancient, might not be as strong as them. After all, in the future, it is an era of flourishing, and there are countless ways to improve strength, even many external objects, while in the past, there were only a few ways to become stronger. But soon these people will face the reality. Dark's strength is indeed not at its peak, but at least it is a little stronger than Esteth now. And Esteth is one of the strongest in the current alliance. Yulong's strength is just about the same as Esteth. There are a few who are stronger than Esteth, but they are no longer members of the Pokémon League. For example, Ziref and Madara, members of the breeding house. Besides, Ziref has lost the desire to become stronger now. He is not much stronger than Esteth in normal state. Only by using Fairy's Heart can he temporarily break through to the level of a first-level god. However, Fairy's Heart contains Mavis's body, so Ziref is not willing to use it. Under the guidance of the crowd, they passed through the portal and came to another world. On the way, Esteth told Dark about the information of this world. It was a deserted, destroyed city full of mechanical life forms. Luffy was in charge of this world at the beginning. According to Luffy, there are no humans here, but there are some animals and artificial robots that are similar to humans and have some emotions, living on the moon. Now those artificial robots have all been transferred to the research institutes of several professors of the Alliance, and have been upgraded evolution, becoming more powerful, responsible for monitoring and guarding major cities. It would be a pity to abandon this world. After collecting some useful resources, the Alliance developed this place into a training ground, and the whole world was a place for Alliance members to practice. Near, Automata. When Dark heard half of it, he already knew which world it was. This world that had appeared in the options that Dark could link to appeared again later. Since he chose this world with little development space, it means that the other worlds of the same period must be very terrible worlds, which cannot be solved by the power of the first gods. Of course, it could also be the modern world. The utilization value of that modern world is the lowest, and it is not as good as this barren uninhabited world. The place where everyone stayed in the end was an endless desert. More than 100 people flew into the air with various means and watched from a distance. And Dark and Yulong faced each other in the center. That's enough, the battle begins. As Esteth sent a brief signal, the battle was about to break out. Boom! The first to launch the attack was Yulong. Even when facing the passing Dark, Yulong did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He bent his right leg, and the muscles of his right calf suddenly bulged. The next moment, he was launched like a rocket. The ground where Yulong was originally standing was stepped on by a huge force to create a deep pit of hundreds of meters. The range was so large that it even surrounded the place where Dark was standing. However, Dark would not be affected by the terrain. After all, it is better to say that he was floating on the surface of the ground with confusion rather than standing on the ground. Facing Yulong's attack, Dark felt a little scalp numb, but they used their special abilities and only used the armed color domineering kick to meet it. Bang! There was no evenly matched stalemate. The moment the two fought, a figure was knocked out. It was Dark. Awesome! Dark, who was spinning and flying backwards in the air, stopped his body with confusion and felt a little numbness in his right foot. His three-dimensionality is LV.9, which is the standard level of the 4 emperors in the pirate world, and his armament haki is at the maximum level. However, this level is still not enough to compete with Yulong. The fight just now made Dark see a lot of things. Yulong's physical fitness is definitely LV.10 in three-dimensionality, the ceiling level of the sailing world, and he has also learned two-color haki, which has been honed to the maximum level. In addition, Yulong's physical activity is extremely high. It must be because of the unique way to become stronger in the gourmet world, gourmet cells, which have the ability to allow a person to continuously evolve his body by eating all kinds of high-quality and high-level gourmet food. Ha ha ha, Lord Dark, this is the closest I've ever been to you, please let me enjoy it. I'll let you enjoy it, do your best. Dark raised his chin and began to stimulate all his abilities. His eyes were filled with dark red mist, his hands were emitting faint blue waves, his heart was faintly shining with a bright green light, and when his feet touched the ground, saffron-colored quicksand began to float around him. 4 Special abilities at full level are fully activated. This is not over yet. Dark's body surface instantly turned into pure black enough to reflect light, and waves of black and red domineering energy that oppressed the entire space radiated outward. The originally loose desert was compacted like saffron marble at this moment. From the perspective of the surrounding onlookers, at this moment, there were even red thunders with black edges around Dark that kept jumping around him. Hey, hey! Is the first generation 100 years ago already so strong? Dongfang Yuecha was so shocked that the candied haws in his mouth fell out. Apart from anything else, there are only a few people in the entire alliance who can possess this level of domineering. After all, the quality of domineering is not something that can be honed by practice alone. Practice can only make people learn more complex ways to use domineering. No wonder it was called a god more than 100 years ago. Altalai looked indifferent. This Gun King always behaved calmly. In that era, this strength would have been invincible among humans. Reinhardt looked at the two people on the field seriously, then shook his head. No, I'm afraid that in this era, it is also invincible among humans. Chapter 485 All-Round Strength. Although Dark's momentum is very strong, just like a scion. But Yulong on the opposite side is not to be outdone. When all the gourmet cells are activated, cocky and translucent flames emerge from his whole body. The cocky flames continue to spread outward from Yulong's feet until Dark and him are completely wrapped in the range. The 5 fingers of his hands are put together, and they are sharp, giving people the feeling of a pair of chopsticks. Minority Barrier, the president's unique ability. Mansum, the current president of Igo in the crowd, began to sweat on his forehead. When a person's gourmet cells evolve to a certain extent, various special abilities will be generated. The generation of this ability is related to the gourmet food eaten in the past and the nature of the gourmet cells of the person. Ichiryu's gourmet cells have developed a special ability similar to gravity. Its essence is a force that controls specific atoms and operates according to the square root law. This move allows Ichiryu to gain control of a minority of atoms in all substances within the range, control the actions of these atoms, and change their properties. All living things will die due to the reverse operation of their organs. This is a very terrifying ability, and it is also the key to Ichiryu becoming one of the sealing figures in the alliance. There are not many people in the Pokemon League who can resist this move. It can be said that there are very few. Reinhardt's own ability does not have the effect of resisting this move, but he has many world protections. For example, dodge protection and magic protection can respectively make the opponent's long-range attack unable to hit and invalidate the support effects of spells and various debuffs and buffs. There are also various extremely perverted protections, such as Phoenix Protection, First Sight Protection and Second Coming Protection. The effects are: infinite resurrection after being killed, visual attack cannot hit for the first time, and visual attack cannot hit for the second time and every time thereafter. These are abilities that violate the rules, and are extremely terrifying in any world. However, there are too many places that can be targeted on the Pokemon Island. For example, Dialga's Time Lapse is an invisible attack, and Reinhardt has no protection for lifespan, so he will die when his lifespan is up. Or there are many invisible attacks in Estetha's Psychic, which can use skills such as Hypnosis or Sicehawk to cause damage to it, or even make it lose its mind and become a fool. It is also for this reason that Reinhardt is only one of the sealings of the Alliance, not the strongest. Because although Reinhardt is very good at restraining an opponent like Yulong whose attacks are all visible to the naked eye, she has no ability to resist the invisible attacks of Estetha. However, Estetha's Psychic is not enough to restrict Yulong, whose physical strength has reached the level of a second-level god, so she will fall into a disadvantage when facing Yulong. Because of their different fighting methods, the sealing masters of the Alliance are basically in a state of checks and balances. Just like the four elites of the Alliance, there are restraints between their attributes, so it is hard to say who is the strongest. The perspective returns to the battle on the field. Minority Barrier allows Yulong to gain control of a few atoms in the body of organisms within the range, but it is not effective for everyone, and this move also has shortcomings. For example, facing those masters who have mastered the return of life in the sailing world, the effect of this move is quite limited. Because these physical masters have a very high control over their own bodies, there are not many discrete atoms that can allow Yulong to seize the dominant position. At least it is useless in front of Dark. The power of aura itself is the most essential development of the body. Every cell in Dark's body exudes the power of aura, and none of them can be controlled by Yulong. However, this is all within Yulong's expectations. He also knows that his minority barrier is not very effective against those aura warriors. He himself uses this. The purpose of this move is not to control Dark, but to strengthen himself. The minority barrier can also call on the atoms in his body to strengthen its activity or recovery ability, so that he has stronger melee strength. Both sides have entered the best state, which means that the battle is about to start. Continuous chopsticks. Yulong opened his hands, and the cocky flames on his body turned into countless small chopsticks, and then shot at Dark like a machine gun. Kakakaksen. Dark stood there motionless, and when those chopsticks shot into the air in front of him, they seemed to hit an invisible wall and suddenly broke and dissipated. Sure enough, Psychic is also at the level of God. Yulong grinned without any surprise. Just now, it was just his test to see what level Dark's psychic level was. It's my turn. Dark raised his hand without changing his expression, and a pure white energy ball condensed in his hand. True Chi Bullet. A special ultimate move in the fighting skills. Everyone recognized it, but when they all thought that Dark was going to throw it out, they saw Dark's figure suddenly disappear from the spot. The next moment, dozens of Dark appeared around Yulong, and countless chi bombs were pressed towards Yulong's head. Multiple substitute techniques and teleport and chi bombs. Knock the tooth chopsticks. Yulong's eyes shrank, and he reacted immediately. He just wanted to dodge but found that he couldn't move. He realized that he was forcibly fixed in place by Dark's confusion. Not only that, even the ground under his feet had countless sand hands tightly wrapped around his legs, and countless sand and dust seemed to penetrate his pores into his skin. Yulong had no choice but to use other tricks to resolve it. The flames on his body once again transformed into countless cocky chopsticks that flew in all directions. This invisible and intangible energy similar to Yulong's aura is not something psychic can control. Although psychic can form a confusion wall to defend in the middle, the attacks of the clones and Dark's body will be blocked by the confusion wall. So, Dark chose to attack Hedon. Squeak, squeak, squeak XN. One clone after another was shot through and disappeared by the chopsticks like a curtain, and at the same time, one chopstick after another was shot into Dark's body. These chopsticks of Yulong can actually add armed color domineering. This makes the chopsticks that seem to have no lethality become sharper than a spear, and can even pierce Dark's body 2 or 3 inches. But that's all. Under the self-healing ability of Viridian's power, those small holes seem to have never appeared. Even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan can only barely see that Dark's body was pierced for a moment, but the next moment it has been restored to its original state, as if it was hit by an illusion. If this move can't stop Dark, then Yulong can only take the beating honestly. Any of Dark's special abilities now are comparable to those of a second-level upper god, and Yulong can't break free with his strength. Bang! The true energy bullet was firmly pinned on Yulong's face. To describe it with Pokemon skills. This is an aura bullet used by Mars Hado, full power form, a dual-type fighting and ghost Pokemon with a status and strength equivalent to a second-level god. Because Dark's aura power is comparable to a second-level upper, the level of this Mars Hado may be LV.95. Puff! A simple true energy bullet instantly launched Yulong like a cannonball, leaving a few streaks of bright red blood on the trajectory. If it was just an aura bullet, it might not be enough to make Yulong vomit blood. At most, it would temporarily disrupt Yulong's body functions, making him unable to control his cells for a short period of time. But the Chi Bomb is different. The Chi Bomb has its own penetrating damage, which can damage or even destroy the cells in the target's body. For the strong people in the food world whose strength depends on food cells, the effect of the Chi Bomb will be magnified 2 or 3 times. Just like now, a small part of Yulong's food cells are destroyed, and his strength is temporarily reduced by a small part, and he needs to eat a lot of high-quality food to recover. If Doc continues to use the Chi Bomb and hits in the next battle, then Yulong's strength will continue to decline. Chopstick Cannon. When the minority barrier is open, the damage caused by the Chi Bomb is nothing to Yulong. It is more troublesome for him that the food cells destroyed by the Chi Bomb cannot be restored through the minority barrier. Yulong's original strength can probably fight with a LV.90 second level lower god, that is, the level of Sarasa. But now it may be stuck at the edge of the second level, and it will fall further. The fighting power of God. Although the battle between the strong can already see the outcome at this point. But Yulong obviously did not intend to waste such an opportunity to fight with the first-generation leader. The moment his feet landed, 2 huge and tough chopsticks as thick as sticks were thrown at Dark. There is no doubt that this chopstick can completely penetrate Kaido with full armed color domineering, but it is still difficult to penetrate Orabug Balloon Big Mom or Garp, and at most it will cause serious injuries. After all, Kaido's strength is not defense, but recovery. If Yulong's strength had not decreased so much, he might really be able to penetrate the other 2. It's useless. Dark threw 2 aura bullets casually and easily blocked the 2 chopsticks that attacked one after another. Really? All-round strength, let's stop here, Lord Dark. After seeing this scene, Yulong shrugged, spread his hands, and gave up fighting. It's not that he doesn't have stronger moves, but with his current strength, he will be blocked if he uses them, so there's no point. I can only say, you are worthy of being his savior. Leave note. Leave note. I'm asking for leave today. There are exams these days, and the review time is very tight. The subjects in the past 2 days are difficult, so I have to spend more time reviewing. The last few subjects are easier, so I can update normally. Chapter 486 Go to the Isolated Island. After the first battle, Doc roughly understood his true level, and also won the unanimous recognition of the people 100 years later. His biggest shortcoming is the lack of physical quality, which hinders the use of other abilities. According to the future strong men, there are quite a lot of ways to strengthen the body. Among them, the way of gourmet cells and the way of physical skills in the world of navigation are very famous and universal. These two ways of physical skills are different types of growth paths when taken separately. Put together, it becomes two stages on a road. The training in the sailing world strengthens the physical strength, will, mentality and combat ability. The gourmet cells are equivalent to constantly changing one's physical talent through eating. It can raise a person's physical upper limit and make it easier to make the body stronger. Like Garp, it is now difficult to make further progress in the sailing world. His physical strength is already very close to the upper limit threshold that can be achieved. But if he obtains gourmet cells and evolves the cells by constantly eating gourmet food, then his upper limit will also be raised, and his usual training will regain its effect and continue to become stronger. Not only that, when his gourmet cells evolve to a certain extent, he will awaken special abilities. This special ability is related to Garp's fighting style, the gourmet food he uses, and his daily dining methods. The chopsticks evolved by Aaron's momentum are part of his special ability. He usually uses chopsticks to eat, so the form of his momentum is also chopsticks. Of course, there are some crooked ways, such as the physical potions made by various professor research institutes, but few people will buy these things, and basically there will be side effects. It's like a gene drug extracted from a monster. Although it can make the injected person have the same physical growth talent as that monster, the body will also have various strange traits. Although the heroes from the Superman world now no longer judge whether a creature is a monster based on its appearance, it is inevitable to be questioned when you meet some heroes who are more serious in this world. According to Yu Long, the most suitable thing for Doc is undoubtedly to go to the food world to obtain food cells, and then keep eating a lot of food. It can even be said that Doc can go to the food world now to strengthen his physical strength. But Doc refused. One is that he doesn't want to do too many unnecessary things in the future. The other point is that the situation in the Pokemon world has left Doc no time to eat and exercise slowly. Before his physical fitness reaches LV.10 in all three dimensions, it doesn't make sense to obtain food cells or not. After all, Doc himself doesn't exercise. His current physical strength is not much obtained by his own exercise, and basically relies on the system's daily tasks. For him, obtaining gourmet cells and constantly eating them is only useful to increase the upper limit of his physical strength. The dark aura of Pokemon spreads very quickly. Some regions and legendary Pokemon in that world have already fallen. Regions such as Alola, Unova, the Seven Islands, Kalos, and some less famous small regions have been filled with the dark aura. Because there have been 2 outbreaks of the dark aura, each region has a shelter. The people living in these places and their Pokemon hide in the shelter and will not be harmed for the time being. However, there are still a large number of wild Pokemon and various animals controlled by the dark aura, wantonly destroying human cities and looking for traces of humans. And some legendary Pokemon have also been eroded by their minds, causing various natural disasters in the world. However, the number is relatively small. Most legendary Pokemon will immediately move away when they sense something is wrong. After the previous 2 experiences, this time they will no longer be used so easily. Only some of the 3 sacred beasts, the 3 sacred pillars, Hyatron, Logia, Groudon, Kyogre, the 3 sacred swords and some ultra beasts were affected. Most of them were Pokemon that were not very mobile and failed to escape in the first place. For example, Groudon. In the 3 Dark Wars, K stood on the opposite side every time. The first thing the Dark Breath found was K, and it controlled K's helping hand Dark Breath to control other legendary Pokemon. And the legendary Pokemon living in the sea were not easy either, they belonged to the first batch. Such as Kyogre, Logia, and Manaphy. The Dark Breath was imprisoned in the sea, and the first thing it did after it came out was to quietly erode the creatures in the entire sea. The three of them were also within this range, too close to the dark breath, so they might not have time to notice and escape before they were controlled. Of course, there are also creatures like Ultra Beast that came from Ultra Wormhole and were attacked because they knew nothing about the dark aura. These are all Pokemon that have been confirmed to be blackened and have now become their enemy targets. Perhaps there are still blackened legendary Pokemon hiding in the dark. The dark aura is like wisdom. It will learn from past failures to make each attack more difficult to deal with than the last one. This is one of the reasons why Death is determined to completely solve it this time. To destroy the dark aura and save these blackened Pokemon, special ability users are indispensable. Other human strongmen can deal with Pokemon controlled by the dark aura and even knock them out. But it is meaningless to do so alone. Even if these Pokemon are unconscious, they are still surrounded by the dark aura. When they wake up, they will attack again. Special abilities must be used to cause damage to these dark auras and erase them. Because the main force had already assembled early, and some of them had even been stationed in various regions for defense. So when Dark was ready, he could directly lead the human warriors over. He did not delay, and went through the portal to the Pokemon world that night, ready to eliminate the dark breath as quickly as possible. The longer this battle drags on, the harder it will be to end. If the entire Pokemon world falls in the end, then the problem will be serious. At that time, humans basically don't have to think about continuing to survive in this world, and the Alliance may even be forced to directly destroy this world. The first gods cannot take action to deal with the dark breath, but it is much easier for them to directly destroy the world. Of course, this ending is not what the Pokemon Alliance wants to see, so now they will work hard to deal with the dark breath. More than 100 strong men in the Alliance who can participate in the battle all gathered around Dark. Their target is directly on the sea northeast of Unova region, where there is an isolated island. Unova region, Kalos region, and Alola region, the connection of the three regions is an obtuse triangle, and the isolated island is in the center of this obtuse triangle. Compared to the initial state of rushing forward without knowing anything, the dark breath is now smarter. It knows to place its base camp between several regions that have been controlled, so that it can get support as soon as possible when attacked. Under the leadership of Doc and many Alliance masters, the mighty human army headed towards the direction of the isolated island. Hundreds of warships, spaceships, flying boats, and other vehicles, each of which is loaded with many technological weapons and human warriors. Their goal is to deal with those ordinary dark creatures that have been infected. The Masters of the Helping Hand Alliance go deep into the isolated island and reach the place where the dark breath is. The dark breath itself has no combat power. It is just a group of haze without any attack power. As long as Doc arrives there, the dark breath can only wait for the arrival of destruction. At this moment, Dark and the senior leaders of the Alliance were riding on a magical airship from the Fox Demon world, which was transformed by Vegapunk, and were at the forefront of the large army. The outer shell of the airship was also engraved with the logo of the first generation Pokemon Ball, which was also the logo of the Pokemon Alliance. Although Dark could use the Gateberry for remote transmission, allowing the large army to directly reach the isolated island through the gate. But because the specific situation on the isolated island was uncertain and the safety after landing could not be guaranteed, this method was abandoned and the frontal approach was taken. There must be other infected legendary Pokemon hidden in these three regions, so the dark aura would stay on an isolated island so blatantly. Death was sure of this. I think so too, after all, it had learned it last time. It hid and made us look for it for several days. It is impossible for it to be more stupid this time than last time. There is a high possibility that there is an ambush on that isolated island. Yulong also expressed his own opinion. He also recognized that the dark aura has the growth potential. Maybe this is its plan, thinking of catching all of us in one fell swoop. Reinhardt wiped his sword gently with a silk scarf. This is the sword of the Sword Saint that has been passed down from generation to generation, the Dragon Sword Red, the strongest sword from the Zero World. This is a proud sword with self-awareness. This proud is divided into 2 points. One is the proud towards the user, and only those who have received the protection of the Sword Saint can pull it out. The other point is the proud towards the opponent, and only a strong enough opponent can make red unsheathed. Its nature is somewhat similar to the left-hand weapon of the avoid familiar Gondaru in the Zero World, the Sword of Wisdom Druflinger. A sword that also has self-awareness and can change with the changes in Gondaru's strength. There should be a lot of power hidden around here, isn't this just convenient? A voice without any emotion sounded, and the atmosphere on the whole ship became colder. The person who spoke was Ziref Dragneel. The strongest person in the fairy tale world, and also one of the strongest people in this era except Dark. Chapter 487 War breaks out, the power of technology. There is only one reason why Ziref left the breeding house. That is to see what Dark was like 100 years ago. After seeing it, he decided to lend a hand to Dark, because he was afraid that Dark would accidentally fall into trouble. After all, Dark 100 years ago was much worse than the one in Ziref's impression. It can even be said that if Ziref uses the fairy heart now to merge Mavis's magic, then Dark may not be his opponent. If Dark can't go back to the past and can't go to the fairy tale world again, then he and Mavis won't have all the things that happened later, and he will still live in that kind of pain. That's Ziref. If it weren't for the fact that Dark was so different from what Jelf thought, he wouldn't have come here today. Jelf's arrival has brought some subtle changes to the whole team. The atmosphere on the ship has become more deserted. Apparently, Jelf's interpersonal relationships are not very good, and others are not willing to communicate with Jelf. But at the same time, it is not so tense. Although everyone doesn't like Jelf, his strength is widely recognized, and his arrival makes others feel a little more relaxed. This can't blame Jelf for being cold to others. After all, he is a person who has been cursed. The curse he received was the black magic of Anchor Ram, one of the ancient curses, also known as the curse of contradiction. The more you respect life, the more energy you release to spread death. On the contrary, if you do not respect all life, you will not release the energy of death. Therefore, he often does things that are completely contrary to his kind character, and then he keeps wandering in this sense of guilt. That's why Jalal keeps creating demons to kill himself and end his sinful life. He has been staying in the breeding house for a long time for this reason. As long as he stays in the breeding house and does not contact the outside world, if you don't do things you don't want to see, you won't feel guilty. Natsu, the male protagonist of the fairy tale world, is the most powerful fire demon and created by Ziref to kill himself. He was transformed from the corpse of Ziref's younger brother. However, after meeting Dark, Ziref no longer has such a strong desire to die. It is a life attitude that it's okay to die or not to die. Dark let Ziref join the breeding house through Mavis's line and became one of the powerful fighting forces of the breeding house. Together with Madara and Bellamy, he served as one of the 3 strongest people in the breeding house under Dark. Madara and Bellamy disappeared with Dark more than 70 years ago and are nowhere to be found. Zerf was sent by Dark to fight the Dark Aura Hedon, and he was unable to go with Dark and the others, so he stayed. Later, Ziref basically stayed in the breeding house for decades. The number of times he stepped out of the breeding house can be counted on 2 hands, and it was others who invited him out 3 times. Until today, he came out again. The first wave of attack is coming. Tornado, this rank 2 from the Superman world, Trembling Tornado, suddenly spoke. Although Tornado is a Lolita, she is a 28-year-old legal Lolita. As one of the strongest heroes in the Superman world and the ultimate weapon of the Hero Association, there is nothing wrong with Tornado coming here. More importantly, she is a psychic. Psychics in the Superman world are almost the same as those in the Pokemon world, and both can cause damage to the Dark Aura. Tornado's psychic level has reached the full level that normal humans can reach, which is the same level as Esdeath, LV.7. Just relying on psychic is enough to compete with quasi-champion level Pokemon. But the reason why Tornado is not the ceiling of the Alliance is because her ability is only a high-level psychic. Esteth has achievements in many aspects such as physical skills, ninjutsu, magic, and sorcery, but she has not studied them more deeply than those who specialize in one aspect. Tornado has a younger sister, who is also in the team of this battle. Hell's Blizzard, the number 1 psychic in Class B. A mature sister with a look and style completely different from her lowly sister. Although Blizzard was placed in Class B, it was because she wanted to stay in Class B. Her biggest wish is to surpass her sister, the strongest psychic, so she kept the title of number 1 and stayed in Class B. Her own strength is enough to enter the back of Class A. It is worth mentioning that because Blizzard particularly worships the leader of the 4th Generation Alliance, Esteth, who is comparable to her own sister in psychic. Tornado particularly hates Esteth because she respects her as an idol. After all, she is a serious sisterkin. When Tornado spoke, everyone cast their eyes to the sea ahead. In the distance, a pitchy black wave came, as if to engulf their fleet. There were hundreds of thousands of water-type Pokémon. Dark frowned and planned to use his Conqueror Haki to scare these water-type Pokémon, but Ziref saw his intention and stopped him. Conqueror Haki is useless for puppets without self-awareness. Ziref explained, then raised his chin to signal Dark to watch. This was not Ziref's intention to take action. The other Alliance leaders on the ship had no intention of taking action. If they had to take action even against this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, then there was no need to think about continuing the battle later. Dark watched patiently. When the Pokémon in front of them approached to a certain extent, under the airship they were riding, the warships floating on the sea began to move. One after another, Pokémon of various shapes were sent out, rushing towards the waves filled with haze in front. Dark took a closer look and found that they were all technological Pokémon, with a lot of metal and various weapons in their bodies. Through these weapons, technological Pokémon can release moves similar to skills. These technological Pokémon have various appearances, including but not limited to Onyx swimming in the water, Salamander in the Zero world, and Roasted Suckling Pig in the Gourmet world. All kinds of strange appearances that should not stay in the water at first glance were created. After seeing these, Dark doubted the mental state of Vegapunk in this era. More and more technological Pokémon were sent out, and the number gradually reached or even exceeded the oncoming Dark Pokémon. It seems that the Pokémon League has been preparing for this war for a long time. A large number of technological Pokémon were released, and the fleet group's speed suddenly increased. In the eyes of Dark, they all floated nearly 100 meters high. The hundreds of huge warships that were originally sailing on the sea finally turned into flying warships. The huge flying fleet composed of hundreds of spaceships just crossed the sea battlefield below and continued to move forward. Surprised, Master? Esteth looked at Dark's expression with satisfaction. As a person who has come from that era, Esteth knew very well what this scene meant to Dark. After all, it took nearly a year to make Incrad, a battle floating city, float, but now there are hundreds of ships flying quickly in the air. It's quite surprising. This is just the beginning, of course, the other side is also. Esteth grinned slightly, and then looked ahead. The second wave of attack, here it comes. Tornado's voice sounded again. In the sky ahead, a bunch of Gringy flew towards this side quickly. All of them were dark Pokémon with flying ability. There were also hundreds of thousands of them. Could it be? Dark raised his eyebrows and glanced at Esteth beside him. That's right. Esteth nodded as a matter of course. Then, the fleet group behind released countless flying tech Pokémon in the sky again, and the number also exceeded the dark Pokémon group on the opposite side. At this point, in the sky and the sea, there were all kinds of skill effects everywhere. Lightning, flames, water columns, and strong winds were everywhere, and even laser cannons, focused energy waves, Fulner bombs, and other messy scientific research creations were all used. Those low-level dark Pokémon had almost no ability to fight back against these tech Pokémon, and were soon beaten into circles. Only those high-level dark Pokémon could deal with multiple tech Pokémon. Then, it should be our turn to take action next. Esteth looked at the battlefields of both sides, his eyes became deep, and the snow-white cloak behind him moved with the wind. Dark turned his head and looked at Esteth. He looked at Esteth. They saw more and more excitement in his eyes. At this moment, Dark seemed to see Esteth in the world of Zhan Tong, the general of the Super S Empire who likes fighting and abuse. The fleet moved forward for about a few thousand meters, and they were getting closer and closer to the isolated island. About 17 or 18 kilometers away, the dark aura finally couldn't sit still and released several generals. Yo! Looking at the 5 Pokémon blocking the way, Dark couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Because 4 of them were dark legendary Pokémon that didn't appear in the intelligence. Dark Zapdos, Dark Moltres, Dark Articuno, Dark Deoxys, Dark Manaphy. Sure enough, other legendary Pokémon were caught. Esteth glanced at them without surprise, and didn't take it seriously. It doesn't mean that all legendary Pokémon have the level of God. Only those legendary Pokémon with power and some individuals in the race who have lived long enough and have a high enough level have the real God level combat power. Just like in the entire Suicune race. Generally, only the most powerful Suicune with power has the stable combat power of the lower second level God. Chapter 488 General vs General. Just like the 5 Pokémon in front of us now. Except for Manaphy, which is a Pokémon with only one in the world, the other 4 are Pokémon with a race. And the strength of the other 4 has not reached the level of the second level God. The strongest one is only the Deoxys, which barely has a quasi-champion level, and the other 3 birds are only at the elite level. In the original Pokémon, Ash challenged the Hone region and continued to challenge the battle frontier. Among them, he met an Articuno in the first battle factory. The strength of that Articuno was probably only at the elite level or even lower, and was defeated by the Charizard that Ash had trained in Charizard Valley. Altria, these 5 are left to you and your subordinates, is that okay? Esteth looked at the gun-wielding blonde queen standing against the wall behind her. Yet. Altria moved her shoulders and raised her chin. Beside her stood 4 tall knights in silver armor, namely Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake; Gawain, the Knight of the Sunday; Lanmaruk, the Knight of Radiance; Tristan, the Knight of Sorrow. And there were 8 other knights in similar silver armor further back. Except for Altria, these 12 people were the famous 12 Knights of the Round Table in history. These people were not the mortals in the history of Blue Star, but the extraordinary people from the world of anime and film and television works, a group of powerful heroes who were strong enough to appear in the Holy Grail War. Shodame-sama, we're going. Before leaving, Artoria came over to say hello to Dark, the nominal leader of this war. Well, I'm counting on you. Take your own life as the first priority. If you can't solve it, leave it to me. Dark nodded and looked at the 13 people in front of him solemnly. When he said this, the 12 knights behind Artoria were moved and loyal. The luckiest thing for a knight is to meet a monarch who is worthy of their loyalty. Although it is true that the monarch they swear to be loyal to will always be Artoria. But now Artoria is also a member of the Alliance after all, and the leader of the Alliance is half of their lord. Don't worry. Artoria pursed her lips, flew out with the gun in her hand, and the 4 knights followed closely. Dark looked over and was a little worried. Those Pokémon are not easy to deal with, for example, the quasi-champion level Deoxys. Deoxys's level is about LV.80, the ceiling of elite, but it has not entered the champion level, which is the so-called quasi-champion. If it is an ordinary Pokémon, this level is equivalent to the top vice-captain or top Shishibukai on the sea. That is, Katakuri or the furious Hancock after seeing Luffy being beaten. But Deoxys is not an ordinary Pokémon. K is a Pokemon from the Pokemon World universe, with the same race value and 4 combat forms as the second level god. The real strength is definitely much higher than the vice captain. Maybe it is at the level of a navy admiral. And Dark Manaphy is not to mention, it is a well-deserved second level god. And now it is on the sea, and the strength that Manaphy can exert may still be at the average level of the second level god. Dark doesn't know much about these strong men in the alliance, so he is not sure about Alkan Altria and her knights handle it. Don't worry, master. Asteth looked at their backs as they left, and patted Dark's shoulder. Altria's strength is not the strongest in the alliance, but she and the 4 knights closest to her have a special combination skill that can temporarily restrict the water-type's second-level gods for a period of time. They used this trick to restrict Suicune, one of the first gods polluted by darkness. As for the remaining 8 knights, their average strength is at the elite level, which is enough to deal with the other 4. Asteth introduced the approximate strength of the 13 people, which made Dark feel relieved. That's good. Dark nodded, looked at them twice more, and then retracted his attention. No wonder Asteth asked Altria and the others to take action at this time. It turned out that they were better at dealing with water-type Pokemon. Actually, the strongest person in the world of Altria is her teacher Merlin, but... Asteth paused when he said this, and then slowly said, "The magician left with you, teacher, and never came back." Yet. Dark responded without asking any more questions. He didn't intend to ask where he went in the future, and Asteth probably didn't know. "Keep moving forward," Asteth ordered, and the fleet did not delay, but instead accelerated its pace. However, this time, after only 10 kilometers, another incredible dark legendary Pokemon appeared. Dark Kyogre. At this position, you can even feel the aftermath of the battle on Altria's side, and the fluctuations generated by Manaphy's urging of the energy of the sea can be clearly felt here. Fortunately, it's not the original Kyogre. Dark took a closer look, and after seeing the appearance of Kyogre under haze, he breathed a sigh of relief. The original Kyogre and the ordinary Kyogre have a huge difference in combat power. Original Kyogre and original Groudon are both of the average combat power of the first level, the same level as Ho-Oh and Lugia. But ordinary Kyogre and ordinary Groudon are of the lower level of the first level, the same level as the black and white dragons. The 3 gods of land, sea, and air in this world are not the same as those in our world. The gods here are like degenerates, and so are the 3 gods of time, space, and darkness. Asteth glanced at Kyogre and shook his head. Dark was a little embarrassed about this. Of course he knew what Asteth was talking about. It's just because Rayquaza and Giratina in Pokemon Island are both original and origin forms, while those here are all normal and other forms. No one in the Alliance should be able to beat this guy, right? I'll take action. No, Master, you have to wait until the end. We don't know what enemies are waiting for us ahead. Asteth stretched out her hand to block Dark, then turned around and looked somewhere. Eileen, August, please. The Wise Dragon and the Magic King from the fairy tale world, and also 2 of Zeref's subordinates. Not enough. Dark's cheek twitched. He couldn't see the 13 people in front of Altria, but he knew these 2 clearly, and they definitely couldn't deal with the Dark Kyogre who was still in the sea at the lower level of the first level. Any one of Eileen and August is at the champion level, but what's the difference between this level and paper in front of Kyogre? Shoutazama, we are not just 2 people. Eileen shook her staff. August grinned at the side and said nothing. What do you mean? Dark tilted his head in confusion. Because people in our Aslant world never let their companions fight alone. Yes, there are us. Yahoo! Let's save the fathead. As soon as Dark finished speaking, a battleship behind him floated to the side. On it were countless members from the fairy tale world, each of them was optimistic as if they were not facing a big war. The Fairy Tale Guild, the 12 Shields, the 10 Holy Wizards, the Witch's Sin, and even many people from the mirror world of Edlas came. There were at least thousands of people. And each member was at least above the quasi-elite level. Don't you think it's not enough? Yet. Dark nodded without hesitation. In the face of absolute power, quantity is meaningless. Unless there are more high-end combat forces to hold Kyogre back, then these mid-range combat forces can maximize their role. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and it is not a joke. If the fighting power is not enough, Doc will not allow these people to go up and die. At worst, he can fight slowly by himself. Anyway, for him who has the power of Viridian and Earth power, it is no problem to keep fighting. At most, he will be a little tired and suffer more injuries. Well, in this case, Hong Hong, Yuechu, please leave it to you two. I will lead the Demon Alliance and the Righteous Alliance. Esteth seemed to have expected this and spread her hands. If it were her, she would not add Tishan Hong Hong and Dongfang Yuechu, two superior combat forces, in order to be more secure in the future. But she really knows her master too well. Always greedy to achieve the best situation. Yet, Tishan Hong Hong did not open her mouth and responded with her demonic power. Ah ha ha ha, with the two of us, you can put your heart at ease. Dongfang Yuechu seemed very optimistic and did not seem to take the upcoming battle seriously. The combination of Hong Hong and Yuechu is very strong. The combination of pure Yanjian, Tears of the Void and destroying demons is praised by Mr. Ban, and there are all kinds of magic weapons and demons. The two of them can easily deal with the second level middle level together. Yet. This time Dark nodded. Tishan Hong Hong and Dongfang Yuechu, Eileen and August, as well as the many super-class magicians and various fancy magic in the fairy tale world, definitely have the ability to stop Kyogre Hiden. Other slightly weaker people also have the opportunity to play their roles in the battle. If it is a team like this, then there should be no big problem in dealing with ordinary Kyogre. After watching these people leave, the fleet continued to move towards the isolated island. In the next few kilometers, they also encountered 2 Articuno, 1 Moltres, 1 Deoxys, 3 Suicune, 2 Ray Cow, 2 Entei, 2 Registeel, 3 Regirock, and 1 Regis. All second-level god races, but the highest strength only reached the champion level. Chapter 489 Nica Luffy and Daiichi Naruto. In addition, there are a large number of ordinary dark Pokémon that can fly and go to sea. So far, the number of dark Pokémon they have seen has exceeded 1.2 million, an exaggerated number. The Alliance strongmen on the same ship with Dark can almost be said to leave the airship one after another like a stream of water. The hundreds of flying ships behind him also gradually separated from the large force one by one. When the fleet arrived at the shore of the isolated island, there were probably only 50 strongmen standing behind Dark, and the number of fleets was only more than 200. And these forces will be used for the next battle on the isolated island. On the isolated island, the Dark Pokémon army seemed to have been waiting for a long time, quietly watching the Pokémon Alliance army land on the island. Be careful, there are not many of the big guys coming out yet. Esteth glanced at the direction of the Dark Pokémon, but her eyes were not on them. Most of the people who blocked them at sea were second-level gods, and there was only one first-level god, Kyogre. But according to the intelligence, there are at least Logia and Groudon, the first-level gods controlled by darkness, and there is no need to say more about the other second-level gods. We old guys didn't take action either. A voice that Dark felt a little familiar sounded. He turned his head and saw a young man wearing a straw hat and white all over. Luffy. Hey, long time no see, master. Luffy grinned, put the straw hat on his head, looked at Dark for a while, and then looked further ahead. Over the years, they inevitably had the idea that Dark had met with an unexpected event. So it was a very precious experience for Luffy to see the young Dark again. It was a pity that the timing was not good, otherwise he would have to hold a party. Are you in Nika form? Dark circled around Luffy, looked at him twice more, and there was a little surprise in his eyes. Luffy's hair and clothes turned white in Nika state, and his body was surrounded by the domineering aura like flames and the aura energy like water. It looked strong. Well, Master knew this form 100 years ago. Ah, I guess so. He knew something about Nika. As expected of you, Master. Luffy looked towards the sky above the isolated island, his eyes gradually became deep. Hey, there's me too, don't ignore me. Another voice that was familiar to Dark sounded. Dark had anticipated the arrival of the person and cast his expectant gaze over. A young man who looked about the same age as Luffy, with blonde hair and wearing a saffron coat, had already stood beside him. Naruto, you've changed so much. Dark couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the celebrity who had surpassed him in height. Only he could understand this sigh. The so-called big change does not mean that the current Naruto is very different from his childhood, but that he is very different from the adult Naruto in Dark's impression. If we talk about the biggest difference between Naruto and the original work, then it must be the outer garment. In the original work, Naruto's outer garment is condensed from Nine Tails Kurama's chakra, showing an orangey color. This state is also called Nine Tails mode. But now Naruto no longer has Kurama in his body. His outer garment is saffron-colored, formed by the energy of the earth. Perhaps it should be called Earth mode. Hehe, you look a little more handsome, right? Naruto raised a thumb and smiled narcissistically. Ha ha ha, you look a little more handsome, but I heard from a death that you cried the night Luffy became the second generation. Who said that? I didn't. Naruto was anxious and quickly denied it, looking at his senior sister with a complaining look. However, after being glared at by his death, he didn't dare to say anything more, so he had to pretend to be indifferent and turn to look at the isolated island. It was also at this time that Naruto's eyes became as serious as Luffy's, staring at the mountains deep in the isolated island. Here it comes. Psychic Tornado spoke again. Everyone looked forward. The dark Pokemon army did not move, which meant that something else moved. The next moment, a strong wind blew over the island, and the layers of cumulus clouds were cut by the sharp blade of the wind. A Lugia with wings spread out and wrapped in the dark breath appeared over the island, blocking the sun and casting a dark shadow on the earth. At the same time, the top of the high mountain in the center of the island suddenly exploded, and countless magma gushed out. The whole island began to boil from this moment. The temperature on the ground rose steadily, and even steam began to emerge. Dark Lugia and Dark Groudon. Old rivals, leave it to us. Luffy moved his wrist, turned his neck, and walked forward. A battleship came over, and figures jumped down one by one to follow Luffy's footsteps. Zoro, Sanji, Hinata, Kuina, Ace, Sabo, Hyuga family, the new generation of Navy, the new generation of the Guardian Army. Oh my, you always cause trouble for me. Naruto complained, shook his arms, and walked with Luffy. A battleship also stopped on the other side, and many familiar figures landed and stood behind Naruto. Sasuke, Sakura, the three tribes of Ino, Shika, and Chako, the Uchiha family, the Blood Dragon Eye family, the Snow family, the Uzumaki family, the new generation of Akatsuki. Don't worry, Master. They are better than me. Esdeath smiled as the two of them left with their close ministers, and explained, they were originally training in other worlds, and I called them back temporarily. I'm not worried about them. Dark shook his head, not showing the worry as before. How to say it? Just like he couldn't help but feel relieved after seeing the people in the fairy tale world walking together. When he saw Luffy and his companions, and Naruto and his companions, he would feel relieved and think that there was nothing to worry about their battle. Even if it was to protect their companions, the two would never let the battle end so quickly. They are the children of destiny in a world, people who carry many destinies, and they will burst out when the crisis comes. Luffy and Naruto, they fought against Lugia and Groudon in the first 2 times, and they are already familiar with the fighting methods of the 2 legendary Pokémon. Esdeath was not worried about the 2 junior brothers. Moreover, the Dark Lugia is not the one with power. The one with power was taken to Pokemon Island to be the first god by you, Master, a long time ago. The strength of the Dark Lugia is about the same as that of the degenerated Groudon and Kyogre. At this level, it can't kill the two cockroaches. After all this time, she knew the strength and talent of these two people too well. In their daily state, their combat power is comparable to that of a level 2 mid-level god, and they can suppress the water god, the fire god, and other gods. When it comes to critical moments, just like in the previous battles, their combat power soars to the ceiling of level 2, and they can stand up again and continue to fight after falling down countless times. They are just like tumblers. This is why Esteth calls her two junior brothers Xiaoqiang. Like herself, if she fights at full power and borrows some magic weapons, scientific research weapons and the like, she can only play the level of level 2 mid-level at most. Well, the opponent is about to start. Dark nodded and pointed to the front. The Dark Pokemon army has begun to get restless because of the appearance of Lugia and Groudon, and it seems that they may launch an attack at any time. The reason why they can still hold back until now is that there are still a few Dark legendary Pokemon suppressing them at the forefront of the large army. Dark Heatran. The Dark Three Holy Swords. The Three Holy Swords are only at the lower level of the second level. From left to right, they are Terrakion, Cobalion, and Virizion. Originally, the Three Holy Swords were all Pokemon that hated war and loved peace, but because of this, they would sacrifice everything to protect the Pokemon tribe. The Three Holy Swords were invaded by the Dark Aura, not because they were mobilithi were not able to escape because they were not strong enough, but because they were always thinking about taking more wild Pokemon away. In the first two battles, they stayed to fight the Dark Pokemon, helping other wild Pokemon escape until they lost their minds. As for the Dark Heatran, Heatran's strength is the middle level of level 2, and he was controlled by the Dark Aura simply because he was too lazy to run. He knew that he was just like Groudon, with poor mobility, so he simply gave up escaping, and fought with the Dark Pokemon and waited for rescue. This isolated island may have originally been the territory of Heatran, and the number of Dark Pokemon on the island may have been greatly reduced by Heatran when he was awake. Let me lead the team. My ability is more suitable for dealing with Heatran. Reinhardt came over with his dragon sword, followed by about 10 senior members of the alliance. The average strength of these 10 people is champion level, and they are responsible for dealing with the Three Holy Swords. Yes. Esteth did not turn her head and handed the task to Reinhardt. Heatran is a Pokemon that is good at special attacks and long-range attacks, but Reinhardt's protection is specifically aimed at this kind of enemy. Attacks from a long distance cannot hit, attacks that can be seen cannot hit, and various debuffs have no effect on him. Reinhardt may not be able to cause much damage to Heatran, but it is certain that Heatran is basically impossible to cause damage to Reinhardt. This is enough. They only need to delay until Dake solves the Dark Breath, and it is not necessary to defeat these Dark Pokemon. All troops, listen to the order, follow me to charge. As Reinhardt raised the long sword in his hand and led 10 strong men to rush out. One after another, the Alliance fighters fell from the warships in the back and followed their footsteps towards the Dark Pokemon army. This time, it was no longer the Dark Breath that took the lead in launching the attack, but the Alliance. The last day. The last day. I have to take another day off. I have 3 exams today and tomorrow. I can continue to update normally after the exams tomorrow afternoon. I took 2 days off this month, so I won't take 2 days off next month. I should try my best to update next month and finish the new book as soon as possible. The type of the new book is not yet determined. I don't know whether it will be an urban supernatural or a suspense horror. The former should be a stock trading semi-group portrait, and the latter is a healing depression type. Chapter 490 Dark Plain. The battle on the isolated island is about to break out. With the signal of Reinhardt's sword energy and Heatran's flamethrower contacting and exploding, the Alliance members and the Dark Pokemon army all attacked without reservation. "Master, keep moving forward. That thing must be hidden in the center of the island." Esteth patted Dark's shoulder. "Yet." Dark nodded, and at the same time, his eyes couldn't help but focus on the people around him who were fighting hard. Alliance Force Cyclone. A watermelon-headed middle-aged man in a dark green tights was covered with blue steam, and he used his right leg covered with armament haki to kick a Darkagran away with a rolling kick. Water God Avoidance Punch. An old man covered with dark blue constrict easily defeated the Dark Steelix with a gentle punch. Spiral Knife and Fork Super Round Dance Roar 23 style. A yellow-haired man nailed a Dark Absol to the ground using the Flying Thunder God technique and countless knives and forks transformed by momentum. 9 Heavens Spectrum Divine Thunder. A young Taoist priest in a Taoist robe casually drew a purple lightning and knocked a Golduck to the ground. Doc saw many moves that he had never seen in his time. Seeing that the Alliance's combat power was so strong and its military force development was so diverse 100 years later, he was even relieved. However, the number of dark Pokemon is so huge that it is so dense that you can't see the end at a glance. Basically, every member of the Alliance has to deal with at least 5 dark Pokemon. Some powerful dark Pokemon are also particularly difficult to deal with, and they may even hold back 2 or 3 members of the Alliance. Use teleport to slowly move forward. Esteth also noticed this situation and thought that the battle could not last long and that the Dark Aurum must be solved quickly. Now that the members of the Alliance can suppress the Dark Pokemon army, it does not mean that it will be fine in 1 or 2 hours. These Dark Pokemon have been controlled by the Dark Aura and cannot feel tired or exhausted at all. Even if they faint temporarily, they will continue to be controlled to fight as long as they wake up, even if they are covered with wounds. But the members of the Alliance cannot do that. Even if various injuries can be restored with potions, mental fatigue is difficult to relieve. The longer the time, the lower the morale of this side, and the Alliance members' their fighting power will also decline, and there may be constant changes at that time. Yes, XN. With the experience of the previous 2 wars, Esteth is obviously ready. Among the few teams that are still around Dark, there may be only a few hundred people, at least half of them are psychics who can use teleport. Tornado and Blizzard are among them. They are the best psychics, with LV.7 and LV.6 psychics respectively. However, because of her psychic talent, Blizzard has never been able to improve, so she has now switched to physical training. And what she is learning is the Boya Flow Leg technique and Wild 2-color domineering training method handed down from the daughter island of the sailing world. Everyone held hands and urged Confusion to launch teleport together. Each movement will only teleport a distance of about 100 meters. Because in such a dark place, the place beyond 100 meters is beyond the range of perception of these psychics. In order to ensure that each teleport can be moved to a safe area, Confusion is controlled to teleport hundreds of meters. Dake can take everyone to the center of the island directly, even if he doesn't use Psychic. He can use the ability of Berry, but he can't sense the situation over there, so he dare not advance. On this island covered by the dark atmosphere, even if Tobias's ability is added together, the perception range will not exceed 1000 meters. After all, this group of people don't have such strong abilities as Doc. If he goes out and encounters any danger, he can react, but the group of people around him may not. If a first-level upper god flies over with a big move at the moment he leaves the door, Doc may not be able to save everyone in time. Something is coming, very fast. Just when the psychics were preparing for the next teleport, Doc suddenly spoke. He noticed that 2 powerful auras suddenly broke into the perception range of 1000 meters, and the speed was so fast that they could reach them in front of them in less than a second. 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. The 2 unidentified creatures approached quickly. It was too late for Dark to speak. By the time he finished speaking, the 2 creatures had already appeared. So Dark used Psychic to transmit his message directly to everyone. As soon as Dark finished transmitting his message, Two figures beside him suddenly raised their fists and jumped out from both sides of Dark, punching in the two directions he said. The one on the left was a bald man wearing a yellow tights and a red cape. Saitama. The one on the right was a sturdy old man with yellow hair and brown skin. Yu Long. They had almost no perception ability in this dark atmosphere, and could only rely on the most basic vision and hearing to detect the situation. Vision was also affected by the dark fog, and hearing was affected by the large battlefield behind. However, one of the basic principles of joining the alliance, when you are not capable enough in battle, then believe in the ability of your partners. If they can't perceive the situation, then they will believe in Dark's perception. Bang! The two hit the target the moment they punched, and a strong air wave came towards them. If Dark hadn't deployed the confusion wall in advance, I'm afraid all the members behind would have been knocked out. Saitama and Ichiryu were knocked back by the huge impact force but were stopped by Dark with the confusion hand. Their fists successfully intercepted the two targets, allowing people to see their true appearance. Latios and Latias. How is it possible? Esteth looked at the two Pokémon in front of her that were constricted by the dark aura with shock. Of course Esteth was shocked. After all, the speed of these two small planes is the top among all Pokémon, and many first-level gods cannot compare with them in terms of speed. The dark aura couldn't even see the butts of the two small planes. In the first two Dark Wars, the two small planes were the first to discover the Pokémon filled with dark aura and hid in the Pokémon Island at the fastest speed. Latios and Latias can reach Mach 910 at their fastest speed. Mega Latios and Mega Latias always maintain a daily speed of more than Mach 4. 1 Mach equals 1,224 kilometers, while the distance between the northernmost and southernmost parts of Asia on Blue Star is only 10,220 kilometers. This means that it doesn't even take an hour for the two small planes to fly across Asia at the fastest speed. It is impossible that they are still infected by the dark aura at such a speed without some tricks. Logia. Dark frowned and roughly understood what was going on. Among all the Pokémon, there are not many that can reach or exceed the speed of the two small planes, but there are Pokémon that can limit the mobility of the two small planes and force the other party to be slower than themselves. Logia, the god of ocean currents and storms, is one of them. Logia, who can control the strong wind, can use the power of the wind to catch the two small planes, and the other Pokémon on the dark side do not have such ability. Only Logia is possible. I didn't expect that the Dark Breath would actually use the advantages of these legendary Pokémon to capture and infect other legendary Pokémon. This time, it must be completely solved. Dark was glad for the decision made by Esteth and the others. If it is not solved this time, it is hard to imagine what big things the Dark Breath will do next time it comes back. If Pokémon such as Dialga, Palkia, Dyna, and Rayquaza are controlled, then even if Dark comes, it will be useless. On the field, the process of Saitama and Ichiryu fighting gave them a headache. The speed of these two small planes is really too fast. Even Saitama and Ichiryu can only barely keep up with the speed of the opponent to parry, but it is basically impossible to take the initiative to attack. The combat power of the two small planes is quite extraordinary. In the normal form, they have the combat power of the middle level of the second level god. If they are in the super evolution form, they have the combat power of the upper level of the second level. It was a painful thing to be inferior in combat power and speed. You could only passively take the beating until you fell down. You stay, helping hand limit. Esteth spoke to some of the psychics behind him. No, it's meaningless. In front of psychic Pokémon, your psychic level can't limit us. Dark shook his head and denied Esteth's decision. Latios and Latias are both dragon and psychic Pokémon. The psychic level is at least LV.8 of human special abilities. Then what should we do? Saitama and Ichiryu can't limit us. Esteth didn't know what to do with these two dark planes. Because the speed was too fast, no one on the Alliance side could limit them from leaving the battlefield to support the Dark Breath. You move forward first, I'll deal with them. It won't take 2 minutes. Dark frowned, then his eyes lit up and waved his hand. Okay. Asteth did not hesitate. There was no time for them to hesitate at this time. Since Dark said so, they believed that they should do it. Afterwards, all the alliance members, including Saitama and Ichiryu, continued to use psychic to slowly move forward, but because Dark was not there this time, they would be more cautious. When they all left, the attention of the 2 dark Pokémon naturally shifted to him. Come on! Dark smiled slightly, and the dark red light in his eyes lit up. His psychic level is LV.10, and the confusion capacity allows him to use his psychic to the level of the upper level of the second level. This is enough to suppress the 2 small planes that are only at the middle level of the second level. Chapter 491 9 Ultra Beasts. The 2 minutes were estimated by Dark because he said too much and was worried about something happening. In fact, his solution was very simple and crude, and it didn't take that long at all. The only cost was that he had to get rid of the dark aura, otherwise one of his abilities would be scrapped. Doc raised both hands. With his left hand, he concentrated enough confusion to forcibly fix the 2 small planes. It was still a bit difficult for Doc to fix 2 second-level middle-level gods at once. After all, the 2 small planes had psychic attributes, and the effect of psychic on them was halved. However, Doc's full-level psychic was not a lie after all. Even if the total amount of confusion was not strong enough, the quality was there after all, and it was no problem to limit the 2 small planes for 2 or 3 seconds. And 2 or 3 seconds was enough for Doc to complete his plan. His right hand opened an air door on both sides of the 2 small planes. Then, teleport went to the center of the 2 small planes and kicked them. The 2 small planes were immobilized and unable to move. They could not dodge and were easily kicked into the door space by Doc with great force. After being kicked into the grey door space, Latios and Latias could move, but it was too late. Dark quickly dispersed the 2 doors, and the door space was closed. As long as it is not a space-type Pokémon and a first-level god, it should be imprisoned. Dark stood there and waited quietly for 10 seconds to observe the situation. He had tried it before, and Psychic's teleport could not jump out of the door space instantly. Teleport can only teleport to places visible to the naked eye, like the Holy Land under the Pokémon Kingdom in the Zero World. Dark can see the scene inside the Holy Land from the place occupied by Pocky, so he can teleport there. However, the space inside the door is different. What you see in the space inside the gate is still the grey world inside the gate, so even if you teleport in the space inside the gate. Only those second-level gods who have some knowledge of space and first-level gods who are powerful enough to distort space can escape from it. However, the 2 small planes obviously do not belong to this category. Dake used the door berry to temporarily imprison the 2 dark small planes inside. However, the ability of the door berry was also imprisoned. Once Doc uses the door berry, the 2 small planes will also run out of it during this gap. Therefore, before the dark aura is resolved, the energy of the door berry is considered to be wasted and cannot be used again, otherwise it will cause trouble. Whether it is worth it to imprison 2 second-level middle-level gods with an uncommon full-level ability is up to everyone to judge. You can move on. After confirming that the 2 small planes would not suddenly run out, Doc used teleport again to chase forward. It had been less than 30 seconds since everyone left, so they must not have gone far. As expected by Dark, he caught up with the Alliance after moving 500 meters. However, there were some surprises here. Ultra Beast. Dark suddenly appeared and frowned at the 9 Pokémon standing opposite him with a strange style. Except Naganadel and Poipole, they are all alive. He just remembered that the previous intelligence mentioned that there were some Ultra Beasts among the Pokémon infected by the Dark Aura. These guys are not easy to deal with. From head to toe, from inside to outside. Ultra Beast is a creature from another world that came to this world from the Ultra Wormhole in the Alola region. They are very common creatures in their original world, but they are dangerous and out of place in the world of Pokemon. Most Ultra Beasts, due to their biological instincts, will always inadvertently cause damage to other humans and Pokemon. After coming to the Pokemon world, some Ultra Beasts will attack humans and Pokemon, and will also destroy many buildings and environments. However, these guys can easily become stronger. Take the 9 Ultra Beasts in front of us for example. Each Ultra Beast has a racial value of 570, which is only a little bit away from the passing line of 580 for the second level god, and is much higher than the Royal 3 of each region. An Ultra Beast is a relatively extreme creature. There is no such thing as balance in the distribution of their racial values. They are all extremely developed in 1 or 2 or 3 aspects. For example, Kartana has shockingly low values for health, special attack, and special defense, and almost no talent. But it is very outstanding in attack, defense, and speed, especially the attack has reached 181, and almost unheard of the racial value is pointed at this point. Therefore, at the same level, Kartana's attack may be stronger than some lower level second level gods. Other Ultra Beasts are in a similar situation. This situation also makes Ultra Beasts a creature that is both easy to deal with and difficult to deal with. It is easy to defeat them by finding their weaknesses, but when humans first knew nothing about Ultra Beasts, they suffered a lot. Many humans and Pokemon were killed by individual Ultra Beasts. Because of this, even if Ultra Beasts have their own consciousness, the Alliance does not recognize them as Pokemon, but lists them separately as Ultra Beasts. Whenever an Ultra Beast appears, the Pokemon Protection Organization Ether Foundation in Alola region will immediately send out the Ultimate Defense Team to investigate. If the Ultra Beast is determined to be a bad guy, they will immediately find a way to send them back to the Ultra Wormhole, or kill them. If it is determined that this Ultra Beast has no ill intentions and can communicate, then negotiations will be conducted, and the Ultra Beasts that have strayed into the Alola region will be helped back to the Ultra Wormhole. 9 Champions. Dark roughly felt the strength of the life energy in the bodies of these 9 Ultra Beasts, and his face suddenly turned bad. Generally, the average level of Ultra Beasts that appear in this world is between Gym and Elite. The 9 champions in front of him are really surprising. When a Pokemon with a race value of 570 grows to the champion level, it can already compete with the lower level second level god for a short period of time, not to mention the Ultra Beast that takes an extreme route. The only value, fortunately, they have not reached the master level, otherwise they would basically have the strength of a middle level second level god, just like Sceptile, Lapras, and Tyranitar. The Ultra Beasts blocking in front of them are equivalent to 9 lower level second level gods blocking in front. Now, except for him, there are only 3 people on Dark's side who can fight against the lower level second level gods alone, namely Esdeath, Ichiryu and Saitama. The others are still a little bit behind, at most at the champion level. Humans at the champion level may be able to rely on their own strengths to fight against the Ultra Beasts of the champion level in the middle and late stages of the battle, but the early battle is very painful and is destined to be severely suppressed or even life-threatening. It's a bit troublesome. Esdeath muttered. She was considering whether to leave these people behind, but there was still a distance ahead. She couldn't guarantee that there was something blocking the way ahead, and whether she needed a strong person to hold him back, so that Dark could go deeper without any worries and not be disturbed when removing the Dark aura. But if she didn't leave more people behind, the individuals left behind would be doomed to face great danger. Especially these Ultra Beasts, whether they were controlled by the Dark aura or not, they would kill humans at any time. Doc. Just at this moment, a pair of blue eyes lit up in Dark's shadow, and Darkrai emerged from it. Darkrai? You can't come out. Dark frowned. He didn't want Darkrai to be infected by the Dark aura. If Darkrai joined the opposing camp with his lower level combat power, it would definitely be a disaster. There were no more people to be assigned to Darkrai. Doc. It's okay, the slate will protect me. Darkrai tried to stick half of his head out, and after confirming his guess, he completely got out of it. The other people in the alliance looked at Darkrai, who was safe and sound in the dark atmosphere, and they all showed surprised expressions. Nightmare God, this first god has basically not left many rumors since the creation of the alliance. The dragon is more mysterious than Dark, the creator god. Even Saitama and Ichiryu have never seen Darkrai's true body. I didn't expect to see the Nightmare God from 100 years ago. Does the stone slab still have this effect? Dark. Leave these 9 to me, you keep going. Dark waved his hand. Okay, if you feel something is wrong, leave this island immediately and wait for me outside. Dark didn't hesitate, and the tacit understanding between him and Darkrai did not need to be elaborated too much. Since Darkrai said that he had no problem, then Dark must have completely trusted him. Besides, Dread Plate is one of Arceus' 18 core powers, so it's not surprising that it can protect Darkrai's will from darkness. Let's go, let Darkrai take these 9. Is that okay? A member who didn't know Darkrai asked. Because Darkrai in the Pokemon world is only at the level of a middle-level second-level god, and at most a high-level second-level god if his level is high enough, the members are a little worried about Darkrai's strength. Just take a look for yourself. Dark pointed forward casually. With just a few words, Darkrai had already grabbed an Ultra Beast in one hand and smashed their heads together. Chapter 492 Nightmare God. Venom Shock. Nihilego spit out purple toxic mucus with mist on Darkrai's back. Darkrai threw Circuitry, who was in his left hand, to the back without even turning his head. The purple toxic mucus immediately covered Circuitry's waist and caused a lot of damage. Darkrai's strength is definitely not something that can be summarized by the panel strength. Because of the teaching of Dark, the top breeder, he has learned all the knowledge about the two-color domineering and various Pokemon attributes, characteristics, skills, etc. General Pokemon don't even have the most basic concept of attribute restraint, so trainers are needed to assist in command. But Darkrai is different. Dark has taught all these things. So Darkrai knows that Venom Shock is a poison-type special attack skill, and Circuitry's special defense is relatively low, so he will suffer more damage if he is hit by this move. And in his right hand is Kartana, which has Grass Steel attributes and is immune to poison-type damage. Therefore, he chose to throw the Circuitry in his left hand as a shield instead of the Kartana in his right hand. These things that are not engraved on the panel are all factors that can make Darkrai's strength stronger than the panel. And the Dark Breath will never know these things. According to the previous analysis and everything so far, the Dark Breath should be something with its own will. If the Dark Breath saw this scene just now, it must be very confused. Foul play. Blaze Phelan twisted left and right, approaching Darkrai quickly with a pace like a strange species, and then reached out with one hand. Bang! The attack hit, but there was no effect. Darkrai threw the remaining Buzzwole in his hand to Celesteela, who used Skull Bash to the side, and then stared at Blaze Phelan, who had one hand on his waist with a pair of dark blue eyes. Any evil energy is ineffective against Darkrai, who has absorbed the Dread Plate. Dark Pulse. When Darkrai raised his left hand, a black-grey wave ball had already condensed in his palm. Boom! The wave ball was violently slammed on Blacephalon's head by Darkrai and exploded. Blaze Phelan, who has the Ghost system, has to bear double the damage when facing Darkrai's dark skills. This one move is enough to make Blaze Phelan lose at least 1/3 of his HP. High jump kick. At the same time, Pheromosa next to him had already flown in the air, rushing towards Darkrai at a speed as if using quick attack plus agility. On the other side, Guzzlord, burning with blue-purple dragon energy, hit him with full force with Dragon Rush. Darkrai glanced at it, and shot Psychic in one hand and Ice Beam in the other to both sides. Psychic and Ice skills also restrain Pheromosa and Guzzlord. Moreover, these two skills are special skills, and Darkrai's talent happens to focus on special attack and speed. As expected, the attacks of the two Ultra Beasts were destroyed. 8 of the 9 ultra beasts suffered. The remaining Stakataka had almost no mobility and was completely crawling on the ground. It was several meters away from Darkrai, so it was spared. The 9 ultra beasts stood there stupidly, stretching and dazed. I don't know if they were doubting their lives or the dark aura was doubting their lives. After all, the ordinary Darkrai would never suppress the 9 champion-level ultra beasts at the beginning, and he might even have a hard fight. Darkrai looked down at the 9 ultra beasts from a high position, exuding a grey-black aura all over his body, and even those dark auras had to avoid him. At this moment, K is the nightmare god. Darkrai has absorbed the power of the dread plate, and his strength has been enhanced. His overall strength is lower than the first level, but at the beginning he can even play the level of the middle level of the first level, and he is not affected by the dark aura. These ultra beasts will not be K's opponent. Doc followed the rest of the people and continued to teleport forward. He found that these people had almost no knowledge of the Nightmare God. The long introduction they knew was the version that the engineering department had modified and updated thousands of times. These guys are really idle all day long, I will find them something to do when I go back. Doc thought secretly in his heart. How idle does it take to revise the introduction of Darkrai's first god statue tens of thousands of times in 100 years, not to mention the other first gods with higher presence. I see, I didn't expect the Nightmare God to be so strong 100 years ago. Even Esteth was a little surprised. She knew more than the others, after all, she was Dark's first disciple. But she didn't know much. She thought Darkrai became so strong later. She didn't expect that Darkrai was strong enough to fight against the first level god in the league for 3 years. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry about the situation on the Ultra Beast side. Perhaps Darkrai can finish the battle in 10 minutes and then quickly support Dark Slate. I remember that the first generation master seemed to have talked about this in the previous video class. When Saitama heard about the slate, he felt a little familiar. Most of the time, he was an ordinary worker. When he had nothing to do, he would watch TV at home with his Pokemon. Including the past battle competition records, he has watched the recordings of the coordination competition, various Pokemon TV series and movies, and even the recorded classes of the Alliance leader in the Pokemon Academy. In his impression, Dark once took a class about Arceus in the Pokemon Academy. Arceus, the Pokemon god who created some Pokemon. I remember that a cult suddenly emerged in the past called the Human Supremacy Cult. The people in this cult were not convinced that Arceus was so awesome, so they fabricated various histories, wildly exaggerated the strong among humans, and gave many people the title of god. There was even a setting that Arceus was just a toy made by the creator god Dark. Although the cult was cleared out in less than a year. But some of its influences remained. For example, all people agreed with one point of view: the creator god must be above the Pokemon god. The 18 stone tablets are the core power of the Pokemon god Arceus. Saitama remembers that there are still some mysterious guys in the dark side of the world who are searching for this kind of stone tablets. I remember. Yulong raised his eyebrows and thought for a while, as if he was going to say something. Don't tell me the rest of the content, I don't want to know it. Dake stopped Yulong from saying the next thing. He could also guess what Yulong wanted to say. It's nothing more than knowing which stone tablet is somewhere or on a certain first god. Dake didn't want to know these things, but planned to let it develop naturally. Knowing these now will affect his judgment after getting the stone tablet in the future. What is that in front? Suddenly, a Hyuga family psychic behind him stared at the sky in front with a pair of white eyes. Everyone followed his gaze. In the place where haze was filled in front, there was a figure so tall that it was almost invisible. Everyone even doubted that such a huge guy would really not step this small island into the sea. I didn't expect that even this guy would be hit. He must have slept too deeply, and it was too late to run when he woke up. Dark could almost imagine the scene at that time. Regigigas has a feature called Slow Start. It is different from the effect in the game. The damage and speed of the physical moves of the Pokémon with this feature are halved in the first 5 rounds of appearance. Regigigas in the real world is really just slow start. Most of the time, Regigigas is in a sleeping state, and it takes a while for Regigigas to wake up, just like it takes time to turn on a computer. This time is not fixed. The longer Regigigas sleeps, the longer it takes to wake up. Regigigas in the Pokémon world, for example, sleep for at least thousands or tens of thousands of years, and this startup time is definitely more than 5 seconds or even 10 seconds. When Regigigas wakes up, the dark aura has already invaded Regigigas' brain. Did the Regigigas have any attacks in the first 2 wars? No, maybe the dark breath didn't find the Regigigas. After all, Regigigas are usually buried deep underground. Then my guess is correct. Doc crossed his arms and nodded confidently. If the Regigigas was also controlled by darkness in the first 2 wars, it means that the Regigigas had already been activated once in the first 2 wars. There was only a few decades in between. Then it shouldn't be activated so slowly this time. Regigigas is not Groudon, the Regigigas can fly. Even if Regigigas doesn't fly, but just walks on the ground, with the Regigigas' long legs, one step is thousands or tens of thousands of meters, and the dark breath can't catch up. It must have been entangled by the dark breath before it was activated. No, is it time to discuss this now? Yulong swallowed his saliva, and his eyes gradually became sharp and serious. Here comes Doc. Sayu beside him also gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, and the decadent aura of a worker on his body instantly dissipated. Regigigas is a mid-level god. Asteth took a deep breath, hesitated for 3 seconds and made a decision. Master! I may have to leave the rest to you alone. Asteth took off the white beret on his head and threw it on the ground beside him. Except for the 3 of them, the other Alliance Masters behind Doc stepped forward. It's time to fight hard. Chapter 493 The Rules of Guarding Destiny. Asteth, why don't you use the Origin Ball? Suddenly, Doc asked Asteth such a question. The Origin Ball that he decided to pass down from generation to generation as a token of the Alliance leader is not an ordinary thing. It is a Pokémon Ball with the function of imprison legend Pokémon. Although the Master Ball is set in the game to forcibly capture all Pokémon, it is hard to say how it works in reality. In the animation, Master Ball had to tremble a few times to capture a Gulpin, the overlord of the Kanto region. The Master Ball that appeared in Sinnoh region was swallowed by Whiscash directly, and nothing happened. Many items in the system have been modified to be suitable for use in the real world, so Dark was worried that the Master Ball would become like the one in the animation and chose the Origin Ball. The effect of the Origin Ball in the game is not as good as that of the Master Ball, but the Origin Ball is absolutely powerful in the setting. The Origin Ball is a special Pokémon ball that is unique in the world, made of Origin ore and broken red chains. The former Origin ore is an ore with incredible power. In the Sinnoh region, which was once called Zakui, there was a legend that this thing contains the power of Sinnoh Great Lord. The so-called Sinnoh Great Lord was the god who created Sinnoh region in the memory of people at that time, and actually referred to Arceus. The latter red chain was born together with Dialga and Pocky, and was born to restrict these 2 Pokémon. Of course, there is also a legend that the red chain gave rise to the 2 Pokémon, the gods of time and space. In short, either of these 2 items is a unique and valuable item of extremely high status. Therefore, the Origin Ball made with them is naturally not an ordinary thing. It is impossible to catch Arceus's body, but it should still be able to catch Arceus's clone. So, if the Origin Ball is used, then Dark Regigigas should not be a problem. No, Master. Asteth shook his head and looked down at the Origin Ball on his chest with a bitter expression. Why? Can the Dark Aura block the power of the Origin Ball? Dark frowned, feeling a little confused. According to Darkray's situation, the power of the Dark Aura will definitely not be higher than the power of Arceus, otherwise the Dread Plate will not be able to help Darkray. Not really. But, it has other uses. Anyway, please leave it to us. After leaving this sentence, Asdeth used teleport and teleport to Regigigas, preparing to attack with Ice Shield ninjutsu. Although Dark was confused, he didn't have time to continue to worry about it. Looking at the people who seemed to be tickling Regigigas, Dark began to feel a sense of urgency. As soon as Psychic was activated, it teleported thousands of meters towards the center of the island. There were no more members of the Alliance who followed him. If there was only one Dark, he would not be so timid. Besides, he felt that the members of the Alliance who were sitting in the battle didn't have the time to wait for him to break through step by step. There shouldn't be any other Dark Pokemon. Dark thought to himself while teleporting. According to what Asdeth and the others said before, even in the Third War, the Alliance is not afraid of the Dark Breath and can imprison it again. This means that the Alliance's combat power should be greater than the Dark Breath. It's just that two small planes and Regigigas appeared unexpectedly this time, otherwise Asdeth and the others might go to the end with Dark. Now the Alliance's combat power has been completely consumed, and Dark did not feel the breath of any other creatures in the teleportation of kilometers. Therefore, he can basically determine that there may be no more enemies along the way. Until the end. In fact, it is just as Dark guessed. There is a high mountain in the center of the island. The peak part that originally started from about 3/4 of the position has disappeared and turned into a large platform. This place looks very abrupt on the entire isolated island, as if it clearly tells others that the boss battle will be fought here. Dark Ray. Dark muttered as he looked at the back blocking the front. There was only one creature standing on this circular platform with a radius of about 100 meters, and that was a Dark Ray that looked wrong. When Dark appeared here, the Dark Ray also turned his head, but did not attack immediately. This was not Dark Ray's Dark Ray, but the one in the Pokemon world. Nightmare God. Although Dark Ray has always been called the Nightmare God, the only one who really deserves this title is the most powerful one who holds the power of Nightmare. The Dark Ray in front of Dark, who exudes a black aura all over his body and even burns black flames in his eyes, is the Nightmare God of this world. But the other party's current state is obviously wrong. It's not just wrong. Even compared with other dark Pokemon, it's wrong. Because there is a color of consciousness in the eyes of this Dark Ray, as if he has conscious. Human. Virus eradicated. Something that shocked Dark appeared. The Dark Ray in front of him actually spoke human language, as if communicating with Dark. You are not Dark Ray? You are the Dark Breath, and you entered KS body. Dark made his own judgment in an instant. He knew Dark Ray well. Although the Dark Ray family had a terrible reputation and appearance, they were not the violent Pokemon like Yveltal. If a human broke into Yveltal's territory, if K was in a good mood, he might just say get out. If he was in a bad mood, Yveltal would take action directly. And Dark Ray generally had only two ways to deal with humans who broke into their territory, both of which were very gentle. One was to make the human have nightmares for several consecutive nights and then force him to leave, the other was to meet a stubborn person who refused to leave, and Dark Ray had no choice but to change his territory. From the beginning to the end, they almost never appear in front of humans, let alone talk to humans. If the Dark Ray in front of him has his own consciousness, then it is impossible to try to communicate with Dark Ray, let alone use human language. Yes. One word confirmed Dark Ray's judgment. The Dark Ray in front of him was completely occupied by the Dark Breath, and the body of the Dark Breath was inside. If you want to completely eliminate the Dark Breath, you must first defeat this Dark Ray. Why do you want to eliminate humans? Dark is a little curious about the Dark Breath and decides to get some information first. Perhaps after he returns to the past, he can use this information to cure and prevent the birth of the Dark Breath in the future. Humans. Break the rules. After hearing this, Dark Ray immediately started thinking about what the Dark Breath meant. The world of Pokemon has various legendary Pokemon that guard certain rules. Just like Rayquaza guards the rules of the sky, Zygarde guards the rules of the ecological environment, and Giratina guards the rules of the reverse world. And the dark breath? It seems to be guarding a certain aspect of the rules. What rules are broken? Dark asked. This is very critical. Because he knows that humans will never break normal rules. Normal rules will be guarded by other legendary Pokémon, and it is not the turn of the dark breath to intervene. Destiny. The original destiny trajectory of the world has been changed by humans. The dark breath seems to be more and more proficient in human language and can already speak a complete sentence. And what he said made Dark understand that one of the Alliance and the dark breath must die. Because after the Pokémon Island and the Pokémon world established a link, it was destined that the original development of the Pokémon world would be destroyed and the new world line would be reshaped. The existence of the dark breath is to correct such things and pull the world back to the original trajectory. But if this is the case, then how did the dark breath in the game come into being? Maybe the original trajectory of this world has been changed, and the emergence of the Pokémon League has only made the dark aura that has grown stronger. At this moment, Darkrai on the opposite side suddenly waved his hand. Then something that made Dark shudder happened. I saw a wisp of dark aura coming out of his body, flowing towards Darkrai in the air like a stream of water. Then Darkrai, who was originally only at the upper level of level 2, actually absorbed these dark auras and became the lower level of level 1. However, fortunately, the dark aura on Dark's body is limited, and it can only improve this Darkrai to this level. If it is higher, I will not be a problem that Dark can solve. Just at this moment, it is enough for Dark to have a headache. Just now, he was relatively easy to face the upper level of level 2 Darkrai, but now things have become troublesome. Willfully traveling through time and changing the cause and effect of other timelines is also a manifestation of destroying the rules of fate. If the god of time cannot protect the timeline, then what is the meaning of KS existence? Darkrai shook his head, as if he was getting familiar with his body and doing a warm-up. Dark seemed to be dissatisfied with the god of time Dialga and was going to settle accounts with Dialga. But of course he would not let the dark breath succeed. Dark would definitely destroy the dark breath today, right here. But he was a little concerned about what the dark breath said just now. Chapter 494 The Dry Bones in the Secret Room. Traveling through time and doing something in other times is also a manifestation of destroying the established destiny. So, this is also a way to generate the dark breath. Perhaps in the original trajectory of this world, some people used some power to cross time, thus generating the dark breath. No wonder. No wonder Esteth said that she would, starting from the 4th year of the Alliance, the god of time Dialga will be asked to keep the timeline and prohibit anyone from actively traveling through time. Dark understood what was going on. Speaking of which, I remember that Esteth also said that a small amount of dark aura had once appeared in the ninja world. Now that I think about it, it may be because Dark traveled through time and space there and changed the original fate of the entire ninja world. As for why there are so few dark auras born in the ninja world, there are two possibilities. On the one hand, the scale of the ninja world itself is not large, and the scale of the world may affect the amount of dark aura produced. On the other hand, the dark aura itself is not a product that should exist in the ninja world, but a product limited to the Pokémon world. It's just that because the Pokémon world has a connection with the Pokémon Island, and through the Pokémon Island, it has a subtle connection with other worlds, so other worlds also have this implicit rule of producing dark auras. However, because such a connection is minimal, it can't produce a lot of dark auras. Dark didn't have much time to think. Because the dark aura was determined to destroy humans, there was not much to say to Dark. Dark Void. Darkrai started with a big move. Dark had to dodge the dark void released by the lower level, and instantly used Psychic to teleport into the sky. In the next 3 seconds, 70 or 80 aura bullets were dropped by Dark like a meteor shower. The fighting skill aura bullet will cause double damage to Darkrai, while Psychic will be immune to Dark. So the key to Dark's victory in this game is how to use the power of aura. Facing the aura bullets that fell like a torrential rain, Darkrai dodged all of them in the air. Faster than me. Dark raised his eyebrows and twitched his mouth. If it weren't for Psychic, he would have played very passively in this game. If his physical fitness could reach the upper level of the second level, or at least not be a drag, then he would become the ceiling of the lower level of the first level. It might even make the other 4 special abilities go further, allowing Dark to enter the strength of the middle level of the first level. Dark did learn the 8 gates of ninja from Kai. But it is a pity that Dark only learned it for 3 or 5 days and didn't learn much at all. Human. Death. Darkrai dodged the aura bullet in the air while splitting into dozens of clones that turned into black light and shot towards Dark. Double team, quick attack, abyss thrust. Dare to come to me. Dark was not panicked at all when looking at so many Darkrai, but was happy instead. Skills like double team in front of the full level aura power are like watching Naruto's clone technique in the original ninja school period. He could see that this Dark aura didn't know what a Pokemon battle was. Just like Kaguya Otsutsuki, who relied purely on panel values, there wasn't much real substance. Now Dark was no different from a powerful humanoid Pokemon, and there was also a saying of attribute restraint. And Viridian's power and Earth power could also be considered his characteristics. Focus punch plus strangulation plus agility. Of course Dark wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, and immediately used the most powerful move in the fighting skills, nothing else. The dark red unknown fluid surrounded Dark's right arm, and his fist emitted a red and white light. Although Psychic's agility put a greater load on Dark's body, it also made up for Dark's disadvantage in speed compared to Darkrai. The load on the body was nothing to Dark, after all, he still had Viridian's power and Earth power. Boom! When Darkrai's fist touched Darkrai's palm, it was a fight of the same level, but Darkrai flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Just this one punch even made the dark aura on Darkrai fade a little bit. Dark's fist was only scratched and a little blood flowed out, but it soon recovered. Yes, special abilities can remove the dark aura. It was then that Darkrai remembered that there was such a thing. All kinds of attacks using his special abilities would make the dark aura fade, and his strength would also decrease a little bit. Dark, who noticed this, immediately felt a little relieved. On the other side, Darkrai couldn't understand what was going on. It didn't know why its attacks had such a poor effect on Darkrai, but Darkrai's attack could make it tremble with one punch. Just when Darkrai was stunned, Dark immediately found an opportunity. Teleport plus Bachan plus Earthquake plus True Chi Kick. A teleport came to Darkrai's head, and he raised his right foot high and stomped it hard downwards. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Darkrai was deeply embedded in the earth by this blow. At the same time, Darkrai's earth energy and aura energy just now were poured into Darkrai's body, which made the dark aura on Darkrai fade a little. Move! Dark waved his hands in the air, and endless mud covered Darkrai's direction, burying him deep underground. Of course, Dark didn't do this because he thought he could control Darkrai with earth power. After all, earth power is not a combat ability at all, and there is no reason to restrict the god of battle. The reason for doing this is just to make the opponent lose sight. Doc knew that Darkrai would definitely smash the soil from above. It is certain that the Dark Breath, which has no brains and low IQ, will do so. Dark's psychic prediction of the next few seconds also confirmed that his guess was correct. All he had to do now was to wait for it to come out, and then hit it hard. Multiple substitute technique plus strangulation plus focus punch. This move consumed a huge amount of energy for Darkrai. Darkrai, whose special energy was not too abundant, would not use this combination unless necessary. But there were not many opportunities to output at full power. The Dark Breath under the soil didn't know that there were Darkrai outside, and he stupidly used brute force to break through the soil and emerge. What greeted him was naturally one focus punch after another. Endless aura energy was poured into Darkrai's body, making the dark breath on his body begin to become looming. It wasn't that the dark aura was about to dissipate, but it began to realize that it was no match for Darkrai. It thought that it could easily kill the human in front of it with the power of these legendary Pokémon. After all, according to previous battles, those humans were almost incapable of defeating these legendary Pokémon, and at most they could only hold on for a while. Until now, it met Darkrai. It was the first time it had seen such a strong human. "You are not a human." "I am." Darkrai responded casually, and another full-strength focus punch was smeared on Darkrai's face. This time he also attached a large amount of confusion. Although Psychic would not have an effect on Darkrai, it should be useful for the dark aura on it. After a few more punches, the dark aura finally couldn't hold on, and quickly broke away from Darkrai's body and drilled into the ground. "Hey!" Darkrai frowned and glanced at Darkrai, who was struggling violently on the ground. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Although the main body of the dark aura left this Darkrai, a large amount of dark aura still surrounded it, making this Darkrai a machine that only wanted to kill humans. Dark was fully confident that he could defeat this Darkrai, whose strength had fallen back to the upper level of the second level, but it would take some time. But now the dark aura ran underground. If he didn't catch up in time, who knows what legendary Pokémon it would possess. If it possessed those first level, middle or upper gods, then everything would be really over. I roughly know the use of this thing. At this time, Dark remembered something. He took off the origin ball in his hand and took in the struggling Darkrai. This Darkrai couldn't be left alone, otherwise it would either cause trouble for him or for other people. The upper level of the second level battle god is no joke. After putting away the origin ball, Dark used earth power to dive quickly and chased in the direction of the dark breath. Until he came to a dark and humid space. Illumination. The basic magic illumination in the world of Zero is more or less useful. I heard that illumination is one of the basic knowledge required in Pokémon Academy 100 years later. This is a stone chamber. The unique thing is that there is a huge stone in the center of the chamber. There are countless cracks on the stone that emit blue and green light, and the dark breath slowly flows out from these cracks. In addition, there are red chains on the stone, which tightly bind the stone and suppress the outflow of those dark breaths. This is. But Dark's eyes are not focused on those things. His eyes are on the two withered bones next to the stone. Dark can recognize them. That is Kai and Odo him. Chapter 495 Aura, in my heart. So that's how it is. Doc pursed his lips, lowered his eyebrows, and his expression became a little depressed. He had actually prepared himself mentally. With his lifespan, he was destined to watch his friends leave one after another in the future, but when this moment really came, he still couldn't calm down in his heart. Is immortality a reward or a punishment? Perhaps it is a reward for the heartless and a punishment for the affectionate. This boulder is not an ordinary stone, but a huge origin ore, a stone containing the power of Arceus's clone. The red chain on the boulder is another material of the origin ball, the red chain, a special rope that can bind both the gods of time and space. These two props must be related to the future Doc, perhaps he put them in the Alliance warehouse. As for the blue and green energies overflowing from the cracks in the stone, they are the original energies of the power of Aura and the power of Viridian respectively. My first generation Aura Warrior and the first generation World Tree Guardian. In the end, they both protected Pokémon Island and humans. Dark stepped forward and collected the two withered bones. I'm sorry that I couldn't solve this matter earlier. To completely eliminate the dark aura, a large amount of high-quality special source energy is needed. When Kai and Otohim realized this, they could only make the second best choice and use these two legendary objects for imprison. But activating these two legendary objects also requires a large amount of source energy. Source energy, for a special ability user, is exactly the same thing as vitality. Although there is always a way to slowly recover vitality as long as it is not exhausted at once, especially for Otohim, the user of viridian power. It's like leaving a seed, there will always be a day when it will sprout again. But once all the light is used up at once, the special ability user is destined to have reached the end of life. How can it be recovered again after even the seed has been sacrificed? Therefore, Kai and Otohim used their lives to imprison the Dark Breath, reducing at least a dozen Dark Wars for the Alliance and even saving the Pokemon Alliance. Yes, more than a dozen times. The interval between the first and second Dark Wars was only 5 years. This means that the Dark Breath only needed 5 years to recover and make a comeback. But the interval between the second and third times was 73 years. This is because Kai and Otohim sacrificed themselves to imprison the Dark Breath the second time, which greatly slowed down its recovery speed. Otherwise, with the recovery speed of the Dark Breath, the Alliance would have been wiped out by the Dark Breath in these years. Speaking of which, there are really great people in my Alliance. Whether it is the people fighting desperately outside or the countless guardians in the past. Although everyone is different, they all have the spirit of sacrificing their lives for justice, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives for the survival of mankind. This time, I will definitely not let you have a future. Dark looked at the boulder in front of him, his eyes became extremely firm. He must use special energy to completely eliminate the dark aura here. Dark red confusion, blue fluctuations, green light, and cocky quicksand appeared one by one on Dark's body and rushed to the boulder in front of him. No matter how the dark aura hides and struggles, Dark's special energy will find it and devour it bit by bit. Enough. Dark can feel that the special energy source in his body is decreasing at a rapid rate. A lot of it was consumed in the battle with Darkrai just now. If there was no such battle, it might be enough. If he had known that, he would have used the Origin Ball at the beginning. Origin special energy is different from ordinary energy. It is equivalent to the essence and blood in the immortal novels. It cannot be restored by Viridian power and Earth power. The rapid reduction of Origin energy makes Dark's state worse and worse. His strength has also fallen from the original first level lower level to the second level middle level, but the dark aura in the boulder still has at least 2/3 of the amount. If this goes on, even if Dark sacrifices himself, he won't be able to completely eliminate the dark aura. It's bad. Woof. Just when Dark felt something was wrong, there was a sudden sound of footsteps and a dog barking behind him. Dark tilted his head and looked back with his peripheral vision, ready to fight at any time. But this look made him open his eyes. Lucario. Of course, an ordinary Lucario wouldn't surprise Dark. But the one that appeared in front of Dark was just a Lucario that had been maintained in Mega State, and it was the one that belonged to Guy. Perhaps something new will appear in the future that allows Pokemon to remain in Mega Evolution state. Or maybe it was just a special power between Guy and Lucario. Master Shode, long time no see. Lucario did not speak, his meaning was transmitted to Dark's heart through the wave. I'll lend you a hand. Lucario used his will to resist the influence of the dark aura and walked to Dark's side, inputting the aura in his body into the boulder in front of him. Dark did not refuse, because he really needed a helping hand. With his own strength alone, even if he sacrificed himself, it would not be enough, and he needed other special energy sources. Just hold on for a while, Darkrai should be supporting us Death and the others, as long as Regigigas is dealt with, those psychics will come to help. Dark spoke to comfort Lucario beside him. He couldn't imagine how Lucario, an absolutely loyal Pokemon, had survived the 70 years after losing his trainer. With Kai's personality, he must have a very, very close relationship with Lucario. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve the level of super evolution. Lucario didn't say anything. He may not be able to be distracted now. Because he not only has to endure the harassment of the dark aura, but also the impact of the reduction of the original energy. Dake was a little anxious. Time passed bit by bit, and Lucario's condition became visibly worse. Even from the original Mega State to the ordinary Lucario state, and finally even turned into a small Riolu. And it was actually only 10 minutes. Damn it! Dake frowned, speeding up the output of energy, and at the same time drove Ryalo around him. Don't go on, you will die, leave here quickly, and get help. No, Master Shode, I'm afraid my will is not enough to support me to go out. Ryalo shook his head, and his eyes began to glow with a black aura. Now he himself didn't know why he could continue to input energy. Maybe there is such a breath in his heart, just wanting to do the same thing as Kai, that is. I won't die, I just want to return to Kai. When this sentence became weaker and weaker in Dak's heart, Ryalo finally fell down. The small body lay on the ground motionless, the body temperature gradually became cold, and the corpse began to dissipate into a little bit of fluorescence. Aura, in my heart. 2 tears flowed from Ryalo's eyes, and in the tears was the picture of him and Kai looking at each other after his head emerged from the eggshell. Doc couldn't let his hands leave, and could only watch Ryalo lose his vitality in front of him. Absolutely. Absolutely don't let this happen again. After returning, you must completely cut off all ways for the dark breath to grow. Only the power of Arceus can absolutely restrain the dark breath. You must find time to find Arceus's traces. Doc clenched his teeth, and his thoughts surged in his heart. The birth of the dark breath in the past 100 years has caused many tragedies that he has not seen. In order to prevent such a tragedy from happening, after passing on the position of leader, he immediately called some strong men in the alliance to look for Arceus. About a quarter of an hour later, Ryalo's figure beside him had completely disappeared. Dark began to breathe heavily, and the special energy in his body was less than a quarter of the initial one. Master! At this time, the voices of Esteth and others finally appeared. There were only a few dozen people, and none of them were intact. Broken arms and legs were considered common injuries. However, for the medical level of this era, these were only minor injuries. Darkrai, Ichiryu Saitama. Those non-special ability people did not come, and they were probably still fighting hard outside. After all, they could not help much. Quick! Esteth saw Dark's weak appearance and hurriedly called on other psychics to infuse confusion. Feeling the addition of other energy sources, Dark was completely relaxed. Finally, it can be solved. As time passed, some people with special abilities arrived one after another. The dark aura was finally completely eliminated with the concerted efforts of everyone. When Doc felt that the dark aura really did not exist at all, his legs softened and he fell to the ground. He raised his tired eyelids and looked at the place where Ryalo had just been lying, and finally sighed slowly and closed his eyes. Aura! In my heart! When Doc woke up again, he saw Robin who was taking care of him. Robin 100 years later. I didn't expect that I would still be taken care of by you after 100 years. Haha, we are family. It's been 100 years, and you haven't changed much. Dark glanced at Robin who was sitting beside him. 100 years didn't seem to leave much trace on Robin. He didn't change much from the Robin in Dak's impression in terms of appearance or temperament. Thank you for the compliment. Robin smiled softly. He smiled, then stretched out his hand to massage Dark's temple, helping him relax. I'm so tired. I know. Chapter 496 Return, prepare to link. The dark aura was dispelled, and the dark clouds lingering over the alliance also dissipated. Dark can also return to the past in this era. There is only one thing that is quite strange. That is, all the dark Pokémon have returned to normal after the darkness was removed, except for one. The Darkrai that was possessed by the dark aura. I don't know if it's because the origin ball on Dark's body belongs to the past. In short, the Darkrai in Dark's origin ball has not returned to normal, and still looks like it has been infected by the dark aura. But in this era, the Darkrai in the origin ball on Esteth has regained his will. But this Darkrai has no memory of the past 100 years, and he doesn't even know that he has been imprisoned for 100 years. If he hadn't told him, he would have thought that only a short time had passed since he was controlled by darkness. But it was precisely because of this. Dark finally understood why Esdeath didn't use the origin ball on Regigigas when he asked her to do so. No one came to see him off when he left. To be precise, Dark didn't tell those people about this matter. He just left a letter to Esdeath and found Dialga and went back to the past. Dialga doesn't distinguish between 100 years ago and 100 years later. There is only one Dialga on the entire timeline. But for K, it usually stays at the main time point, which is the time when K first appeared on the Pokemon Island. December 7th, third year of the League calendar. Only 3 or 5 seconds have passed since Dark left this era. But there are really a lot of things waiting for Dark to deal with. Dark spent the next few days sorting out the gains of this trip to the future. The most important thing is to give a few death orders. For example, starting from the 4th year of the Alliance, no one is allowed to actively travel through time. Even if they encounter something important, they must first try to apply. This is not only an iron rule in the Alliance law, but also Dialga must guard it. Once a guy who actively breaks into the time wormhole and goes to other times without applying is found, Dialga will directly kill him in the wormhole without leaving even a corpse. Of course, considering the possibility of mistaken entry, Dialga needs to look forward to see what happened first to determine whether this person accidentally fell into the time wormhole or broke in actively. If it is an accident, Dialga will send him back. In short, the possibility of generating a dark atmosphere should be eliminated as much as possible. In the office, there are also special abilities that must be popularized. Let's try to add psychic elective courses in Pokemon Academy first. Dark sat at his desk and listed some things from top to bottom according to their importance. After going to the future, I felt that there were suddenly a lot more things. We should take some measures to prevent the dark aura in advance to reduce future losses. It's time to link. Dark frowned, feeling a little anxious. According to the information he got from the future, he would choose the Pokemon world with the dark aura for the next link. Since he chose that one, it means that there is no better option than that one in his original consideration. So why not quickly connect this world? Then quickly build various protective houses and special ability training schools that would have appeared at a later time to prevent the arrival of the dark aura. It is certain that whether there is the intervention of the Pokemon League or not, the dark aura will be born in this world. Because the main line of this Pokemon parallel world is the dark aura. As long as the problem of the dark aura can be handled well, the Pokemon world will be one of the best linked worlds. Because it can greatly increase the number and diversity of Pokemon, allowing people in other worlds to have a deeper understanding of Pokemon culture. Besides, the theme of the Pokemon world itself is peace and Pokemon, so there is no need for Dark to spend any more effort to create a new era. The most important point: the Pokemon world is a large-scale world. There are many different regions of different sizes in this world, and each region has its own characteristics and unique Pokemon. It is still a sparsely populated world. At least compared with the number of Pokemon, the number of humans is simply as small as it can be. The number of humans and Pokemon can hardly reach the ratio of 1:10. If this world is linked, then with the existence of a large number of Pokemon here, it will definitely attract many people from other worlds to come and play. It can also be regarded as a disguised way to alleviate the congestion of Pokemon Island during holidays. Well, it's decided. Doc nodded after thinking about it. There are actually other reasons why he wants to speed up the connection. That is to open up more ways and easier roads for humans to become stronger. Take the gourmet cells in the gourmet world for example. As long as people have gourmet cells, they can make it easier and longer to become a strong physical warrior just by eating gourmet food. Even Doc himself needs to use gourmet cells to continue to improve the upper limit of his physical body, and then improve the upper limit of other special abilities. If according to the original time track if the traces continue, then the first appearance of the Dark Aura will be 22 years later, the 5th year after Luffy became the second generation leader. Before that, the more worlds connected to the Pokemon Island, the more powerful humans can be used to face the attack of the Dark Aura. January 1st, 4th year of the Alliance calendar. The world has entered a new year again, and because of the New Year's Day holiday, the Pokemon Island has also become active. The towns and villages around the Alliance City have been successfully built. Because some towns and villages have very distinctive characteristics, they are more remote than remote towns. People prefer to visit nearby towns and villages in the short few days when they are far from Yggdrasil. When the third Pokemon battle tournament starts in 2 months, maybe some people will go to Yggdrasil to stay there permanently. At the same time, although the people in the Zero World are still a little slow to accept, they have at least roughly understood the situation. Perhaps after the third Pokemon battle tournament is over, we can start to build 8 gyms in the Zero World. Since more and more people are participating in the Pokemon battle tournament, but they can choose the only gyms that have been used for battles are the 8 in the Maritime World. So the 8 gym leaders in the Maritime World work themselves to death every day. At 2:30 a.m. last night, Borsellino secretly sent a message to Dark, saying, "Is the leader asleep? Can you sleep? Anyway, I can't sleep, I apply for resignation, and I want to go back to be the Admiral of the Navy." Dark naturally ignored it. When the 8 gyms in the Zero World are established, they can share some of the pressure on the Maritime World. Besides, there will be a large-scale world next, Pokemon World. Each region of Pokemon World has 8 gyms, and Dark will choose the most powerful gym in each of the 8 regions as a representative. As long as you get the badges of these 8 gyms, you can also participate in the Pokemon League battle tournament. However, no matter which world you get the qualification to participate in, after getting a ranking, you can only become the lower 4 elites of this world or challenge the lower 4 elites of this world. For example, if you want to become the 4 elites of the Sailing World, you must get 8 badges in the Sailing World and participate in the Pokemon battle tournament to get a ranking. If you get the qualification to participate in the Zero World, you can only become the lower 4 elites of the Zero World. It's still the familiar edge of the continent. The gods of time and space were called to this place by Dark, and a fathead fish was secretly observing in the sea next to them. "Dialga, Pocky has something to tell you." However, Dark didn't get to the point directly when he came up, but had other things to do. The 2 gods of time and space looked at each other, and Pocky and Dialga were both puzzled, but Dialga obviously knew something. After all, it was Doc who personally took Doc to the future before, so he naturally knew some of the things that happened in that era. "If I disappear in the future, you still have to help the current Alliance leader to connect to the new world and continue to expand our universe." Doc looked up at the 2 big guys with a serious and earnest expression, and reminded them, before the situation in that world stabilizes, only the current leader is allowed to go there to deal with it, and do not establish a stable transmission channel. Dialga nodded immediately after hearing this. Of course Doc knew these things. As mentioned before, there is only one Dialga on a timeline. So if you want to connect to a new era in the future, you naturally need the current Dialga to go to that time point to connect and then come back. So for Dialga, this matter is not strange. But for Pocky, he was very surprised. "I don't understand why Dark disappeared. We are here. Even if Dark disappeared, we will definitely find him back." However, Pocky was very obedient at the critical moment. He wrote down Dark's words and nodded like Dialga. Dark smiled at the 2 Pokemon with relief. Then he exchanged a world anchor from the Magic Mall. Although it has been predicted that the next world is basically destined to be the Pokemon world, it is better to exchange a key just in case. Then, Dialga, Pocky, use Space-Time Roar and Spatial Rend. As the 2 attacks, one blue and one purple, intersected at one point using World Anchor Point, 5 pictures appeared in front of Dark. Chapter 497 Pokemon World. The First World. A group of people in suits gathered together, both men and women, everyone had a pair of golden pupils in their eyes. Only the man in the front of the picture had a pair of ordinary black eyes. Dragon tribe. Tobias glanced at it and then retracted his gaze. Novels in modern society are basically not considered. The second world. It is actually not easy to identify which world this is just by looking at the background. However, the person who appeared in the picture gave Dark a hint, especially the ice bow in the person's hand. Runeland, Freljord. Dark's eyes lit up. Any player who has played League of Legends will more or less know the background story of that game. Runeland is definitely a huge and quite exciting world. However, this world also has two obvious shortcomings. First, there are all kinds of extremely powerful people flying around, and some of them are even stronger than legendary Pokémon. Second, it is extremely difficult to create peace in this world. Wars between races, wars between countries, wars between peers, and even wars between classes are all present in this world. It is absolutely impossible to create peace in this world within 3 to 5 years. Especially when the military force of the Pokémon Alliance cannot completely dominate the entire world, it is even more unrealistic. The highest level characters in this world have countless grievances and hatreds, and the Alliance will be at a loss when facing those characters. What a pity. After considering it, Doc still sighed. The risk in this world is indeed not big, but Doc does not want to take any risk at all. If the time wormhole opened by the two gods of time and space is discovered and forcibly torn apart by a certain god, then things will be serious at that time, which is definitely more troublesome than the birth of the Dark Breath. He has no intention of asking for trouble. The third world. When seeing this picture, Doc also smiled helplessly. There are 3 distinct signs in the picture. The most eye-catching one is the Kun flying in the sky, whose name is the Sky Curtain Beast. The second most eye-catching one is the tower that goes straight to the sky, called the Sky City. The last one is the spaceship next to the Big Kun, called the Moga Rudder, a spaceship that can reach the Sky Curtain Beast in the heaven. Another large-scale game world. And the upper limit of strength is even higher than the previous Rune continent. Arad continent. The background that appears in Dungeon Fighter, among which there are even people who can travel through dimensions and time and space at will, and there are not a few. There is no doubt that there are many ways in Arad continent that can make humans stronger, and the upper limit is very high, even killing gods. But at the same time, the risks of this world cannot be solved by the strength of the Alliance. And the situation in Arad continent is chaotic, and the wars between countries are just side roads, and the wars between races have never stopped. There are also all kinds of guys who are obviously extremely powerful but like to hide behind and play conspiracy nasty plot. Pass. The fourth world. The creature flying in the sky in this picture, with dark and red eyes, is obviously Dark Lugia. Pokémon, Dark Cyclone Dark Lugia. A world in the Pokémon universe, with Shadow Team and Dark Lugia as the protagonists, and the main storyline takes place in the Ore region. According to Dark's understanding in the future. Although it is the background of this game world, the timeline is not the timeline in the game, but a time node that has been advanced for many years, when the Dark Aura still exists. However, looking at the picture, this Lugia has obviously been controlled by the Dark Aura. In other words, the Dark Aura has been born in this world. It seems that these humans below are fine, so the Dark Aura should not have been produced much. Dark stared at the photo and frowned to analyze the situation. In the original setting of this world, the Dark Aura was solved by humans, which is enough to prove that the current Dark Aura is very weak, at least it is definitely not as strong as the one Dark fought. The fifth world. This is still a Pokémon world. When Duck first saw those Pokémon, he was still wondering. Since the fourth one has the problem of Dark Aura, why not choose the fifth one? But after taking a closer look at the characters, Duck immediately understood what was going on. This is the world of Pokémon Special. A world where humans press the headbutts of legendary Pokémon and even control them. In this world, Price controls Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Celebi to find the lost Pokémon. The ice Pokemon under his command beat the legendary Pokemon so hard that they lost their way. In this world, the legendary Pokemon Kamui is a superior monster, and all the big bosses are human. However, even such a price was defeated by the teenagers of the protagonist, which is enough to imagine the combat power of this world. Compared to the world of the special episode, the world of darkness is easier to deal with. Sure enough, I have to choose you in the end. Dark grinned without surprise, and then chose the world of darkness. No need to follow me. A time-space vortex appeared, and Dark waved his hand behind him and stepped into it alone. Although the danger level of this Pokemon world is more dangerous than any of the previous 3 worlds. However, with the level of him and Darkrai, who are 2 lower level ones, they can't say that they can walk sideways in this world, but they are almost the same. If they encounter any problems, they can just run back to ask for help. Let's go, Darkrai, a new journey begins again. Dark Pokemon World, January 1, 2014. Originally, as a new day of the new year, all regions and cities in the world should be quite lively. As in the past, even in a small village, various large and small activities were held to welcome the new year. But this year is different. Because from the middle of last year until now, heavy rains have been falling all over the world. Many villages have been flooded, people have been forced to migrate, and the drainage systems in some towns have been paralyzed. If this heavy rain continues, human life will become very difficult. But the real big trouble and crisis are not just this. There are not only humans living in this world. At the entrance of the Tianguan Temple in Sinnoh region, a royal sister wearing a black windbreaker and long golden hair stared at the cloudy sky with a serious face and murmured. She looks exactly like the role of Dark in the Sao closed beta period. Yes, it is the champion of Sinnoh region, Cynthia, also known as Zulan. In the Pokemon world, Gardevoir is the leader of the 3D area of humans, while the leader of Pokemon is Gardevoir. Next to Cynthia stood an old man with grey hair and a white coat. This is a famous professor in the Pokemon world and Cynthia's grandmother, Carolina. She studies the history of the Sinnoh region and has a deep understanding of the legends of the 3 gods of time and space, the age of washing green, and the 3 gods of the lake. In her Celestic Town History Research Institute, she even collected artifacts that can strengthen Pocky's ability to summon Pocky. Who do you think hates this kind of weather the most? Carolina looked at the sky with a gloomy look, thinking of something. Of course it's the ancient god of Hone region, Groudon. Cynthia said without hesitation, and not only that. The continuous rainstorm has affected the sea, and Kyogre may have woken up. Who do you think it is? Globally, Lugia for half a month. As a history research enthusiast, Cynthia naturally has a certain degree of understanding of these legendary Pokemon with ancient history. Although she focuses on the history of Sinnoh like her grandmother, she is also very interested in the history of other regions. But why did Lugia do this? Cynthia's doubts are here. These legendary Pokemon know very well how much impact their actions will have on the world and what kind of movement they will bring to other Pokemon. So generally speaking, most legendary Pokemon, especially those big guys, basically stay somewhere and remain asleep. But now Lugia has become agitated, so something must have happened. Perhaps, Lugia wanted to attract other legendary Pokemon in this way and convey a message. Who is the champion in Hone region? Now, it's Steven. On the Whirl Islands, the 7th island. A large white bird was lying on the beach, covered with wounds and panting, with blood constantly flowing out of its body, and a little black air flowing out. This is a wounded Lugia. Last week, Lugia found that the sky suddenly rained heavily. Kay originally thought that the fathead fish rest turned over dishonestly, making a little noise, so it was normal to rain for 1 or 2 days. But when the rainstorm lasted for a week, Lugia knew something was wrong. It's not that Kay is arrogant, but except Kay, no Pokemon can make the rain last for more than a week worldwide. In order to find out what happened, Lugia ran out from the Sea of Whirl Islands and started to travel around the world. Then he found another Lugia. A pure black Lugia with red eyes and billowing black smoke. Just when Lugia was in doubt, that Lugia suddenly attacked K. The attacked Lugia was instantly furious and fought with the opponent for 2 whole days. Finally, K escaped. There was no way. K found that even if the black Lugia was seriously injured, it did not affect the battle at all. On the contrary, K's condition was getting worse and worse, so he had to temporarily avoid the edge. Chapter 498 That's Not a Human. Not to mention the dark Lugia that has been wreaking havoc outside the Hone Sea and the seriously injured Lugia hiding on the Whirl Islands. Groudon and Kyogre, who were staying on a certain isolated island and somewhere in the deep sea, had opened their eyes and looked at this uninvited guest who came to their territory. In the sky above the Hone region, there was a man with navy blue hair riding on his Metagross monster and flying fast. The endless raindrops and lightning flashing from time to time in the sky made the man look unhappy. The fluctuation of the magnetic field slowed down the speed of Metagross. Steven felt the crooked flight trajectory of his Pokémon, and his expression was a little unhappy. Not only Metagross, it can be said that for many Steel attribute Pokémon and Electric attribute Pokémon, the instability of the field strength in the air will cause changes in their bodies. Especially, Metagross's flight depends on the electric skill Fulner Float. Of course, there is another way to fly, which is to use confusion. Metagross's other attribute Psychic can also give him the means of flying. However, the continuous consumption of using confusion is undoubtedly very large, and the cost performance is definitely not as good as Fulner Float, which can fly for a long time after using it once. We're almost there, hold on a little longer, Metagross. Steven took out the special sensor made by Professor Birch. They were only about 2 kilometers away from the red dot on the sensor. As the champion of Hone region, Steven had to figure out what caused Hone region to suffer such a disaster. If necessary, he would take action. Although such weather had a significant negative impact on Metagross's progress, it enhanced Metagross's combat capability. Because Metagross's flight requires a stable magnetic field environment, so that he doesn't have to spend a lot of effort to control the direction and center of gravity. However, he didn't need to consider these things in battle. When necessary, he would use confusion to move, which was not affected by the field strength. Instead, those steel and electric skills would be strengthened by this more violent magnetic field environment than usual. After a few minutes of travel, I see, what is that? Steven narrowed his eyes and stared at the dark clouds in front of him. He seemed to see a very huge bird figure, and the bird had a pair of scarlet eyes. When Steven was hesitating about how to deal with it, the scarlet eyes had already looked over. Teleport. When Steven was stared at, the hairs all over his body stood up, and he immediately gave the order. Needless to say, the tacit understanding between Metagross and Steven, in an instant, he used the skill to teleport Steven to the ground. At the same time, a huge and violent water column shot towards the position where Metagross was just now. The water column even looked like a blue laser, and it had quickly deviated from the appearance of this skill. After landing, Steven quickly turned over and jumped off Metagross's body to avoid delaying Metagross's battle later. Be careful, Metagross, he's not an easy guy to get along with. Steven stretched out his right hand and grasped the necklace on his chest. A colorful megastone was stuck at the end of the necklace. He didn't believe that an easygoing Pokémon would greet him with a hydro pump when they first met. Metagross nodded, his eyes always paying attention to the figure behind the dark clouds in the sky. The other party was breaking through the clouds and heading down. What's coming? Steven clenched his right hand instantly. When he saw the true face of the target, he didn't have time to think, and shouted, Metagross, Mega Evolution. When Steven shouted, the keystone in his hand on his chest and the megastone embedded in Metagross's right front leg lit up at the same time. The white light that pierced the darkness flashed by, and the world was illuminated by the dazzling light for a few seconds. The next moment, Megametagros appeared in the air. Megametagros, use Rock Tomb on Lugia. As the champion of Hone region, Steven's command level and brains are naturally beyond words. Let's not talk about the basic attribute restraint. The use of Rock Tomb is more to reduce Lugia's speed. Facing Lugia, the god of ocean currents, if the opponent's speed cannot be suppressed to at least the same level, then the next battle can only be passive. If it is a normal Lugia at this time, then it may use flying skills to smash all the rocks that attack. But this Lugia with Dark Breath obviously won't do this. The Dark Breath that fought against Dark before was defeated by humans 3 times before, and only learned to use his brain a little, but still couldn't use the attributes, characteristics, and skills of Pokémon. Not to mention the Dark Breath that obviously just appeared now. Rock Tomb hit Lugia easily, and it did reduce Lugia's speed a little. However, Lugia seemed to feel no pain, and continued to move towards Megametagros by smashing through the rocks with his body. Sky Attack. When blue flames burned on Lugia, Steven's scalp went numb. At this time, he could clearly see that this Lugia was definitely in a wrong state. Not to mention the other party's black appearance and red eyes, just ignoring the attack of Metagros was very wrong. Steven's Megametagros was not comparable to the Megametagros of ordinary trainers. In the main series animation, the strongest record of this Megametagros was that it could fight against the first-level middle-level god Primal Kyogre. Although it was at a disadvantage throughout the whole process, it at least held back the fathead fish. How could Lugia, who was also a first-level middle-level god, resist such an attack? Agility, dodge, use Ice Punch and Thunder Punch. Steven didn't dare to let Metagros bear Lugia's full-strength flying skill. Although flying skills can only cause half of the original damage to Metagros, and Metagros's strength is also on physical resistance, he still didn't dare. After all, this Lugia is a legendary Pokémon, and it can't be regarded as fighting with ordinary Pokémon. Fortunately, Lugia's speed was reduced a little just now, so that the current Megametagros can keep up with the opponent's speed after using skills. After barely dodging, the 4 fists, the 2 on the left lit up spark, and the 2 on the right emitted cold air, and smashed towards the base of Lugia's tail. Bang! Only 2 of the 4 punches hit. One Ice Punch hit the base of the tail, causing a layer of ice stubble on the base of Lugia's tail. Another Thunder Punch hit the middle of the tail, causing electricity to flow through Lugia's entire tail. After these 2 punches, Lugia's tail suffered a huge blow, which would inevitably have a great impact on its movements. This kind of impact on the body's instincts is not something that the Dark Aura wants Lugia to ignore. Just when Steven was slightly relieved, he saw the Dark Lugia suddenly turn around and move his wings. 2 dark silver whirlwinds hit Metagros's face head-on, scraping countless embers from the latter's body. Megametagros's face immediately became ugly when he was hit, and he even made a hesitant sound of electricity. Hit the vital point. Steven could see what Metagros was like at a glance. In short, Lugia's attack produced a critical hit. Cyclone Attack, Lugia's unique flying-type special move, is inferior in power among many legendary Pokémon's exclusive moves, but it does have its own special features. That is, it has a high probability of hitting the vital point and has a high critical hit rate. After Dark Lugia succeeded in one attack, he continued to pursue the victory and fired another hydro pump close to Metagros's face. Metagros has no resistance to water washing skills, and this damage from the first level middle god is solid. Metagros, hit by the huge hydro pump, fell to the ground like a comet. Boom! Metagros's heavy body hit the ground heavily, stirring up waves of mud, and the smell of rain mixed with soil spread around. Although it was only hit by 2 attacks, Metagros was already in a state of serious injury. After all, both attacks were special attacks from Lugia, and Metagros's special resistance was a major weakness. It's bad. Steven's face changed, and he put his hands on the other Pokeballs on his waist. He saw that this Dark Lugia had no intention of defeating them and leaving, perhaps intending to let them stay here completely. Only Metagross, a Pokémon in Steven's hand, had the ability to slightly touch Lugia. The other Pokémon could only touch the second-level god at most. Moreover, the mental endurance of humans is very limited. A person can only make one Pokémon perform Mega Evolution at the same time. This is already a great mental pressure. If you force the second Pokémon to Mega Evolution again, you will only collapse and faint. Due to the influence of the tail, the movement of Dark Lugia flying in the air became very strange. It was like a human baby who had just learned to walk, and a bit like a deformed species in the world of giants. But no matter what, Dark Lugia was still approaching Steven and Metagross. Metagross struggled hard in the huge pit. He could still fight, but it was hard to say how many more rounds he could fight. Is that a human? Just when Steven was ready to unite the power of all Pokémon for a desperate fight, a figure with dark red flowing gas all over his body fell from the sky above Dark Lugia. Just when it was about to hit Lugia's head, the figure raised his fist that began to emit blue light and smashed it down. That's not a human. Chapter 499 I have never seen a human chasing Lugia and beating him. It was a set of punches falling from the sky. Steven watched the human who suddenly appeared in the air punch Lugia in the face, and then smashed him hard and hit him to the ground like Metagross just now. The only difference was that Lugia didn't make a hole when it fell to the ground. Then Steven saw a scene that surprised him. That was the look of fear in the eyes of Lugia. This was something Steven couldn't understand. From the beginning of his battle with Lugia, he found that Lugia didn't seem to have basic emotions of living things. But now he really saw such emotions. What's going on? Steven turned his eyes back to the humanoid Pokémon. Yes, Steven had regarded the creature that fell from the sky as a humanoid Pokémon. Anyway, he didn't believe it was a human. Steven had met many people, and he had visited some human special ability people and fighting masters in the past. However, no human had ever been able to fight against legendary Pokémon with his own strength. Not to mention legendary Pokémon, it would be difficult to deal with an elite-level Pokémon. The strongest humans Steven had ever seen were the fighting elite Bruno from Kanto region and the psychic elite Caitlin from Unova region. The former could fight against the elite-level overlord Steelix in the wild, and the latter could even use psychic to predict a person's future 10 years later. But that was the limit. However, the things that shocked Steven had just begun. During the process of crossing, Dark and Darkrai suffered a small space turbulence. But this was not a problem, at least it was much easier to solve than encountering time turbulence. At the moment, Dark and Darkrai were just scattered to different places, and they could be found slowly later. Dark found that he appeared in the sky after coming to this world, and it was pitch black around him and he could hardly see anything. Just when he was about to use teleport to change his position to observe, he found two powerful auras below. One had a lower level energy fluctuation, but it was very unstable and seemed very weak, as if it had only temporarily entered a powerful state. The other one had a first level mid-level energy fluctuation, but it gave people a sense of chaos. Doc was very familiar with this feeling. It's really a pain in the ass to find it. Doc didn't expect that he had already prepared a carpet search for the dark aura, but the other party actually appeared in front of him. He let himself fall directly downward in a sky drop motion until he broke through the dark clouds, and then he saw the battle happening below. Let me see Lugia. No, this is not that Lugia. Doc saw the pure black Lugia at a glance, and then his face became weird. As a witness, anyone who has seen countless dark Pokémon will naturally know what it means when a Pokémon is contaminated or bent by the dark aura. At most, the eyes will turn red and the body will be surrounded by a black mist, but there is no such thing as the whole body turning black. This Lugia must have been black from the beginning. But where is there a black Lugia? Even shiny Lugia is not black. Shadow Team. At this time, Dark had to bring out the conspiracy organizations in this world and re-examine them. He originally thought that the Shadow Team was an inferior evil organization, just a fool who learned to use the dark aura to contaminate Pokemon and act arrogantly. But now he suddenly remembered that the Shadow Team seemed to have done such a big thing, that is, artificially created a pure black Lugia. I underestimated it. Dark pursed his lips and decided to investigate and deal with this organization. This organization definitely has a lot of things that are not introduced in the game. However, Dark had to solve the problem of this dark Lugia first. While thinking this way, the Conqueror's Haki began to constrict Dark's body, and then the power of aura in his right hand began to flow violently. Then, he saw the right time and punched down. Bang! The huge sound of flesh collision sounded, even drowning out the thunder next to it. When the dark Lugia fell to the ground, Dark suddenly appeared on Lugia's belly using teleport. A high leg, blue, orange and dark red waves intertwined, and he stomped down. Ground-type moves are useless against flying-type Lugia, and fighting-type moves can only cause 25% damage to Lugia. So Dark's damage is basically based on the true damage added by the Conqueror's Haki. As for the Earth Energy and Aura Energy, they are just to reduce the dark aura in the dark Lugia. Boom! Before dark Lugia could come to her senses, she was hit hard in the abdomen again. This time, the dark aura on dark Lugia's body was obviously weakened, but it was precisely because of this that dark Lugia became more panicked. K completely ignored the pain and injuries on his body and twisted his body to struggle. It was the first time that Dark Aura saw such a human being who could actually hurt K's body. For a moment, Dark Aura was in a state of confusion and could not even think of resisting. He just wanted to escape from this place and hide. Extrasensory. Lugia, who was severely pressed to the ground by Dark, saw that her struggle had little effect, so she directly attacked Dark. Confusion Wall. As a full-level psychic, Dark could of course detect Lugia's psychic skills. However, it was a pity that Dark's psychic level was not as good as Lugia, so he could not completely block K's attack. With a sudden sharp pain in his head, the power under Dark's feet weakened a little, and Lugia quickly climbed up from the ground and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. Dark naturally couldn't give Lugia a chance, and the mental trauma he suffered was healed in less than 2 seconds. He stepped forward in time, stretched out his arms to hold Lugia and threw her heavily to the side. Bang! Lugia's body of more than 100 meters was once again knocked to the ground by Doc, and this was not over yet. Doc held Lugia's tail and started the windmill movement. Steven in the distance opened his mouth and stared at this scene. Metagross, who had degenerated next to him, stood there and stared stupidly like Steven. Let's not make trouble for this. When Steven came to his senses, he thought about it and decided not to let Metagross take action. Metagross is no longer in Mega State. In normal state, Metagross may not be high enough to intervene in the battle between the two Pokémon. It may only cause trouble for the humanoid Pokémon. Bang 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 XN. Dark Lugia was repeatedly smashed to the ground by Dark, and his physical condition was getting worse and worse. At the same time, because Dark was constantly infusing wave energy into Lugia's body, the Dark Aura was getting weaker and weaker. The Dark Aura was completely crazy, and Lugia released all kinds of messed up skills at once. Imprison. Zen Headbutt. Sice Hawk. Psychic. Psychic Noise. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Dark's mouth. As his hands loosened, his eyes rolled up, and he almost lost consciousness due to the impact of various powerful psychic skills. But fortunately, the other 3 special abilities saved his condition in time. Imprison. Put yourself in imprisoned state. While in imprisoned state, any opponent's Pokémon cannot use the same moves as any moves learned by the Pokémon. Lugia used this skill to make many of Dark's psychic skills unusable. When Dark realized that Lugia used Imprison, it was too late to use Confusion to use his own skills. One after another, the first-level mid-level psychic skills hit Dark's brain and mind, causing him temporary severe damage. Dark Lugia finally found an opportunity. When Dark loosened his hands, he quickly raised his arms and took off, and disappeared in this space with the help of the wind and teleport. Dark stood in place and wiped the blood from his mouth. He only looked embarrassed now, but in fact his injuries had almost recovered. After all, he had 2 passive recovery skills, Viridian and Earth, at the maximum level. "Are you okay?" At this time, footsteps came from behind. Doc turned his head and looked at it for a moment, then suddenly remembered that he was not in the future. The Stephen who appeared in front of him was Stephen 100 years ago, the champion of Hone region. "It's okay. What kind of Pokemon are you? I've never seen a Pokemon like you that can transform into a human to fight." Doc listened to Stephen's words and showed a puzzled look on his face. "I'm a human." "Impossible. Doc. Why are you more determined than me that I'm not a human?" Doc frowned and stared at Stephen. He felt that Stephen's brain didn't seem to work well 100 years ago. Could it be that Stephen's brain was treated or enhanced during these 100 years? Just as Doc was thinking about this possibility, Stephen gave the reason. "I've never seen a human chasing Lugia and beating him." Stephen was very sure of this, and then he held out a Pokemon ball to collect the Metagross beside him. "Okay, this is not the time to talk, please leave with me first. We may need your helping hand, and we will repay you later." Then, Stephen took out 2 Pokemon balls and released a Skarmory and an Aerodactyl. "Come back to Slateport City with me first." Stephen motioned for Dark to sit on the Skarmory, and then he sat on the Aerodactyl. Dark glanced at Skarmory, who was trembling a little when Dark stared at him, and cast a look for help to Stephen. Unfortunately, Stephen's attention was all on Dark, and he didn't notice Skarmory's eyes at all. Chapter 500 Can Only Fight Champion Pokemon. Hone region. The word Hone means a place with rich fate, which indicates the theme of the relationship between people and Pokemon. There are 2 theories about the birth of Hone region. One is that Hone region was created after the appearance of Groudon and Kyogre. Groudon lifted the continent and Kyogre filled the sea, and then formed Hone region. Another is that the original continent was broken into pieces, and Regigigas dragged one of the pieces to another place, which is Hone region. Slateport City. Located in the southern part of Hone, the port city has developed rapidly and is a good place for shopping. Although Slateport City does not have a gym established by the Hone Alliance, it does not mean that Slateport City has a low status. You should know that this is the venue for the grand celebration, which is also the host of the finals of the coordination competition. The status of the coordination competition in Hone region is unique. If we talk about the most famous and prestigious place for the coordination contest, it is undoubtedly the Hone region. Because this is the birthplace of the coordination contest, it also has the world's only gorgeous contest master Wallace, who is also the next Hone champion in the near future. Wallace is an extremely outstanding coordinator. He won the title of top coordination trainer in Hone region right after his debut, and later won honors all over the world and became a well-deserved gorgeous contest master. And this is not the end of Wallace's coordination journey. He toured around the world to hold his own special gorgeous competition Wallace Cup, and personally served as a judge. It is also because of this that Wallace has become an idol of coordinators all over the world, and his reputation is even higher than that of Diantha, the champion actress of Kalos region. Dawn in the original animation is because for Wallace's sake, after finishing the trip to Sinnoh region, they decided to travel to Hone region. It can be seen from this that even if Slateport City does not have a gym, it is still a very important key city in Hone region. However, Onet herd of the city has been submerged by sea water. And the water level is still rising, which makes the people in Slateport City very troubled. In the Pokemon Center in the center of Slateport City, Stephen and Dark are sitting face to face. Stephen did not expect that the man in front of him is actually a human being, and a breeder with superb skills. It only takes 3 or 5 seconds to find Metagross's itchy flesh and rub Metagross so comfortably that he trembles. So, the other world really exists. Of course it exists. Dark nodded as a matter of course and tasted the lemon tea on the table. This kind of lemon seems to be unique to the Pokemon world. Perhaps it is a lemon related to some Pokemon. It tastes sour and sweet, and is particularly refreshing and appetizing. There is basically no need to hide the existence of the other world from the people in this world. Especially those who belong to the positive faction, that is, the Pokemon League. After all, the original positioning of animations such as Pokemon is for children. The righteous are righteous, and the evil are evil. There are not too many messy settings. So most people in this world seem relatively simple. Good people are basically good on their faces, and bad people will boldly show up and admit their identities. For these guys, there is no need to deliberately conceal the existence of the other world. What's more, even if they know it, it will be useless. Stephen, who is sitting opposite Doc, didn't react very much after hearing this. Perhaps he is only interested in the more unique stones in the other world. Who makes him a hardcore stone lover? So, that means there are a lot of humans as strong as you over there. How can it be that I'm not bragging? I should be the strongest human in several worlds. Dark raised his eyebrows. Not to mention the era after 100 years, at least within 100 years, in dozens of worlds, he will always be the strongest human player. No way, hanging on the wall. Oh, so that's what I said. Stephen breathed a sigh of relief and raised his cup to take a sip of warm tea. The strongest of the others can only beat those ordinary Pokemon of the champion level. There are quite a few of them, about dozens of them. Dark's later words still choke Stephen. Can only beat champion Pokemon? Stephen's face became embarrassed. Beating champion Pokemon seemed to be a trivial matter in Dark's words. But you have to know that the main Pokemon in their regional champion teams are all champion level, which are the top and most powerful Pokemon in a region. Some of the main Pokemon can even compete with those legendary Pokemon for a period of time after being strengthened through Mega, Gigantamax, Z, Titanium, etc. As for the second and third teams of the champion players, they are only at the level of elite or quasi-champion. But Duck is really right. The champion level is in the range of LV.81–LV.90. The strength of an ordinary Pokemon can be basically judged by its energy level, which is universal in this Pokemon world. But the worlds on the Pokemon Island are different, because other skills such as Haki, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and swordsmanship need to be considered, and these things will not affect the energy level. It can be said that any Pokemon there, if placed here, can beat Pokemon of the same level, attribute, and race, and completely defeat them. In addition to these skills, legendary Pokemon also need to consider the exclusive abilities and law abilities they master. Take the Time God Dialga for example. Even if it is only LV.50, it is stronger than LV.100 Sceptile. Because Dialga's ability allows it to go back to the time when Sceptile was still LV.5, and then kill it, thus destroying LV.100 Sceptile. Of course, if it is a heat-in battle without using the power of law, then LV.50 Dialga will definitely not be the opponent of LV.100 Sceptile. It is more troublesome for humans to convert it into Pokemon levels to judge combat power. Because humans only have life strength, not energy level, although they are similar, they are completely different in strength. Just like the average life strength of ordinary people in the sailing world is equivalent to a LV.20 Pokemon, but can their strength compare to that of a LV.20 Pokemon? So, converting humans into Pokemon levels need specific analysis and consideration. Take Peak Whitebeard for example. When he was young, he had to be at least LV.93, but now he is at most LV.90. These two levels are the result of taking into account Whitebeard's many abilities. This means that Whitebeard can only fight with LV.90 Pokemon in the Pokemon world. This Pokemon is a regular Pokemon that does not master skills such as Haki and Ninjutsu. There are not many people in the LV.81–LV.90 champion category in the Pokemon Island world. Most of them are strong people in the sailing world, and there are a few in the ninja world. The sailing world. There is no need to say more about Sengoku, Newgate, Garp, Zephyr, Dragon, and Shanks. Those vice-captains of the sea and cotters of the Grey Army, such as Marco, Jin, Katakuri, Ivankov, etc., can almost squeeze into the LV.81 level. There are only a few people in the ninja world. Madara, Izuna, and some rising stars. It is difficult for these people to reach LV.80 or above by relying solely on the system of the ninja world itself. Because the ninja world is a small to medium-sized world, the resources of this world are only enough for Naruto, Sasuke, and a few others to reach that level. The reason why Madara and Izuna can enter this ranks is that after the link is opened, they went to the sailing world and began to learn and practice the technology of that world to improve themselves. But there are only so many people, and there may not be more than 50 at most. It is still incomparable with 100 years later. Anyway, thank you again for helping me at that time. Nothing, no need to thank me, it just so happens that I need your help, you can repay the favor now. You say? Stephen grinned stiffly, and then asked cautiously. To be honest, he didn't think he could help the human in front of him. Well, I'm from another world, and I'm still an illegal immigrant. Please help me with my identity proof. Dark reached out and took out a red Pokédex. That was Pokédex No. 000, the first Pokédex developed at the time. Of course, there is no legal information about Dark in the Pokemon world. There are many places in the Pokemon world where you need to prove your identity, such as the Pokemon Center. If you want to get services at the Pokemon Center, you must first provide your identity proof to prove that you are a regular trainer of the league. Otherwise, you can only hide everywhere like the Team Rocket's trio, and you have to deal with injuries yourself. Oh, okay, please leave it to me. For Stephen, this is really just a small favor. As the young master of Devon Company, the leading enterprise in the Hone region, even if he doesn't have the identity of Hone champion, it is not a problem for him to help Dark get an identity proof. This is not a fake or illegal certificate that cannot withstand inspection. It will be legally recorded in the League database. Just like Ash's ID was not made by himself, but came with the Pokédex given by Professor Oak, which is equivalent to the ID prepared by Professor Oak for Ash. On Dark's side, the only difference is that the person who proves his identity has been replaced by Stephen, the Hone champion. Well, there is one more thing. Can you find the representatives or persons in charge of each region of the Pokemon League for me? Ah? What's the matter? Discuss the plan to create a multi-world friendly and mutually supportive development pattern.